the intense bidding had finally ended. In the end, the rank 8 Goo Immortal 5 Elements Grandmaster used a rank 7 Metal Path and a rank 6 Metal Path Immortal Goo along with countless immortal materials to become the eventual winner. 5 Elements Grandmaster's cultivation included the 5 paths of metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Thus, he had some Metal Path Immortal Goo as well. But this time he was discarding a portion of his prized collection. It was like he was throwing away a meat-filled bun for a less tasty plain bread. Fang Yuan found it regrettable, but he had no way to compete in the bidding. Even if he had Goo Immortal captives, in terms of value, they could not compare to this extremely unique Immortal Goo. In fact, Reverse Misfortune Immortal Goo was very suitable with Spring-Autumn Cicada. The weakness of Spring-Autumn Cicada was that it gave the user bad luck. But after using this Immortal Goo, not only could this weakness be solved, the user's luck could even be improved, turning into good luck. Undeniably, the effect of Reverse Misfortune Immortal Goo was much more convenient than Connect Luck Immortal Goo. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan's financial power was at a completely disadvantage compared to people like 5 Elements Grandmaster and Yao Huang. Fang Yuan had only been an immortal for such a short time. From the point he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, only 2 years had passed according to the time of the 5 regions. Looking at southern border, the great battles at Yitian Mountain had not even begun yet. Honestly speaking, Fang Yuan was able to become an immortal zombie in such a short time. Developing himself to this point was already very difficult. As for 5 Elements Grandmaster Yao Huang and Feng Jiugu, they had already accumulated their wealth for countless years. They had hundreds of thousands of immortal essence stones, in addition to precious immortal materials. The amount of resources their immortal aperture worlds created each year could pile up into a mountain. The resources that they provided could even heavily affect the market in Treasure Yellow Heaven. These were all powerhouses, be it their battle strength, financial power, connections, or status. Fang Yuan could not compare with them at this moment. After Reverse Misfortune, it was another rank 7 Immortal Goo, called Blessing in Disguise. This Goo's ability was quite mystical. It targeted the immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations. After a Goo Immortal undergoes tribulation, the Tao marks on their bodies would increase in numbers, causing their cultivation level to progress. This was common knowledge in Goo Immortal cultivation. Blessing in Disguise Immortal Goo targeted this point. After using it, when a Goo Immortal completes a tribulation, the increase in the number of Tao marks on them would be twice that of the original amount. This was a terrifying number. The reward of 1 tribulation would be equal to the amount normal people get from 2 tribulations. But this Goo had a flaw. It had to be activated before the calamities and tribulations. It could only stop after the calamities and tribulations had ended. Through the effect of this Goo, the calamities and tribulations would have a 30 to 40% increase in strength, based on their original power. This weakness dampened the enthusiasm in the Goo Immortals slightly, but they could still not resist the temptation. Up to 40% more power in the tribulation in exchange for twice the amount of Tao marks, the benefit outweighed the cost. For those experts confident in surviving a tribulation, this Immortal Goo had much greater attraction to them. A terrifying auction thus unfolded. As a Metal Path Goo Immortal, Qin Baishang naturally requested for a rank 7 Metal Path Immortal Goo as the base bid. Eventually, Heavenly Lord Baizu had sweat on his forehead as he defeated his competitors. Obtaining this Goo, the following auction items caused surges in turn. Fortuitous encounter Immortal Goo that could allow opportunities to arrive for the Goo Immortal themselves. Immortal Goo from the 5 mainstream paths, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, that were helpful to Goo Immortals. An Immortal Goo that operated in both Luck Path and Wisdom Path. Luck Deduction Immortal Goo. It could consume one's own luck to make deductions on dangers or opportunities in the future. Luck Suppression Immortal Goo that could suppress the loss of one's own luck from other Immortal Goo. These Immortal Goo were indeed the essence of the Luck Path true inheritance. Not only were they incredible, they had useful effects that broadened everyone's horizons. But these Goo fell into the hands of Yao Huang, Feng Jiugu, and the other powerhouses. This was an expected situation. Fang Yuan wanted to interfere, but he did not have any Metal Path Immortal Goo. This was a helpless matter. The other rank 6 Gu Immortals and most rank 7 Gu Immortals were like Fang Yuan, only able to watch these powerhouses compete for Immortal Gu. The prices of the auction items created new records. Fang Yuan's records from the 2 Immortal Gu he sold were already pushed out of the top 10. The next item is the final and most important item in this auction. Qin Baixing introduced it as such. His way of speaking immediately attracted the attention of the Gu Immortals. Just as everyone was guessing to themselves what Immortal Gu it was, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, who were unconscious, appeared on the stage. Qin Baixing spoke at an appropriate time. Please do not be alarmed. I am sure a lot of Gu Immortals have guessed it already. That is right, these two are the crucial people who were protected by the luck path true inheritance previously. This girl is called Zhao Lianyun. She was very intelligent since a young age, and had experienced the crucial battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Although she was not the true inheritor, she had obtained a lot of benefits inside the Luck Path True Inheritance Light Lump. She had obtained a portion of the Luck Path inheritance. As for this young man, he is Ma Hongyun, the one and only recognized inheritor of the Luck Path True Inheritance. Not only did he experience the battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he even has had the fortune-rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu used on him. Once he said that, the commotion was like a huge wave. Countless heated gazes were tightly fixed on Ma Hongyun. Did I hear wrongly? It is really fortune-rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu? Fortune-rivaling Heaven. This is the trump card Gu of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Although it was not recorded in history, there were many rumors that praised this Immortal Gu endlessly. But this fortune-rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu seems to be a consumable Gu. It can only be used once. Since it is the rank 8 fortune-rivaling Heaven, could Brother Qin use the rank 6 Luck Inspection Immortal Gu to check it? In the main hall, a Gu Immortal suddenly questioned. Qin Baixing smiled as he replied, according to the information that I obtained in the True Inheritance, unless it is the rank 8 Luck Inspection Immortal Gu, one cannot see the true appearance of fortune rivaling Heaven. Luck Inspection Immortal Gu below rank 8 can only see a portion of it. And that is only because the other party did not use any concealment method. Honestly speaking, I have already used the rank 6 Luck Inspection Immortal Gu to find out some traces of fortune rivaling Heaven. As for why I am so certain that fortune rivaling Heaven was used on Ma Hongyun, that is because I have searched their souls. If you buy one of them and conduct soul searching, you will be able to see what happened inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. By then you will know that my words are true. At the same time, these two inherited a huge portion of the Luck Path True Inheritance. During the process of soul searching, you will be able to learn what they had learned in the inheritance. Saying this, Qin Baixing paused and said in an enticing tone, I have bad news to share with everyone first. The Luck Path True Inheritance is undoubtedly incomplete. The details do not contain the Immortal Gu recipe of fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. But there is good news. In the inheritance details, there is a method to take back fortune rivaling Heaven. It is possible to reverse refine the used fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu and obtain the original Immortal Gu. Of course, during the process of refinement, the main material would be this young man, Ma Hongyun. Hearing these words, most of the Gu Immortals had eyes shining like they were going to burst out in fire. Some even gulped, as everyone was filled with anticipation and desire. Qin Baixing's lips curled. He showed a confident smile. I feel that these two youngsters can best represent the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. I will not be setting a base price for them because they are not Immortal Gu. You can bid for one of them or both of them at the same time. We will start now. No base price? I will offer 300 Immortal Essence Stones. One person shouted within the hall of enthusiastic Gu Immortals. 30,000 Immortal Essence Stones. Feng Jiugu said coldly, multiplying the bid by 100 times. But this price could not stop the enthusiasm of the other experts. It could only deny most of the bottom-tier Gu Immortals. Yao Huang, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Old Ancestor Xuehu, and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, they were still bidding, and the representatives of the superforces were not showing weakness either. The price skyrocketed at an extremely fast pace. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. His financial power was like an ant compared to these giants. Unless he put all of his Gu Immortal captives on the line, he could not contest with them. But Fang Yuan would not do this. He was already on the strength path and was planning to go into time path. he was not going to develop his luck path attainment. And he was also the main culprit of the Imperial Court Blessed Land incident. He had experienced more of that series of events than Ma and Zhao. He knew most of the inner details. Regarding the information of the luck path true inheritance, as well as the reverse refinement of fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, they were very tempting indeed. But fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo was rank 8. Fang Yuan was only rank 6. How could he refine it? His finances would definitely be unable to support it. Furthermore, even if he succeeded, he did not have the ability to keep it. The bidding of Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyan lasted for much of the hour. Eventually, two unthinkable prices stood at the top 2 spots at the record highest prices in this auction. The second spot was Feng Jiuge. He had bought Zhao Lianyun. The one who obtained Ma Hongyun was the rank 8 great expert old ancestor Xuehu, the leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the number 1 person in the demonic path, had shown his incredible wealth at the end of the auction. Before this, he had always concealed himself, barely buying anything. Towards the end, he dealt a heavy blow and swept his enemies away. Many Gu immortals, especially the representatives from the super forces who had the Huang Jin bloodline, had no choice but to watch as Ma Hongyun fell into the hands of the demonic path. Yao Huang sighed. He had bought many things already and expended a large amount of wealth. At the final moment, he lost to old ancestor Xuehu. But thankfully, Zhao Lianyun is still in the hands of our northern plains righteous path. The Gu immortals that had the Huang Jin bloodline consoled themselves. What they did not know was Swordmaster Yulan, who was representing Prince Fengxian, was an impostor called Feng Jiugu. Speaking of which, this was really ironic. During his life, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had kept the luck path true inheritance as a deep secret, setting up layers of protection and thinking of passing the complete version down to his descendants. In the end, the luck path true inheritance became incomplete and was split up by everyone, circulating into the entire world. The most important inheritors were even held in the hands of people who were not part of the Huang Jin bloodline. The main auction has ended. Next, there will be a 2-hour break for everyone to move around in the auction hall. 2 hours later, we will have the open transaction. After Qin Baixing said that, he left the stage. He was tired, as the host the entire time, especially when he auctioned the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Because his own benefits were at stake, he made many schemes during the process. Even though there were many traces and most of the Gu immortals present could tell, the profits were too immense. Qin Baixing could not care less. After this auction is over, I will escape and hide from the world. After managing and processing my gains for most of a century, I will roam the world after that. Qin Baixing decided in his head. He was the biggest winner of this auction. The immortal materials he obtained could pile into a mountain. He also obtained many metal path immortal Gu that were compatible with him. The saying goes, humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Profits could move the human heart. Even if Gu immortals ordinarily appeared to be unconcerned with worldly matters, that was only because mortal materials cannot satisfy their desires. Auctioning the essence of the luck path true inheritance was extremely profitable. It was greatly heated. Even the rank 7 expert, Qin Baixing, had felt uneasy. In the main hall, discussions soon commenced. Many Gu immortals came out of the single rooms and mixed into the group, engaging in conversations together. Qin Baixing left a 2-hour break for everyone. He had his own intentions. It was not really a time to rest, but it was for the Gu immortals to communicate with each other and interact. From the auction earlier, everyone had gained a certain level of understanding towards each other's resources. Now, to exchange for the things they wanted, they would naturally need to interact first. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunsheng sat in the secret rooms and did not move. Unfamiliar face was a mortal killer move. It had limited effect and the two had to be careful they could not expose themselves. Fang Yuan felt some regret that he was unable to obtain anything in the luck path true inheritance. Especially Ma and Zhao, the people who knew the truth of the Imperial Court incident. Fang Yuan wanted to deal with them. But he did not have enough strength. He could only watch and could not interfere. There was nothing he could do. Thankfully, he had not sold the Gu immortal captives in his hands yet. There was the open trading later. He could still look forward to that. 2 hours later, Qin Baixing stepped onto the stage again, announcing the start of the open transactions. For the sake of fairness, he did the same thing again, using Gu worms to choose a lucky person to enter the stage first. This first goo immortal took out a large amount of an immortal material, broken wave flowers. His request was prosperity soil. Broken wave flowers grew in large rivers. They were magical flowers born during the moments where waves appeared and vanished. Because they had a short lifespan, they were hard to gather. As for prosperity soil, diamond soil, green fist soil, these soils were highly sought-after items by goo immortals. Goo immortals developed their immortal apertures. They used the resources produced in their immortal apertures to cultivate. The fertility of their soil played a huge role in this. Prosperity soil could grow all sorts of flowers, diamond soil could grow minerals, while green fist soil could accumulate and gather the fertility to prevent it from vanishing. It was suited for immortal apertures with terrain resembling barren lands, like deserts. Goo immortals who owned prosperity soil were not few. Immediately, they started speaking, asking how much was needed for the trade. The seller on the stage actually had large numbers of broken wave flowers. After trading for 1,500 kilograms of prosperity soil, he waved his hand and left the stage. The difference between the auction and the open transaction was very obvious. The auction was for valuable items. They had a huge prerequisite for bidders. The open transaction often involved scattered trades. The entry level was low. But this was not universal. After several goo immortals, a goo immortal who did not want to expose themselves showed an immortal goo and asked Qin Baishang to sell it for them. This immortal goo was one that did not get sold earlier. The seller had lowered their requirements greatly. But even so, the request was still an immortal goo. There were a few people who responded. They wanted the price to be lower. The seller refused, and eventually, the trade failed and this immortal goo returned to the seller's hands. When it was Fang Yuan's turn, more than 30 rounds had passed. The 37th secret room is selling a goo immortal captive. Qin Baishang said as he displayed the sleeping goo immortal inside the sleeping cloud coffin. Immediately, the auction hall went into a commotion. The slave trade industry was well known by every immortal. But to sell goo immortals like they were slaves, this was an extremely rare event. For many goo immortals, this was the first time they had seen it. At once, goo immortals discussed as their expressions varied. When Qin Baishang announced it again, the scattered conversations in the hall became softer. Someone asked for the details. Qin Baishang introduced, "This goo immortal captive might be familiar to some of you. He is Loner Hongyu, a rank 6 fire path goo immortal. His cultivation is at 1 heavenly tribulation. This is the situation inside his blessed land. You can all take a look." Saying so, the image on the stage changed, reflecting the situation of Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture. This blessed land is a little barren. Yes, managing his blessed land so poorly. No wonder he was captured alive. Don't forget, the goo immortal who captured him must have already looted his blessed land already. To us fire path goo immortals, isn't it better if this Loner Hongyu's cultivation is lower? The goo immortals were moved. Fire path goo immortals had great demand for Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture. Once they swallowed his blessed land, they could skip 1 heavenly tribulation, many earthly calamities, and gain cultivation levels out of nowhere. The foundation of their blessed land would surge by a huge amount. Even if one was not a fire path goo immortal, most of the goo immortals also wanted the blessed land. Even if their paths were different and they could not swallow the blessed land, they could still occupy this ownerless blessed land after killing him, and obtain a good territory to manage. If they managed it well, the blessed land would be like a source of treasures, producing resources endlessly, sustaining the goo immortal's cultivation needs. Just as Qin Baishang had expected, Loner Hongyu became a sought-after commodity. Fang Yuan listed a broad range of requests. First, he listed a large amount of immortal materials. Next was killer moves from Strength Path, Poison Path, Time Path, and Wisdom Path. Next was all sorts of goo recipes. The rarer they were, the better. After that, he asked for Desolate Beast corpses, Food Path inheritances or clues for them, Wisdom Path inheritances or clues, Time Path inheritances or clues. Finally, he asked for Battle Bone Wheel goo, the recipes for White Bone Chariot, Lifespan goo, and others. Eventually, Loner Hongyu went into 5 Elements Grandmaster's hands. 5 Elements Grandmaster cultivated metal, wood, water, fire, earth, all 5 paths. Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture was useful to him. After selling Loner Hongyu, the next person was up. According to the rules of the open transaction, each Gu Immortal could only sell one thing in each round. This was for fairness. Fang Yuan was not anxious, he patiently waited. After some rounds, he had sold more than half of his Gu Immortal captives. Not only did he finish Lang Yalan Spirit's checklist, he even had extra. Not only this, Fang Yuan also obtained the corpse of a desolate beast bat. During this period of time, he noticed that he was not the only one selling Gu Immortal captives. Old Ancestor Shuihu and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu sold them openly. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortal sold 3 immortal zombie bodies, causing the displeasure of Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha. But in the end, Yao Huang joyfully bought these 3 immortal zombie bodies. After seeing this, Fang Yuan relaxed a bit. Lang Yalan Spirit was not the only one capable of capturing Gu Immortals. No matter how excellent you are, there is always someone more excellent than you. There were more capable people among other Gu Immortals. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had changed his room continuously, obscuring his traces and preventing others from finding out that he was the person who was selling most of the Gu Immortal captives. Gradually, more and more Gu Immortals stopped trading. They chose to watch on the sidelines. They had basically accomplished their respective goals. The remaining Gu Immortals, even though they were few in number, the goods they were selling were getting more precious and valuable. By the 9th round, Gu Immortals were starting to leave. Just as Fang Yuan thought that the last of his Gu Immortal captives would be sold routinely, Qin Baixing's expression changed as he received a major request from a lone cultivator. He raised his voice as he said, "Next, we will be selling the complete Gu recipe of the Immortal Gu House, Red Fiend Divine Boat, as well as the method to use it. The seller is requesting for anything that can assist them in cultivating Wood Path." What? Red Fiend Divine Boat? They are selling this Immortal Gu House? Why are they selling it now? The auction is nearing its end. Haha, the people who left earlier must be dying of regret. In 2 single rooms, Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha had very ugly expressions. Zombie Alliance was trying to eliminate the Gu Immortal who was selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. But this lone cultivator was very good at hiding. They could not find a chance to strike. At the auction, Zombie Alliance could not make a move on him. They could only urge him and offer a high price. But this lone cultivator was swayed by the atmosphere of the auction. He became greedy and demanded even higher prices, extorting and threatening Zombie Alliance. Finally, just earlier, their discussions had ended in failure, with the lone cultivator immediately putting up the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe for sale. "I will pay 6,000 Immortal Essence Stones and 1,500 kilograms of red refinement metal to buy it all. Immortal Farmer Soil. I have 4,000 kilograms of Immortal Farmer Soil. I will use it all to exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe." You bunch of fools, didn't you hear Brother Chin's words? The seller wants Wood Path resources. I have Jade Fallen Grass here. So what if it is Jade Fallen Grass? I have Instinct Roots. At once, everyone's moods were riled up, as the representatives of the super forces and the rank 8 great experts joined in. The 2 leaders of Zombie Alliance were furious, but they had to join in the competition. At once, the calm open transaction had turned into a battlefield like they were back in the auction rounds. The allure of the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe was obvious from this. "I am willing to pay with a Wood Path Immortal Gu in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe." Soon, the representative of a superforce Meng tribe shouted, "My Yuan tribe also has a Wood Path Immortal Gu. We will also add in 300 true martial carps." Yuan Rang Zun shouted. The Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe was too alluring. He even used his precious true martial carps as part of the bid. "If you let my Zombie Alliance purchase this, I, In Lu Gong, will vow this on my reputation. I will definitely resell this recipe." In Lu Gong said coldly. "I, Yao Huang, can attest for that." Soon after, Yao Huang spoke, adding weight to these words. "Humph, I have a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery. It can deduce all traces of any inheritance. I will add in 3 vats of Lingji liquid." Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu shouted. At once, shouting could be heard everywhere. It was a chaotic scene. Fang Yuan's heart was moved, his eyes burst with brilliant light. If he did not hear wrongly, that was the Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, correct? Unravel mystery immortal goo, unravel mystery immortal goo, Fang Yuan muttered. His finger was tapping on the handle of his seat as it made soft noises. Bidding could be heard all over the auction hall. At the end of the auction, such a huge treasure like the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe appeared. This was an unexpected surprise. Ordinary lone cultivators did not need to consider it. Only the rank 7 goo immortals in superforces or rank 8 great experts could have any chance in competing for it. Especially the superforces, the allure of the immortal goo house was extremely great for the superforces. The price rose at an absurd speed, climbing rapidly. Even though this was the open transaction, everyone was fighting for the good. They subconsciously returned to the auction format that was used previously. Qin Baishang laughed bitterly. The regulations were set by him, but seeing these experts screaming their lungs out, he chose to watch on the sidelines. At this point, talking about regulations would just offend all of these powerhouses. Do you see? This is the attraction of the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. Your zombie alliance was simply too stingy. The seller acted arrogantly upon seeing this, sending a message to the two leaders of Zombie Alliance. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's face darkened. Yin Lu Gong was sighing helplessly. Looking at this price, it was already higher than what the Zombie Alliance was planning to pay. And this was not the end. The price was still climbing. Yin Lu Gong was a sensible person. He knew that at this point, the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe could not belong to Zombie Alliance. When leader returns, who knew would she criticize him for being so incapable in handling this matter? As Fang Yuan listened to the bids, he assessed quietly in his mind. I have 4 goo immortal captives left. One of them is Wu Hao, known as Rushing Thunderhand. He is the only rank 7 captive I have. There are 3 others. They are the 3 Hua Hai immortals they cultivate with path. Evidently, there was little chance of success if he wanted to use these 4 goo immortal captives to trade for Heavenly Lord Baizu's Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Heavenly Lord Baizu was an enslavement path goo immortal with a different path. The allure of these 4 goo immortal captives was greatly lowered. The other point was, Immortal Goo were unique and Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was very useful if not for the attraction of the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. Heavenly Lord Baizu would not have exposed such a good goo. If I try to trade it directly, it would not work. The Strength Path Immortal Goo that I just obtained have no use to Heavenly Lord Baizu. If I use Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo, I will be exchanging a rank 7 for a rank 6. That exchange would be at a loss. As for Fixed Immortal Travel and Connect Luck, they are indispensable to me. I cannot trade them away. But Fang Yuan did not want to give up on Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. If he missed this chance, if he missed this situation, even if he had the resources in the future, it would be hard to trade for it. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was not a necessity to Fang Yuan. But in his memories, he had to weigh to use this goo as the core. In combination with other rare supplementary goo worms, he could conjure a Dream Path Killer move. A Dream Path Immortal Killer move. At this time, the prophecy of the 3 Venerables had spread throughout the 5 regions. Because of Great Dream Immortal Venerable, almost all of the superforces and rank 8 powerhouses were researching Dream Path. Although their research results were shallow, dream realms were already starting to manifest. There were already 2 Dream Path Immortal Goo he knew of in this life. One was in Feng Jin Huang's hands. The other was in Lady Poison Scorpion's possession. To speak of it, the latter was more problematic. Feng Jin Huang was still a mortal lass, but Lady Poison Scorpion was in her blessed land, slumbering as she explored a dream realm. Everyone knew that Dream Path was the trend of the future. Thus, they treasured anything relating to this path greatly. Many Dream Path Mortal Goo that they refined were not shown to the world. They were the greatest mysteries of each force. Those who were able to become Goo Immortals were dragons among men. They had good foresight and were very shrewd individuals. Even in an auction of such scale, there had been no Dream Path-related treasures sold. Fang Yuan knew about the Goo recipes of many Dream Path Mortal Goo. But Mortal Goo were not helpful towards the exploration of dream realms. Otherwise, the major forces would have started exploring dream realms en masse already. The truly useful ones were Dream Path Immortal Goo. But the amazing thing was, be it the 2 that appeared now, or the Dream Path Immortal Goo that appeared in the future according to Fang Yuan's memories, they were all in the hands of women. Perhaps this was explained by the prophecy of 3 venerables stating 2 male venerables and 1 female venerable. With this, one could deduce that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would be a female Immortal Venerable. Within a short time, Feng Yuan would not be able to obtain a Dream Path Immortal Gu. But if he had a Dream Path Immortal Killer move, then that could substitute for the effect of a Dream Path Immortal Gu. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Man is the spirit of all living beings. One could say the use of Gu depended on the user. There was no strongest Gu worm, only a strongest Gu master. Genius Gu masters could often match different Gu worms together, unleashing a greater effect from that. For example, Feng Yuan did not have a Strength Path Immortal Gu previously, but he used the Soul Path Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu combined with other Mortal Gu to form the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self, creating a starting point of the path formed from the convergence of enslavement and strength. This Dream Path Immortal Killer move was the same case. The core Immortal Gu was of Wisdom Path Unravel Mystery, but it was a Dream Path Killer move. If I can obtain this Gu, I will be able to collect Dream Realm Gu materials and refine the various Mortal Gu. Even though it would spend some time, but once I succeed in forming my killer move, the rewards will be immensely more profitable. I will be able to make up for the regret during my previous life, becoming a pioneer in the exploration of dream realms, being ahead of all the forces in this world, being ahead of the superpowers. Feng Yuan's mouth turned dry as he thought about it. He estimated the potential value coming from this Dream Path Killer move was in no way lower than Wisdom Gu. It was only beneath what had come from Spring Autumn Cicada and Who Immortal Blessed Land, but higher than All-Out Effort Gu. Among the countless opportunities in Feng Yuan's previous life, the most valuable one was Spring Autumn Cicada. Even though it was rank 6, far inferior to Wisdom Gu's rank 9, it could allow Feng Yuan to be reborn and start again. Even if there was a chance of failure, didn't he succeed every time until now? If he failed the first time, it would have been the worst opportunity he ever had. But it had succeeded, it was deserving of being his greatest fortune. Next was Who Immortal Blessed Land. It had allowed Feng Yuan to have the foundation of a Gu Immortal despite being immortal, standing on the shoulder of a former Gu Immortal. After becoming an immortal zombie, it made up for his weakness in his aspect. It was because of this blessed land that Feng Yuan had ample foundation. The cultivation of Gu Immortals was not just about fighting and killing, economic management was the biggest foundation base. Third was Wisdom Gu. Using the light of wisdom, Feng Yuan gained unlimited inspiration. It rapidly pulled him out of his slump. But that was built on the blessed land and his own foundation. In the future, if he truly controlled it, it might bring Feng Yuan a pleasant surprise. But for now, it was third. The fourth was All-Out Effort Gu. Even though this Mortal Gu was only rank 4, he obtained it at a very crucial moment. It was the first springboard since Feng Yuan's rebirth. Without All-Out Effort Gu, Feng Yuan would not have had such incredible battle strength. Without his battle strength, he would not have been able to participate in the Three Kings' inheritance. As for the Dream Path Killer move, if he obtained it, Feng Yuan would be able to use it well and the value would be equal to the current use of Wisdom Gu. After this time period, the value of Dream Path Killer moves would fall drastically. When dream realms undergo complete external manifestation, and Dream Path would be thriving all over, this killer move's value would fall beyond belief. The value of opportunities depended on the timing. Spring Autumn Cicada was very valuable, but if Feng Yuan became a demon venerable and was invincible in the world, why would he need it? This was also the case for Who Immortal Blessed Land. If Feng Yuan obtained it after becoming a Gu Immortal and had his own healthy blessed land, the value he received from it would be far lower. The same logic applied to Wisdom Gu, All-Out Effort Gu, and this Dream Path Killer move. But I definitely need the core Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery, to use this Dream Path Killer move, otherwise all of this is empty talk. Feng Yuan looked at the auction again. At this moment, there were few competitors left. Feng Jiugu and old ancestor Shui who were out of the competition. These two had spent a great amount to buy Ma and Zhao. Their foundations were shaken and they no longer were able to compete. Yao Huang had backed out regrettably as well. He had purchased some Refinement Path Immortal Gu, as well as many Gu Immortal captives. With the huge resource consumption of Refinement Path, all sorts of restrictions forced him to back out. 5 Elements Grandmaster had stopped long ago. He had bought many Immortal Gu of the mainstream paths, and he was also a lone cultivator. The last ones remaining were Heavenly Lord by Zhu, the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal, and 3 superforces. They were Yuan Tribe, Murong Tribe, and Chanyu Tribe. Soon, Chanyu Tribe left the competition as well. Even though Yuan Tribe's Yuan Rangzun was screaming that he wanted to sell all of the true martial carps away, he could not make up his mind. After all, Yuan Tribe already had their own immortal Gu house. Thus, only Murong Tribe, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, and Heavenly Lord by Zhu were left. Murong Jin Shao, my force has no immortal Gu house to defend it. This is very dangerous. If you can let go today, I will definitely compensate you well. In the secret room, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal urged. Murong Jin Shao shook his head, paying respects as he smiled. Lord, my Murong tribe's immortal Gu house is lacking a core immortal Gu. Everyone in Northern Plains know that. This matter involves huge benefits for my tribe. Please forgive me for my insolence. I want to fight for it. Whether it ends in success or failure, I do not want to be resigned. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortal sighed faintly. He no longer said anything apart from raising the bid. It seems that I still have some hope. The price was already at 2 immortal Gu. It had far exceeded the value of 4 Gu immortal captives. But Fang Yuan's gaze was becoming more excited. Even though the Red Fiend Divine Boat is good, no core immortal Gu are being sold. The immortal Gu that the 3 of them are offering are rank 6, they have little use. 2 immortal Gu are the limit, those 3 are already thinking hard. Their bids are increasing very slowly. After all, even if they obtained this Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe, it only involves the entirety of the immortal Gu recipes. They still needed to spend a huge sum refining the Gu. The seller is a woodpath cultivator. He wants resources useful to his cultivation. Among these 6 immortal Gu, only one is woodpath. It comes from Murong tribe, but it is an investigative immortal Gu. This is great. Forget about the last Gu immortal, Rushing Thunderhand Wu Hao, that I still have, but the 3 Hua Hai immortals are woodpath Gu immortals. I can make good use of this situation in a plan. Fang Yuan moved quickly. He immediately informed Qin Bai Shang and contacted Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. The 3 parties are in a stalemate now. I do not have a woodpath immortal Gu, and Murong tribe has the greatest chance now. Maybe I can use this to break the stalemate? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was moved. He changed his bid. He first took down Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu and put up the 3 Hua Hai Immortals. The seller's eyes brightened. He hesitated for a bit before choosing Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. He was an astute person. To him, even though the other 2 sides had an additional Immortal Gu, only one of them had a Woodpath Immortal Gu. But in Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's bid, there was a Movement Immortal Gu and 3 Woodpath Immortal Apertures. He could swallow them and gain a huge boost in cultivation level. He sold the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. He had already offended Zombie Alliance. His current concerns were to protect his life and develop in secret. What suited himself had the greatest value. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu did not have any interest in the 3 Hua Hai Immortals, but the seller needed them urgently. As for Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, he did not make any losses. He still paid a price of 2 Immortal Gu. Since he had already decided to give up Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, did it matter who it ended up with? Selling it to Fang Yuan, he broke the stalemate and obtained the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. As for Fang Yuan, he finally obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. This is a mutual win for 3 parties. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu became the final winner of the intense bidding war, obtaining the complete recipe for Red Fiend Divine Boat. And the beneficiary of the backdoor deal, Fang Yuan, also successfully obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this transaction. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu became the focal point of everyone's attention, and apart from a few related people, no one knew Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu had landed in Fang Yuan's hands. Red Fiend Divine Boat's recipe could be considered as an unexpected final climactic moment of the auction. Time passed. For hours later, this auction, which included various outstanding people, finally ended. There is still no reply from Fairy Li Shan's end? Fang Yuan secretly asked Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly sent his message. Nothing until now. Fairy Li Shan actually missed such a grand event. It seems there is definitely some issue on her end. Do we return through the previous route? Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng came to Qin Bai Shang's blessed land through the whole Earth Gu. established between Qin Baishang and Fairy Lishan. Now, the situation on Fairy Lishan's end was unclear, and rashly using whole Earth goo to return was undoubtedly an unwise move. No, we will first leave along with the others, then use fixed immortal travel. We need to be careful, though. There will definitely be turmoil soon. Feng Yuan reminded. Tai Baiyunxing nodded with a serious expression. The auction might have ended, but there were sure to be many who were not satisfied with the results. With the end of the auction, the previous agreement signed by all parties would expire. Without the restriction, people's hearts and minds would be moved by wealth. Robbery, extortion, and ambushes would be the next event. Most of the Gu immortals had the same thoughts as Feng Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing. Thus, they left the blessed land in a hurry and full of caution. We must get that guy. He actually dared to sell the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe openly. Our zombie alliance's face had been lost completely. We could let go if it was only our face, but the key thing is that the leader had repeatedly reminded us of the importance of this task before she left. But now we have screwed up. When the leader comes back and hears the news, who knows how she will punish us? Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yicha discussed as they looked at their target hurriedly leaving. In the sky above Crimson Reed Marsh. Heavenly Lord, I wonder if you are interested in selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe to my Yao tribe? Yao Huang stayed behind and persuaded Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu chuckled. Lord Yao Huang is jesting. How can such a treasure be sold easily? I won't conceal it from you. I have a lot of descendants and they are filling up my grotto heaven. Recently, I have been planning to establish a tribe. Perhaps we can have many opportunities to collaborate with Yao tribe. The leaders of various forces in the surroundings had changes in their expressions as they heard this. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a rank 8 powerhouse. A tribe he established with his support was certain to thrive. Not only this, with the support of a rank 8 Gu immortal, even if the new tribe's foundation was lacking, it would still be a super force. Northern Plains was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's homeland, the place where he rose up and established a hereditary monarchy. For a long time up to now, the super forces in Northern Plains were almost all of Huangjin bloodline. Heavenly Lord Baizu was trying to poke his nose into this by establishing a super force which no doubt was going to create an enormous impact on those Huangjin descendants. At the same time, with the lone cultivator Heavenly Lord Baizu becoming the first supreme elder of a righteous path force, it would have huge impacts on both the demonic path and lone cultivator camps. Yao Huang's smile became even brighter. Since Heavenly Lord has such an intention, who could stop you in this huge world? It is very difficult for us old fellows to gather together. No time is better than the present. How about we have a chat today? Haha. This is also what I wanted to say. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed heartily. Yao Huang opened up his immortal Gu house, medicine cottage, and invited all the Gu immortals present to join. Most of the super forces entered in the end, including 5 Elements Grandmaster who represented the benefits of lone cultivators. However, Old Ancestor Shuehu refused. In this auction, Old Ancestor Shuehu had invested a lot to buy Ma Hongyun, as well as precious contents of the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. What he most wanted to do now was to use Ma Hongyun as the primary material in refining fortune rivaling heaven and use its effects on himself. The person representing Prince Feng Xian's will, Feng Jiugu, who had disguised himself as Sword Master Yulan, also refused this gathering and left on his own. In a hidden area among the reeds, he quietly met with the Central Continent Gu immortals. I have sent you the message regarding the auction. Feng Jiugu looked at everyone with a smile. Lord Jiugu made a really good move. Such courage. I am in admiration. With Zhao Lian Yun, we can search her soul and find many precious clues regarding the main culprit of the Imperial Court incident. I still have to thank Lord for trading a suitable immortal Gu for me. What should our actions be next? The Central Continent Gu immortals talked one after the other, clearly treating Feng Jiugu as their leader. Feng Jiugu smiled. In this trip, he first used his tyrannical strength to subdue everyone, and now he had taken the risk to enter the tiger's den and trade immortal Gu for them. Through Feng Jiuji's methods and charisma, a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other, he was finally able to lead this group of experts. Of course, Feng Jiugu knew that behind this harmonious atmosphere, everyone still had their own thoughts. It was only that all the experts were astute. Now that they were in northern plains with a heavy mission on their shoulders, even if they had any hidden thoughts, they suppressed it deep within themselves for the time being, choosing to sincerely cooperate. To Feng Jiugu, this was enough. Everyone, although we obtained Zhao Lianyun, the clues available to verify the true culprit are probably not enough. If there were enough clues, Northern Plains Gu Immortals would have already discovered the truth and the perpetrator would have nowhere to hide. However, I found someone who is suspicious, Feng Jiugu said. Everyone's spirits rose at hearing this information. Feng Jiugu continued, but this person has hidden themselves too deeply. I never was able to find out their true identity. To find this person, we must start from the host of this auction. Lord is talking about Qin Baishang? He is a famous expert of Northern Plains, a rank 7 Metal Path Gu Immortal. I also know this person. He is a lone cultivator. Creating such an achievement today with just his own strength is truly rarely seen. Qin Baisheng not only has outstanding strength, he also has many favorable social connections. If we are going against him, we need to use all our strength to strike as quickly as possible. If we let him escape and ask for assistance from his allies, the situation will turn for the worse. Everyone was discussing vigorously. They were the representatives of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, powerful and with lot of methods, but they were fighting in enemy territory. Once their identities were exposed, it was likely that Northern Plains Gu Immortals would band together to attack them. Fortunately, they still had Prince Feng Xian to aid them secretly. In another area, a fight had already started. Helang Zi, you really have guts. You actually dared to attack our Chanyu tribe. The Gu Immortal who was ambushed shouted in fury. What is there to not dare? So what if you were from Chanyu tribe? No matter how powerful the immortal killer move Winged Blade is, can it save you now? Just be obedient and hand over that sandalwood sacred elephant egg and I shall let you go. A giant wolf the size of a small hill spoke with an eerie gaze in a human voice. This egg came from the mysterious rank 8 Gu Immortal of Eastern Sea. It had fallen into the hands of Chanyu tribe's representative at a certain point of the auction. Helang Zi had left previously, but actually had other intentions. He carefully set up an ambush outside and waited for someone to fall into it, capturing this unlucky fellow. Helang Zi, you have hidden your cards well. You actually have an informant in the auction. Didn't you call yourself a lone wolf, moving alone and disdaining interaction with other Gu Immortals? If you have the guts, then place a stake against me in battle. If you win, I will immediately hand over this sandalwood sacred elephant egg to you. If you lose, then join our Chanyu tribe and serve for 100 years. The Chanyu tribe Gu Immortal shouted. He had just spoken when he heard the sound of a woman's laugh coming from nearby. A black light flashed and 3 Gu Immortals appeared. The Chanyu tribe Gu Immortal was startled. The other party had approached this closely, but he did not notice in the slightest until they intentionally revealed themselves. You are He Cheng? The Chanyu tribe Gu Immortal carefully observed and quickly recognized their identities. Also Fairy Jiangyu, Why is Xuesong Zi of the demonic path with you? Chanyu Zhong Air, I know you have the immortal killer move Immemorial Flame Axe. But thinking of using this move to battle Helang Zi and recruit a rank 7 as a goon for your tribe is too naive. Fairy Jiang Yu continued to smile. Chanyu Zhong Air's expression sank as the other party had spoken accurately. It was because of this immortal killer move, Immemorial Flame Axe, that he had the confidence to participate in this auction as Chanyu tribe's representative. But who could have thought that he had still greatly underestimated human desire, and also overestimated Chanyu tribe's stature. He Cheng, you are a He tribe Gu Immortal and are of Huang Jin bloodline, like my Chanyu tribe. But you are actually colluding with demonic path outsiders to harm us righteous path Gu Immortals. Don't make such a huge mistake. It is still not too late to turn back. Chanyu Zhong Air thought rapidly and tried to persuade He Cheng. Xuesong Zi laughed loudly. If it was your big brother here, Chanyu Shang Yi, we would have a headache. If it was your younger brother, Chanyu Xia-san, we would have dispelled any intention of ambush. Unfortunately, you don't have the defensive prowess of your big brother, neither do you have the speed of your younger brother. Today your defeat is certain. Chanyu Zhong Air's expression became more unsightly. He stared fixedly at He Cheng and shouted, He Cheng, you are a righteous path Gu Immortal. You built your reputation over so many years. Do you not want it? If this matter were to be exposed or just a rumor of it is spread, you will be condemned by the public and hunted down like a rat. He Cheng's eyes flickered with hesitation, but Fairy Jiangyu transmitted him a message, making him firmly resolute. Without saying anything, he waved an arm, from which a dark arrow flew out, straight towards Chanyu Zhong Air. He used action to show his resolution. Snowy mountain blessed land. Third branch peak. Jade green light shined and extinguished. Tai Baiyunxing appeared in the room. At almost the same instant which he appeared, he activated his defensive killer move, 9 Cloud Ring. One of the disadvantages of fixed immortal travel was that other goo worms could not be used during the process. Another disadvantage was that the amount of immortal essence consumed would depend on the strength of the target. Previously, Fang Yuan was still immortal with few Dao marks on his body. Thus the immortal essence consumed was much lower. However, when transporting a goo immortal, the minimum consumption was at least 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. After finding no dangers, Fang Yuan came out of Tai Baiyunshang's immortal aperture. This room was the place where Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had met with them previously. There has been no response from either Fairy Li Shan or He Lulan. In accordance with the alliance, we must look into this. The most probable place is here. Shortly, the two found Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan in a bedroom. They are lying on the bed, sleeping? Tai Baiyunshin was dazed. He was about to walk closer but was stopped by Fang Yuan. Don't approach them. It is dangerous. What danger? Fang Yuan's eyes let out a sharp light. They are in a dream realm. If we approach them, we will also be ensnared. Dream realm? Tai Baiyunxing heard Fang Yuan's words and his gaze flickered. He showed a grim expression. Earlier, when Fang Yuan and He Lulan collaborated to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he had met with danger in a dream realm of star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan had explained this matter briefly to Tai Baiyunshang. Thus, when Tai Baiyunshang heard the term dream realm, he knew the severity of the situation. He sighed. No wonder Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan did not attend the auction. They were trapped in a dream realm. I had been guessing earlier if He Lulan's tribulation was causing them trouble. Fang Yuan nodded. Old Bai, you guessed correctly. Most likely, the tribulation caused them to be stuck in a dream realm, unable to free themselves. When goo immortals undergo tribulation, there can be dream realm calamities? Tai Baiyunshang asked in suspicion. Fang Yuan sighed. Not in the past, but now that dream realms have manifested, such calamities and tribulations have appeared gradually, especially in the 500 years of his previous life. Towards the second half of the 5 regions chaotic war, dream realms manifested on a large scale, showing up in all corners of the 5 regions. The phenomenon of dream realms becoming tribulations also became more frequent. Countless goo immortals were harmed in the process. What do we do now? According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, we cannot abandon them. Tai Baiyunshang was helpless. He asked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was silent. His eyes were shining with a murky light. At this moment, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan had little to no defenses. It was not hard to kill them now. But because of the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan could not attack them. He even had to save them. The Snowy Mountain Alliance was made using Mountain Pledge goo. If I want to break it, I will need to destroy Snowy Mountain. Unfortunately, I do not have enough strength now. It will be hard to do so. Even if I could destroy it, Tai Baiyunshang is too kind. He might be an obstacle if I try to attack them. Fang Yuan felt some regret. This indeed was a golden opportunity. By killing He Lulan, he would obtain Strength Chi Immortal Goo, Self-Strength Immortal Goo, Flying Bear Strength Goo, and Slavery Immortal Goo. The first 3 were Strength Path Immortal Goo, while the last one was Enslavement Path. They all suited Fang Yuan very well. Especially Self-Strength Immortal Goo. If he obtained it, he could use it as the core and elevate the power of the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self by several levels. As for Fairy Li Shan's Mountain Pledge Goo, with it, Fang Yuan would have the same advantage as Fairy Li Shan. Helping other goo immortals make agreements, this was an extremely popular service. The benefits could surpass the Guts Goo trade. That was because using Mountain Pledge Goo to make agreements for others not only was highly profitable, he could also establish connections. Fairy Li Shan was able to mingle in both the righteous and demonic paths. A lot of that was due to this immortal goo. Mountain Pledge Goo was not an attack-type Immortal Goo. It could not provide defense or movement abilities to the Goo Immortal. But whoever held it will gain a huge advantage. It was only an assistance-type Immortal Goo, but Goo Immortals were not only concerned about fighting and killing. Goo Immortals placed emphasis cultivation. Management were their biggest priority. Realistically, fighting was just a small portion of a Goo Immortal's life. Only with the 5 regions' chaotic war would fighting become the general focus. Just as Fang Yuan was pondering, snowy mountain-blessed land shook. A rank 8 Goo Immortal's immense aura emanated and filled the surroundings. We welcome old ancestors' arrival. Soon, several demonic path Goo Immortals spoke from their respective mountain peaks. It is old ancestor Shui Hu. He has his own grotto heaven. He almost never comes here. Why is he here now? Tai Bai Yun Shang's expression changed. The moment he said that, he heard old ancestor Shuihu's voice resonating through the blessed land. All of you, come to the main hall and see me now. I have an important matter to discuss with everyone. As you command, old ancestor. The demonic path Goo Immortals shouted in unison. Figures of Goo Immortals rapidly flew out from the mountain peaks. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression paled. He said, "Oh no, Fairy Li Shan is still in a dream. If she does not appear or say anything, old ancestor Shui Hu will definitely get suspicious and come here to check. We can escape with fixed immortal travel and Fairy Li Shan would not be attacked. But He Lu Lan is the problem. She is not a member of Snowy Mountain and is a key character who has experienced the true Yang building incident. Once she is captured and has her soul searched, we are all doomed." Bam bam bam. While an intense explosion sounded out, a pathetic figure was fleeing rapidly. Behind him, there was a huge wolf sprinting out of the smoke, opening its bloodthirsty mouth and speaking a human language. "Chan Yu Zheng, where are you trying to escape to?" The pathetic figure was Chan Yu Zheng. He continued to escape as he yelled with a panicked expression, "He Lang Zi. Hey Chung, don't go too far. Otherwise, I will drag you guys down with me." Immemorial Flame Axe. His body shuddered. He put his palms together as he turned around, exerting a chopping motion with them. Immediately, fire rose as they gathered to form an axe in midair, attacking the huge wolf. Before the attack even landed, the scorching flames already burned some of the wolf's fur. The huge fiery axe caused the surrounding sky to glow red. It was powerful and carried an aura of destruction with it, as if it could rampage to kill innumerable beings. This was an immortal killer move. It had incredible offensive power. But facing such a powerful attack, He Lang Zi's gaze shined with disdain and mockery. Swoosh! The huge wolf vanished, evading the immemorial flame axe and blocking Chan Yuzhong's escape route. No matter how fierce the attack, what good is it if you cannot hit? Fairy Jiang Yu appeared, floating in the air. She had taken action just now, teleporting He Lang Zi away using an immortal movement killer move. Damn! Chan Yuzhong gritted his teeth. His heart sank as his angry and helpless face showed a hint of despair. "You are distracted." Suddenly, a black-robed Goo Immortal appeared behind him. Chan Yuzhong was shocked, quickly retreating as he created some distance. The mysterious Goo Immortal remained on the spot, stretching out his right arm while his palm was aimed at Chan Yuzhong. "This distance is enough now. Have a taste of my soul suction immortal Goo's power." Chan Yuzhong's movements froze. His body turned stiff as his soul shook. It was like there was a huge force trying to pull his soul out of his body. Oh no! Chan Yuzhong was shocked. Ordinary defensive measures could not defend against such soul path methods. He tried to stabilize his soul, momentarily going into a deadlock with the mysterious black-robed Goo Immortal. "Quickly assist me," the black-robed Goo Immortal said. The moment he said that, Hei Chang and Shui Songzi flew towards him, placing their arms on his shoulders. By surreptitiously using some Goo worms, all 3 of their souls worked together and formed an even greater force. Soul suction immortal Goo was used in this way. It was like drawing in a river, disregarding all other aspects. It was a direct contest between souls. At this moment, the black-robed Goo Immortal, Hei Chang, Shui Songzi collaborated. They had a huge advantage against Chan Yuzhong. "I am unresigned. I am full of hatred. Ah, let me go." Chan Yuzhong was unable to resist them. His soul was pulled out eventually, Without his soul to control it, his body fell downwards from the air rapidly, like a puppet with its strings cut. But soon after, Fairy Jiangyu caught it. She searched it and laughed. As expected, this fire path immortal goo is in Chanyu Zhong Air's blessed land. So your real motive was my fire path immortal goo. What do you guys actually want? Chanyu Zhong Air's soul was held by the black robe goo immortal. He continued to shout furiously. No, we did not lie to you. The sandalwood sacred elephant egg was also our target. But compared to the immortal goo, it is like the icing on the cake. Fairy Jiangyu smiled. Their scheme had succeeded, her mood was great. But just as she was about to continue speaking, her expression changed. Not only her, at the same time, even the black-robed goo immortal's hands shook. He was wearing a black robe, his head was covered by a huge hood, his face was shrouded in darkness. He said with a hoarse voice, Qin Baixing was ambushed, humph. So this swordmaster Yulan is an impostor. A goo immortal from Central Continent. Qin Baishang cannot be lost. Quickly go and save him, Fairy Jiangyu said anxiously, soaring away without any hesitation or pause. The black-robed goo immortal and He Lang Zi followed suit. Only Heichang and Xuesong Zi were left. Lord Heichang, do we follow? Xuesong Zi was hesitant. Heichang looked at the black-robed goo immortal and felt a lot of wariness. Not long ago, this person had appeared, showcasing many different methods. He had great power and had an extraordinary relation to Fairy Jiangyu. Xuesong Zi was hesitant. But was he, Heichang, any different? It seems that this black-robed goo immortal is also a member of Shadow Sect. He Lang Zi might be the same as us, being a collaborator. Shadow Sect and Central Continent's goo immortals. Heichang's gaze flickered, his body flew up in pursuit of Fairy Jiangyu and the others. Xuesongzi snorted coldly, he quickly followed them. Huff huff huff, Qin Baisheng breathed roughly. There were dozens of wounds on him, some were bleeding, some were so deep one could see bones, some of his skin had turned black, emitting a foul odor. As expected of a famous expert of Northern Plains, we attacked together and ambushed you, but you still managed to heavily injure 3 of us. Feng Jiuge crossed his arms as he watched, praising with a gaze of admiration. Northern Plains goo immortals truly have excellent battle strength. Your methods and ours seem to have little discrepancy, yet you manage to make such great battle results. Qin Baisheng, you are an outstanding person, give up and surrender. Our words earlier were truthful. As long as you tell us some people's identities, we will let you leave. There were Central Continent goo immortals all around Qin Baisheng. They opened their mouths as they urged him. Among them, Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui of Heaven's Envy Manor, as well as a young-looking goo immortal, Old Oracle from Ancient Soul Sect, were quite heavily injured. You want me to surrender? Qin Baisheng raised his eyebrows, spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Bah! Outsiders from another region infiltrating us in Northern Plains. Intruders. Tell you, we of Northern Plains are not cowards. Come at me if you have the guts. Don't worry, before I die, I will certainly drag one of you down with me. Feng Jiuge sighed helplessly. In that case, the rest of you can stand down. I will handle it myself. Qin Baishang's gaze was heavy as he stared at Feng Jiuge. He did not know who Feng Jiuge was, but he knew that he was the leader. During the battle earlier, he did not participate, he stood aloof. I will only use one move. If you can take it, I will let you leave. Feng Jiuge flew towards Qin Baisheng slowly. His expression was calm as he spoke lightly. One move. Hearing Feng Jiuge's words, Qin Baisheng laughed with a provoked tone. I have roamed the region freely for hundreds of years. I defeated Lu Hao, Chanyu Xiang, New Erdu, killed by Chanzi, Jade Fire Farmer, Mountain Lord Tian Qing, had a draw with Yuan Rangzun, and managed to escape with my life from 5 Elements Grandmaster. In the entirety of Northern Plains, only the 5 rank 8 goo immortals can defeat me easily. But to kill me, even they would not find it easy. There are very few rank 7 goo immortals that can rival me. You are also a rank 7 goo immortal. You want to defeat me in one move? Ha ha ha. Qin Baisheng laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with great confidence towards himself. Feng Jiuge's words indeed were greatly arrogant. At once, even the Central Continent goo immortals around him were starting to get worried. Feng Jiuge smiled lightly. He slowly narrated. When I was young, I loved music. When I started cultivating, I had a grand aspiration. That was to create a total of 9 songs, to express myself, to express all living beings, and to express heaven and earth. Up to this point, I have created 6 songs in total. If you can finish listening to this song of mine, then I will admit defeat and let you leave. Qin Baixing's laughter gradually came to an end. He had a serious gaze as he stared at Feng Jiugu unblinkingly. Looking at Feng Jiugu, who had an earnest tone and a smiling face, Qin Baixing felt an immense threat deep within himself. He thought for a moment and greeted Feng Jiugu solemnly. "I have not asked for your name yet." Feng Jiugu greeted back. "I am Feng Jiugu." Qin Baixing's expression changed. "So you are the number 1 person of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. No wonder." "Haha, in that case, let me see what you can do." Feng Jiugu's fighting prowess had long since been famous, even to a Northern Plains Gu immortal like Qin Baixing. The name and reputation were instantly recognizable. But after learning about Feng Jiugu's identity, Qin Baixing instead felt an immeasurable surge of battle intent within himself. "We are both rank 7 Gu immortal. What qualifications do you have to defeat the other Gu immortals in the 10 great ancient sects and become known as the strongest?" "I will see how strong you truly are." Feng Jiugu breathed in deeply, bowing slightly. "This song is known as Green Jade Song. Please enjoy it." The rest of the Central Continent Gu immortals backed off and created a wide open space for them. "Come!" Qin Baixing shouted. His gaze was like lightning as his battle intent rushed out. He was oozing with grandeur. "Snowy mountain blessed land. 3rd branch peak. Just now, this lucky escape was truly thanks to you. If old ancestor Shuihu found out, even I would not be able to preserve Little Land's life." In the secret room, Fairy Li Shan spoke to Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunsheng, expressing her gratitude. He Lulan was a crucial person in the collapse of Truyang Building. She was more important than Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Once she was discovered, the entire world of Gu immortals would hunt her down. The situation was really dangerous. "We were trying to guess why you missed the auction," Tai Baiyunsheng said while sighing. If He Lulan was discovered, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunsheng would be involved as well. The 3 of them were tied together on a string. "Oh!" Fairy Li Shan sighed. "I did not think that a dream realm could become a calamity. Do you have any ways to save Little Lan?" Tai Baiyunsheng shook his head, looking at Fang Yuan who was beside him. Fang Yuan said solemnly, "It's difficult. The dream calamity's target is He Lulan. Fairy Li Shan, you were only pulled in because you touched her. Thus, I just had to hurt you and make you feel pain. But He Lulan is deep inside the dream realm. Even if you kill her, she will not awaken." Fairy Li Shan's eyes shined with hope. "It's only difficult. That does not mean it is impossible, Fang Yuan. It seems you have a plan." Fang Yuan chuckled. "He Lulan is fortunate. I obtained a Gu in the auction that can form a Dream Path Killer move to resolve this problem. But to form the killer move, the core immortal Gu is not enough. I need the assistance of many mortal Gu." Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed, saying, "I can help with that. What refinement materials do you need to refine Gu? Just tell me. I can satisfy that request." But Fang Yuan shook his head. "These Dream Path Mortal Gu refinement materials can only be found in dream realms. Refining Dream Path Gu is different from other paths. The entire process needs me to execute it personally. So Dream Path has such specifications." Fairy Li Shan blinked. This was the first time she had heard such news. Dream Path Gu worms were different from Gu worms in other paths. One of the points was the refinement material. They were not material objects. They were obtained from inside dream realms. And the dream realm could only be of one's own dream, not others. Only the materials from one's own dream realm could refine these Dream Path Gu worms. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. Even though he developed slowly in Dream Path and had limited achievement, he still knew common knowledge like this. Currently, what was his common knowledge was now the most top-tier research results. The few forces treated them as their own treasures, sealing all the knowledge deeply. Because of the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fairy Li Shan did not doubt Fang Yuan's words. But deep inside, she saw Fang Yuan in a different light again. She knew some parts of Fang Yuan's experiences and circumstances, especially the Guts Gu trade. She obtained part of the profits. Fang Yuan is truly an impressive junior. It is almost as if he has a method to solve any problem. Earlier, he developed the Airsac Gu to hold the Guts Gu. Now, he even has such research in Dream Path. This is not something a lone cultivator can come up with. It seems his background is not simple after all. Fairy Li Shan was thinking over it when Fang Yuan spoke again. Fairy, you know that my nature is straightforward. I like to talk openly and not beat about the bush. If I can save you both, what compensation will I get? Fairy Li Shan's eyes rolled. She was long since familiar with Fang Yuan's personality. She was not surprised. She smiled. The favor of saving a life is as heavy as a mountain. Fang Yuan, how many immortal essence stones or immortal goo recipes do you want, or even immortal materials? Just tell me. Her tone was very courteous. After all, she was requesting his help. Fang Yuan raised his head. I do not want anything else. What I have in mind is He Lu Lan's self-strength goo and strength chi goo. 2 lives for 2 goo. Fairy Li Shan's smile vanished without a trace. These 2 immortal goo are Little Lan's core goo worms. A gentleman would not take what others love. Fang Yuan, this condition is a little too harsh. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Are both of your lives not even as valuable as 2 goo worms? That is not accurate. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. Even if we were discovered, only Little Lan would be in danger. I would be fine. In fact, when Little Lan gets into trouble, you two would be implicated too. We are on the same boat now. Helping us is also the same as helping yourselves. Fang Yuan smiled, nodding in agreement. Fairy makes perfect sense. I am full of admiration. Forget my previous condition. I will go prepare now. I promise you, within 3 to 5 years, I can surely save He Lu Lan. I have to go now. Saying this, Fang Yuan stood up and was ready to leave. Although the two had an agreement and he could not leave her in the lurch, they also made rules such that one side could not force the other to save them using the agreement. They had to come up with an appropriate arrangement regarding compensation. Fang Yuan was not abandoning her. He was just taking a bit of time. Thus, his actions were not against the alliance agreement. Fairy Li Shan felt a huge headache. She stood up and urged him, Wait, Fang Yuan, we can discuss this. What does Fairy have to enlighten me with? I am all ears. Fang Yuan's attitude was very modest. He spoke very humbly. Oh, Fang Yuan, don't act like this. These 2 strength path immortal goo do not belong to me. I cannot promise you anything. Fairy Li Shan sighed deeply as she said this. Fang Yuan showed an understanding expression. That's right, I find this condition overboard too. Pretend I never said it. Fairy is right, self-strength and strength chi are very important immortal goo to He Lu Lan. How can you decide for her? Never mind, we are allies. I will definitely help her. But you need to know, refining Dream Path goo worms is very troublesome because it takes a long time and I need to do a lot of preparation. During this period of time, Fairy can try to find other ways to save He Lu Lan. Although my method will definitely succeed, it will take a long time. In this time period, if He Lu Lan is discovered by others, that would be bad. But thankfully, Tai Bai Yunshang and I are in Central Continent. Even if anything happens to He Lu Lan, we will act as good allies and avenge her. These words made Fairy Li Shan roll her eyes in anger. Tai Bai Yunshang was laughing madly deep in his mind. He did not forget to add in, Speaking of the alliance, we have about 2 years left. Once the time is up, and He Lu Lan is still unconscious, how would we continue the agreement? Oh, this is a troublesome matter. Tai Bai Yunxing was a kind person, but when it came to key benefits, he had a firm attitude. He was not a pushover. You too. Fairy Li Shan was furious. He Lu Lan's identity was a secret. Even though He Cheng knew, he had his own motives and would not dare to expose He Lu Lan's identity. But because of this, Fairy Li Shan could not find helpers easily. Regarding Dream Path, most of the super forces had done their research and obtained some results, but they would not give it to Fairy Li Shan to save He Lu Lan. Thus, for the problem Fairy Li Shan was facing, the most likely possibility with an effective method was to rely on Fang Yuan. Regarding all of this, Fairy Li Shan was deeply aware. Seeing that Fang Yuan was unwilling to relent, she had no better option but to take a step back, breathing in deeply before saying, Never mind, maybe we simply had bad luck. I will do it your way, to Immortal Goo. But you can only pick either one of self-strength and strength chi. I can take responsibility for this much in regards to Little Lan. The other Immortal Goo will be provided by me. I'll speak the truth. This is my limit. Don't force me any further. Tai Bai Yunsheng was moved, gasping, He Lulan is truly blessed to have Fairy as her aunt. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly, looking at Fang Yuan. She knew that although Tai Bai Yunsheng was Fang Yuan's senior brother, Fang Yuan was the leader between them. To save He Lulan, she needed Fang Yuan to help. Fang Yuan thought about it. He knew that although he could continue forcing her, that would cause their relationship to be greatly damaged. The amicable atmosphere that he had created earlier by splitting the profits with them would be completely ruined. Although self-strength and strength chi were two excellent gu, Fang Yuan had obtained several strength path immortal gu. He no longer had such an urgent need for them. Alright, I will listen to Fairy. I have always been interested in Fairy's mountain pledge gu. Fang Yuan spoke with a smile. What, you want mountain pledge gu? Fairy Li Shan stared with wide-opened eyes. Her expression was furious. Mountain pledge immortal gu was extremely important. It was Fairy Li Shan's source of revenue. The saying goes, ruining a person's wealth is akin to killing their parents. It would mean deep hatred. Not only this, mountain pledge immortal gu was the reason why Fairy Li Shan could make connections everywhere and work with gu immortals from the righteous and demonic paths in northern plains without much trouble. Once she lost mountain pledge gu, Fairy Li Shan's advantage would disappear. Fang Yuan laughed, waving his hand. It is a joke. A joke. Don't mind it. Of course he knew of the importance of mountain pledge immortal gu. He was only probing her just now. He did not think he would succeed. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, her tone turning cold. Fang Yuan, that joke was not funny at all. I have several immortal gu here, pick one of them as the compensation. As for the other half, little Lan will pass it to you when she wakes up. Fang Yuan was originally thinking about He Lu Lan's slavery immortal gu. But after seeing Fairy Li Shan's immortal gu, his eyes shined as he changed his mind. This immortal gu is not bad. I will choose it. Fairy Li Shan saw the immortal gu that Fang Yuan picked and she sighed in her mind, filled with a bitter feeling deep inside. She had just obtained this immortal gu. She had not even used it yet and Fang Yuan was already taking it away. This gu's name was Time Luck. It was a luck path and time path immortal gu. It consumed immortal essence and time to gain a boost in one's luck. Fairy Li Shan was very reluctant. She tried to explain to him, Fang Yuan, if you really want to choose this gu, I have some words for you. I obtained this time luck immortal gu as the payment from Qin Bai Sheng. If ordinary gu immortals use this gu, they will need to expend their own lifespan. But you are a zombie in a half-dead state, you cannot use this gu. You might as well choose another gu. Oh? So that's it, Fang Yuan showed some interest in his gaze. When gu immortals cultivate, they gained no lifespan during the process. In this world, ordinary people had approximately 100 years of lifespan. They would die of old age when they exceeded that. When gu masters became immortals, this time limit would not change. Only by using lifespan gu could they increase their lifespan without leaving behind any backlash. Other than that, there were methods like turning into a zombie, treatment, or the Inyang life extension method, possession, or to sleep for most of the time to reduce their expenditure. But these were all suboptimal methods that went against nature to extend their lifespan. Because of this, gu immortals treasured their lifespan more than gu masters. When Qin Bai Sheng held this auction, almost all of the heroes and experts in Northern Plains gu immortal world showed up. But even so, no lifespan gu were sold. In contrast, in auctions held by mortal gu masters, there were lifespan gu sold occasionally. This was understandable. When gu masters become immortals, they naturally would understand the difficulty of cultivating. It was not easy to become a gu immortal. They would even more treasure this feeling of being above mortal concerns, having such a high status and standard of living. As a result, they treasured their lives, often roaming the 5 regions. Unless there was a need, they likely would not live inside their grotto heaven or blessed land. Because the time flow in the grotto heaven or blessed land was faster, a gu immortal's limited lifespan would be expended even more quickly than if they were in the 5 regions. Mortal gu masters did not know how precious lifespan was. They would often use some forbidden techniques that expended their lifespan to raise their battle strength. The higher the rank one reaches, the broader their horizons, the more they treasured their life, and they would try all sorts of ways to extend their lifespan. For example, like First Gen Guyu and Century Boy. Such situations in regards to gu immortals were much more severe. This was like the contrast of rich and poor people. Ordinary people were busy trying to earn a living, they disregarded their health. Rich people, however, treasured their lives and paid great attention to sustaining their health. At the end of the day, it was not that rich people were superior to poor people. It was because of their circumstances and statuses that they could act and think differently. Fairy Li Shan was obviously a Gu Immortal. Time Luck Immortal Gu expended Immortal Essence and Lifespan to boost the user's luck. Since she took it, she naturally had a way to make up for this flaw. Fang Yuan was a shrewd person. He immediately guessed that Fairy Li Shan had such a crucial method. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan was looking at her with shining eyes. She knew that she could not hide it and said helplessly, "I will not hide it from you. I have a method to use Time Luck Immortal Gu as the core, to form an immortal killer move. It can draw upon another person's lifespan, expending it and amplify one's own luck." Fang Yuan had suffered at the hands of Luck Path before, but he had also benefited greatly from Luck Path. He immediately asked, "I wonder if Fairy may sell this immortal killer move to me?" "Don't even think about it." Fairy Li Shan replied extremely quickly. Fang Yuan knew this would happen. He was not upset. He laughed instead. "That being the case, I still want this immortal Gu." Fairy Li Shan's expression turned cold. "Fang Yuan, are you trying to ruin my plans?" "I would not dare to." Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He said with sincerity, explaining, "Even if you did not have this killer move, I would still choose this immortal Gu. The reason is solely because I obtained an improved Mortal Gu recipe of Inch of Time. Time Luck Immortal Gu needs an immortal killer move and time to activate. If I use Inch of Time, I might be able to replace it as the expenditure and prevent my lifespan from being affected." "Is that so?" Fairy Li Shan was stunned. She did not know this. Tai Bai Yunxing chuckled, explaining for Fang Yuan, "When we bought this Gu recipe, we did not think that Fairy would have Time Luck Immortal Gu. It seems that we can fortunately coordinate them together." Regarding this matter, Tai Bai Yunxing had the right to speak. He was a Time Path Gu Immortal. Time Luck Immortal Gu and Inch of Time were both Time Path Gu worms. Since he had the feeling and predicted that these two Gu worms could coordinate, then that was probably going to work. Fairy Li Shan's expression relaxed, but her tone was still stiff. "Even in that case, to think of a brand new immortal killer move using Time Luck Immortal Gu and Inch of Time as the foundation will be a huge project. Why don't you leave the Time Luck Immortal Gu with me first, and I will use the immortal killer move to improve your luck? Isn't that a better result?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, immediately replying, "Precisely because you have the immortal killer move, we thought about the method to use Time Luck and Inch of Time. We can also lend the Time Luck Immortal Gu to you, Fairy. At that point, you can activate the immortal killer move and improve our luck. That works the same." Fairy Li Shan's expression froze. She thought, "Immortal Gu are unique. If Time Luck Immortal Gu is in your hands, you hold the initiative. Who knows what will happen in the future? The Snowy Mountain Alliance has a time limit. Whether we continue it or not is unknown. If we become enemies, would you lend the Time Luck Immortal Gu to me?" As Fairy Li Shan thought of this, she understood. Wasn't her worry exactly what Fang Yuan was concerned about? If Time Luck Immortal Gu was in her hands, and she had the immortal killer move, she would hold the initiative. In the future, if the alliance expired, even if she helped Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing improve their luck, wouldn't she be the one deciding on the price? Fang Yuan. This lad is tough to deal with. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth secretly, regretting her decision to take out Time Luck Immortal Gu. Her plan was to use Time Luck Immortal Gu and this immortal killer move to create a new source of revenue. Improving the luck of other Gu immortals would definitely be a popular service. But He Lulan was stuck in the dream realm, and Fairy Li Shan needed their help. Since she was unwilling to allow both Strength Path Immortal Gu to fall into Fang Yuan's hands, she was in a passive spot. Even though Fairy Li Shan had a huge network, He Lulan's identity could not be exposed. She could only rely on Fang Yuan's help, thus he had her firmly in his grasp. Fang Yuan saw the chance and extorted her. This was a ruthless blow. He struck at the crucial part and bit off a huge chunk of flesh. Forget about it. With Fang Yuan's craftiness, if I did not take out Time Luck Immortal Gu, he might not want the other Immortal Gu. Even if he wanted both Strength Path Immortal Gu, what could I do? Can I let little Lan remain in the dream realm forever? Little sister left behind a familial emotion along with a large amount of green grape immortal essence. They are still in Little Lan's immortal aperture. That was the reason why little Lan was able to use immortal goo when she was immortal. However, with this dream realm calamity, the familial emotion has instead made it even stronger. With such a close relationship, the dream realm cannot be broken. It is grasping little Lan tightly and preventing her from escaping. As time passes, her soul might disappear. Fairy Li Shan's side, Feng Yuan was her only hope now. She was an astute person, she had her own plans and did not expose He Lu Lan's secret of having Su Xian Heir's familial emotion. She did not lie, she just hid it from them. In the future, even if Feng Yuan could not save He Lu Lan, because of the agreement he had to find a new method. One could say, no matter the results, Fairy Li Shan had Feng Yuan on their side. At least, when it came to saving He Lu Lan, they were in agreement. Thinking of this, Fairy Li Shan had to let go despite her reluctance. She allowed Feng Yuan to take time luck immortal goo. This transaction ended with both sides fulfilling their own needs. Feng Yuan used the chance to extort 2 immortal goo because it happened to suit his new plans. It could be said that he greatly profited. But he had not found out Fairy Li Shan's true bottom line. In truth, even if Feng Yuan wanted the 2 strength path immortal goo, it was not impossible. But Fairy Li Shan's acting was impeccable. Feng Yuan could not probe her true bottom line. Meanwhile, Fairy Li Shan paid 2 immortal goo to break free of the dream realm and save their lives. Their lives were naturally more valuable than the immortal goo. Thus, they formed a new agreement and completed this transaction. Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunshang immediately returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, trying to refine the various dream path mortal goo, to form the immortal killer move and save He Lu Lan. Meanwhile, Fairy Li Shan rushed to the first peak of Snowy Mountain. There, old ancestor Shui, who had already gathered most of the demonic path goo immortals and had urged Fairy Li Shan multiple times already. Before going, Fairy Li Shan said with a look of concern, urging Feng Yuan, I am only leaving little Lan here temporarily. The 3rd peak is not safe. Feng Yuan, I hope you can do your best. The longer this drags on, the more dangerous it gets. If little Lan is in trouble, you will not be safe either. Feng Yuan activated fixed immortal travel, returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But at the same time, at a certain battlefield in northern plains, a fight was coming to an end. The victor had been decided. More than 10 goo immortals surrounded the 2 people at the center. Qin Baisheng landed on the ground, bending his back as he pushed his knees upwards, preventing himself from kneeling down. He was no longer in the previous bold and heroic state. Even his intense battle intent earlier had dissipated. It had completely transformed into shock and dejection. This immortal killer move is called Green Jade Song? Qin Baisheng raised his head and looked at Feng Jiugu, speaking as he spat out blood. His blood was no longer red. It had turned into an eerie green. As the green blood was spat out, it solidified rapidly, turning into beads of jade pearls while falling to the ground. These jade pearls collided with the ground and emitted a crisp sound. The surroundings within a huge area had completely been turned into a domain of jade. The soil on the ground used to be extremely ordinary, but now it had been turned entirely into green jade. Not just that, the reeds on the ground had also become jade-like objects. As the wind blew, the jade stems swayed with the wind, as the reed leaves shook slightly. Meanwhile, there was a jade will emitting from Qin Baisheng's body. Not only were his clothes turned into jade, half of his hair had turned jade too. Even most of his skin had frozen into jade. The blood in his body could not flow smoothly. There was the contaminated jade blood in his body. Qin Baisheng was now trying to get them out of his body. Thankfully, his organs and intestines were protected by his defensive immortal killer move. They managed to resist the Green Jade Song. After personally witnessing the process of Qin Baisheng losing to one attack, the remaining central continent Gu immortals had a grim expression. Their gazes towards Feng Jiugu were full of wariness. Feng Jiugu floated in the air, looking at Qin Baisheng as he said with a tone of admiration, "That's right, this is my own creation, Green Jade Song. It can convert everything into jade. You were able to resist it for 15 minutes, that is very rare. All right, you are truly strong and courageous. It is too much of a pity if you die here. Searching your soul is too disrespectful too. How about this? I will ask you a few questions, just answer me truthfully." The central continent Gu immortals heard Feng Jiugu's words and felt some surprise. This was not in line with their earlier plans. Lord Feng Jioge. Qin Baisheng is a Northern Plains expert. If you let him go so easily, you might be leaving behind a future danger. This person could resist Green Jade's song for 15 minutes. He is a strong adversary and a lone cultivator. Why don't we? Everyone spoke out, hoping that Feng Jioge would kill Qin Baisheng. On one hand, they were wary of his battle strength, but on the other hand, they were coveting Qin Baisheng's great wealth. Qin Baisheng was one of the biggest winners in the auction. To make a comparison, the total amount of immortal materials that Feng Yuan obtained after selling all of the Gu immortal captives was less than 1% of his earnings. But Feng Jioge waved his hand. I have already made up my mind. There is no need to say anything else. Old Oracle, I will need you to use the killer move, Gentleman's Bamboo. Facing Feng Jioge's firm attitude and insistence, the Central Continent Gu immortals were silent. The Green Jade battlefield in front of them was the greatest deterrence. They were all experts of the 10 great ancient sects, but they had all found out now that they could not even take one attack from Feng Jioge. If they swapped places with Qin Baisheng, they would end up in an even poorer state. Feng Jioge's strength was so great that all the Gu immortals here lost their vigor. Qin Baisheng had lost his battle intent, while the Central Continent Gu immortals were thinking. No wonder Feng Jioge was acknowledged to be at first place in Central Continent. 6 songs meant 6 immortal killer moves. Green Jade's song was only one of them. With such battle strength, he was simply terrifying. Even against a rank 8 Gu immortal, he might not be inferior. The young-looking Wisdom Path Gu immortal that was called by Feng Jioge was from ancient soul sect of Central Continent. He breathed in deeply, walking out towards the center of the battlefield. He stretched out his fist from his wide sleeve, opening his 5 fingers as a colorless crystal bamboo grew out of his palm. My immortal killer move, Gentleman's Bamboo, uses the rank 6 immortal Gu Bamboo Gentleman as the core, with 660 mortal Gu complementing it. It is used specially for detecting lies. Even though the core immortal Gu is rank 6, this killer move can work against rank 7 Gu immortals. But against rank 8, it will not be effective. Old Oracle's explanation sounded modest, but it was actually a threat to Qin Baisheng to not play any tricks. Qin Baisheng's expression was very ugly. He understood what Old Oracle was trying to say. I lost to one move, Feng Jioge. You are really amazing. My skill was inferior. I admit my defeat. Ask away. But you can only ask 3 questions. Qin Baisheng said. You. A few Central Continent Gu immortals were unhappy. They frowned as they emitted killing intent. Feng Jioge smiled. No problem. 3 questions are enough. Ask quickly. I have no time to waste. Qin Baisheng spat out the last mouthful of jade blood, regaining a bit of his grandeur. The first question, who is the person who sold these immortal Gu? Delight in water and mountain and worldly wave trace? Qin Baisheng was stunned. He imagined Feng Yuan's appearance, feeling sour and bitter within. Sha Huang. Oh Sha Huang. You were the one who brought harm to your brother. Thoughts flashed across his mind as Qin Baisheng replied plainly without hesitating. This seller is called Sha Huang. He is an immortal zombie. Sha Huang. Immortal zombie. Feng Jioge muttered. Continue speaking. Qin Baisheng continued. I only met this person recently, because I used my rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu and saw that this person's luck was greater than normal. I befriended him. This person has a mysterious origin. It seems he has a backer. In this auction, he sold 13 Gu immortal captives. Among them, there was a rank 7 Gu immortal, Rushing Thunderhand Wu Hao. Furthermore, he has a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan. That is all I know. Once he said that, Qin Baisheng's body shook as his skin burst open. Blood poured out like a fountain with no sign of stopping. Qin Baisheng growled in pain, concentrating as he activated his healing immortal Gu. After a dozen breaths, he stabilized his injuries, but the pain was too unbearable. His body was still shivering slightly. This was due to the previous alliance agreement. Now that he leaked the information, he had broken the agreement and was facing an intense backlash. His life was in danger. Feng Jioge looked at Qin Baisheng, then turning around to look at Old Oracle. The colorless bamboo in Old Oracle's hands was swaying without a trace of a change in color. This proved that Qin Baishang's words were all truthful. Thus, Feng Jiuge continued to ask, "The second question is regarding the collapse of 88 Truyang Building. Tell me all that you know." Qin Baishang heard this and his expression became very ugly. An hour later, the central continent Gu immortals watched as Qin Baishang flew into the sky, becoming a small black dot as he vanished from their vision. One of them was not satisfied. "Lord Feng Jiuge, are we really letting him off? He has so many immortal Gu with him. He even has almost half of the immortal materials traded in the auction." Feng Jiuge shook his head. "It is not that I do not want to strike, but I found out that he has a method to detonate his soul. Just the aura of it alone is terrifying. If we force him, he will probably drag a few of you down with him. By then, our plan to get information would fail." "It's actually like this?" The Gu immortals were uncertain. Feng Jiuge said with deep meaning, "Look at this colorless crystal bamboo, you can tell if I lied." Everyone kept quiet. Old Oracle smiled sheepishly, retracting his immortal killer move. He changed the subject. "Thanks to Lord Feng Jiuge, we obtain these clues. It will really help in deducing the true culprit." Feng Jiuge nodded. "We will split into two groups now. One will protect Old Oracle and let him deduce in peace. The other will follow me and go to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, finding out news about Shahuang. If Shahuang is a member inside Zombie Alliance, we will capture him on the spot. That would be the best outcome." The central continent Gu immortals listened to him. They split into two groups and retreated rapidly. 15 minutes later, several blurry silhouettes landed here. How can this be? Looking at the green jade field in front of them, He Lang Zi could still sense the power of this killer move. Wariness flashed in his eyes. "Oh no! Qin Baishang was ambushed. They have already fought." He Chang had rich experience. His expression sank when he saw this. Fairy Jiangyu quickly took out a set of investigative Gu. After checking, she let out a breath of turbid air. Thankfully, even though they fought, Qin Baishang was not captured. He has already escaped in that direction. Fairy Jiangyu's investigative method made He Cheng and Shuesong Zi gasp in shock in their minds. When the central continent Gu immortals left, they had erased all of their traces, but when Fairy Jiangyu used her method, she managed to expose more than 10 Gu immortal auras. These auras all differed. They were in all kinds of sizes. Among them, the aura that Feng Jiuge left behind was the largest, far greater than the rest. Qin Baishang managed to escape from the ambush of more than 10 Gu immortals? Shuesong Zi was surprised. "We are only 5 people. How can we trap Qin Baishang?" "Don't worry, I have a method," the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal said in a hoarse voice. Fairy Jiangyu retrieved her Gu worms. She showed an anxious expression. "Go, in that direction. Let's chase him. Langya blessed land. What a huge piece of spiky metal. Wow, 1,500 kilograms of death water. These are actually jadewood eggs. Wow. So many. Feng Yuan, you are so crafty and scheming. You did not disappoint me at all." Langya land spirit looked at the mountain of immortal materials, while having a joyous expression mixed with pain. Not only were the quality of the immortal materials in front of him good, they were huge in quantity. The land spirit was pleased. But when he thought about the 4-6 split between him and Feng Yuan, he felt bitter deep inside. Those 13 Gu immortal captives were all from Langya land spirit's work. But now Feng Yuan was gaining a huge profit from them. He felt very uncomfortable. "Actually, if you want the immortal materials, it is not impossible," Feng Yuan said. Langya land spirit stared with his eyes wide open. He was not happy. Instead, he showed intense alertness. "Rascal, what scheme are you up to now?" He was scared of falling into Feng Yuan's trap. "You have a lot of hairy men in your blessed land. They are raised well and are good at refining Gu. But mine are quite inferior. I have a lot of mortal Gu to refine. Help me refine these Gu and I'll pay for it using immortal materials. Don't be afraid, this is a fair trade," Feng Yuan said warmly. Langya land spirit's eyes rolled. Without thinking for too long, he agreed. "All right, since I often help that Inkman lad anyway, I'll take your business too." Hu immortal blessed land. A crystal mountain stood high at the center of Hu immortal blessed land. It was recorded in The Legends of Renzu Dang Hun Mountain. Feng Yuan was hovering above Dang Hun Mountain in his original form, with a height of 6 meters, a green face with sharp fangs, imposing build and 8 monstrous arms. However, when compared to Dang Hun Mountain, he was minuscule like an ant. Fong Yuan's eyes let out bright light as he looked at Danghun Mountain below him, and suddenly gave a shout, "Pulling Mountain!" Next moment, a formless, majestic force erupted from within him and moved towards Danghun Mountain. Fong Yuan opened up his 8 arms in an embracing pose, as if he was hugging a giant object. He gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength, like he was lifting a very heavy item. Rumble. At first, the sound was only a slight noise. But soon, the sound kept on increasing till the surroundings started to tremor slightly. The object that was causing the sound was Danghun Mountain. Under the activation of Fong Yuan's immortal goo, this large crystal mountain began to slowly rise, leaving the ground. Fong Yuan gritted his teeth, the muscles in his 8 arms bulged up like lumps of rocks. Not only his arms, the muscles in his entire body were being exerted. Creaking noises started echoing from his body, with his bones being under extremely heavy pressure. With his great efforts, Danghun Mountain was lifted higher, gradually rising 5 to 6 inches from the ground. Hu Immortal Land Spirit was watching this with a shocked expression, with her mouth slightly agape. Rise! Fong Yuan wanted to properly test the immortal goo, and did not stop even at this stage. Rays of light started to gradually shine from his body. These rays were all over his whole body, but were not close together and looked extremely sparse. The rays of light started getting brighter. At the same time, the speed at which Fong Yuan raised Danghun Mountain was also becoming faster. At first, the mountain was only raised by inches, now it was ascending foot by foot. While activating the immortal goo pulling mountain, Fong Yuan observed his body as well. These shiny rays of light on his body were strength path Dao marks. Strength path Dao marks covered his whole body without any particular order. Some got entangled and gathered into one ray, while some occupied certain parts of his skin by themselves. I activated the immortal goo pulling mountain with all my strength, and the strength path Dao marks on me resonated with the immortal goo. The power of the immortal goo did not change, but I could bring out close to 20% more strength from this resonance. Fong Yuan persisted for a while longer until all the bones on his body started cracking. Danghun Mountain was lifted to a height of 200 to 300 feet. Before he slowly placed it back down, the enormous and heavy mountain landed on the ground, producing a reverberating noise, like that of muffled thunder, and raising a billowing wave of dust. Fong Yuan breathed roughly, his whole body was worn out and limp, there were many injuries to his muscles as well. However, a few breaths later, with an immortal zombie's powerful regenerative ability, all his injuries, whether they were in bones or muscles, recovered rapidly. Fong Yuan's breathing stabilized. He slowly closed his eyes, meticulously recalling the sensation from just earlier, while still hovering in the air. Before using the strength path immortal goo pulling mountain, Fong Yuan had gone through many kinds of deductions. Now that he was using it, his understanding was deepened. After all, true knowledge was derived from practice. Ever since I became a strength path goo immortal, there has been no increase in the strength path Dao marks on my body. Thus, even after using all my effort and under the resonance of strength path Dao marks, I could only increase my power by close to 20%. Activating pulling mountain immortal goo will continuously consume immortal essence. Just this period of time already used up 3 beads of my green grape immortal essence. The consumption seems very high, but considering that the target was Danghun Mountain, it is not much. Danghun Mountain was a wondrous place that could produce guts goo. It was unique in the entire 9 heavens and 5 regions. Not even Snowy Mountain could match the value of such a precious treasure. Based on this, Fong Yuan speculated that it would be much easier for him if he pulled other ordinary mountain ranges compared to Danghun Mountain. Pulling mountain is good. After a while, Fong Yuan opened his eyes and softly praised, extremely satisfied deep inside. No mountains were easy to pull or move. Trees had tree roots while mountains had mountain roots. If they were casually moved, the roots could be broken and result in their destruction. According to theory involving Qi path, the whole world constituted of heaven and earth Qi. The 2 Qi converged, freely and unceasingly, forming all kinds of natural landscapes. For instance, wind, rain, thunder and lightning were caused by abundant heaven Qi mixed with occasional earth Qi. Mountains and hills were the condensation of earth Qi with a bit of heaven Qi blended in. Destruction was always much easier than construction. Mountains and rivers were easy to destroy, but could not be easily shifted. Mountain roots were connected to the earth, interlinked by earth chi. The earth chi was like the foundation of a tall building. If the mountain was forcibly pulled, it could directly break the earth chi and destroy the mountain. However, pulling mountain had a mysterious ability of directly breaking the connection with the earth chi without damaging the body of the mountain. After the mountain was placed down, it could connect with the earth chi again. This was not something achievable through ordinary methods. Pulling mountain, pulling water. Let's try the strength path Immortal Gu next. Fang Yuan left Dang Hun Mountain, and with little Hu Immortal's help he instantly arrived at the Blessed Land's eastern area, hovering in front of a lake. The eastern part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land was covered in lakes of all sizes. It was the result of Fang Yuan linking the east and the north, using water to extinguish fire in the past. At that time, countless rockmen had been sacrificed. Now, the lakes here were supporting the habitats of large amounts of blue jade carps, many air bubble fishes, and a few water wolf groups. Above the lakes, there were many dark clouds linked continuously. Large numbers of star fragment grass were planted on the dark clouds, forming grasslands in the sky. In the grasslands, groups of starlight fireflies were fluttering about. Among the ordinary firefly groups, there was a higher than average proportion of starlight firefly goo mixed in them. Thus, although there were thick dark clouds over the eastern part of the Hu Immortal Blessed Land, starlight shined brightly all over the area. In the sky was a grassland of starry clouds, while on the ground were lakes spread all over, sparkling and reflecting the starlight. Fang Yuan flew above the largest lake, activating pulling water Immortal Gu. A similar formless force penetrated into the lake. Fang Yuan slowly raised two hands, and immediately with a splashing sound, large amounts of lake water were lifted into the air. Compared with pulling Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan felt that pulling the lake water here was as easy as picking up paper. There was an enormous difference between the two. The lake water state was still the same as before with no change. Large numbers of fish, shrimps, eels and turtles were freely moving around inside. It was only that they were not able to swim beyond the periphery. A formless force held up the lake water in place of the lake shore. Underneath the floating lake, the bottom of the lake had completely dried up, without a trace of water left behind. Large amounts of water plants were piled up on the lake bed, along with stones, shells, and so on. Fang Yuan moved his 10 fingers in different ways, causing the formless force to change. The giant lake water was like a piece of muddy clay that allowed Fang Yuan to mold it according to his will. Occasionally, it took a form of a long strip of dough, round like a ball another time, and the next moment it was finely molded into a hexahedron. After transforming it for a while, Fang Yuan stopped moving his fingers before exerting the thoughts in his mind. The lake water shook non-stop, displaying all sorts of weird and strange shapes, like a deer flying, a cloud moving. But regardless of the changes, the fish groups and other living beings inside were covered by the formless force, unable to get out. Nice, nice. Little Hu Immortal, who was watching from the side, laughed joyfully with bright eyes. Tai Bai Yun Shang was also watching, and heaved a sigh. Moving mountains and overturning rivers, it truly is the sight of an immortal's power. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved again, and the enormous lake water slowly and gently landed back into the lake. Fang Yuan retrieved the formless force, stopping pulling water Immortal Gu. This lake was restored to its previous state, but there were waves churning on the surface of the lake, lasting for a long while. These two strength path Immortal Gu have specific forces. One is targeted at mountain ranges, while the other is for water. If used with kind intentions, one can bring in rain and move mountains to open a path. If used with malicious intention, mountains can capsize and giant waves could rise up to the sky. Fang Yuan inwardly praised. This was the battle strength of Gu Immortals. They could directly steamroll through mortal Gu masters like crushing ants. I obtained 2 Gu and my battle strength immediately rose explosively. But to integrate them in my immortal killer move Myriad Self won't be an easy matter. I will definitely need time and effort. Unlike the Immortal Gu, Self-Strength and Strength Chi, which can almost directly merge with Myriad Self because Myriad Self's concept matches with them. Designing a killer move was not simple. The Lightning Path Gu Immortal Vicious Lightning Fiend had gone into secluded cultivation for several years before he was able to draw references from the blood deity Immortal Goo recipe to create the killer move, Lightning Deity. He Lulan already had the mortal killer move Self-Strength Phantom. Even with this foundation, making it an immortal killer move was difficult. She had been trying so hard at it, but still had little success. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had created blood path killer moves, and it was a result from racking his brains, spending long periods of time and making painstaking efforts. Fang Yuan still did not have any clue on how to merge these two strength path immortal goo into myriad self. But he was not worried and was even confident. One part of this confidence came from his strength path attainment. More of it came from his incomparable confidence in rank 9 wisdom goo. The light of wisdom could produce unlimited inspiration. This was a supreme tool in deducing goo recipes, immortal goo recipes, mortal killer moves, and many other things. Looking back at this auction, Fang Yuan lost worldly wave trace, rising azure cloud, delight in water and mountain, and gained iron crown eagle strength, pulling mountain, pulling water, eat strength and unravel mystery. Every goo was good, the main matter was whether they suited oneself. Fang Yuan's battle strength had increased by a very large scale with this auction. Junior brother, you gained a lot in this auction. When you completely process them, your battle strength will surely increase by several times. Tai Bai Yunxing slowly flew over, praising Fang Yuan happily. Fang Yuan nodded. Right? I now have a desolate beast bat corpse and can add in the third pair of bat wings. Eat strength immortal goo and iron crown eagle strength goo can be used to cultivate, increasing the strength path Dao marks in my body. The more Dao marks there are, the more power I can bring out when I use strength path immortal goo. There is also inch of time, memory thought goo, malicious thought goo and others which I need to urgently produce in large numbers. I have to combine the complete unfamiliar face and the incomplete vaguely familiar face to design an entirely new method of disguise. There is much work to be done and they all need to be carried out. In the coming days, Fang Yuan was definitely going to be extremely busy. But this was a good thing. The auction was an excellent opportunity which Fang Yuan tightly grabbed onto and made the best use of, bringing progress in more or less every aspect. Tai Bai Yun Shang reminded, don't forget your agreement with Fairy Li Shan. The main task is to refine Dream Path Mortal Goo to form the Immortal Killer move which can awaken He Lulan. I understand this. You should go to Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunxing smiled. Shark Demon has already urged me several times over these last days. Junior brother, if there is anything, just notify me and I will immediately return. Fang Yuan frowned. Be careful. We have revealed many things in this auction. Also, Ma and Zhao have fallen into the hands of others. This is not good for us. At this moment, he was still not aware that his immortal zombie Sha Huang identity was already exposed. Amidst the light drizzle, Qingmao Mountain appeared even greener than usual. Fang Yuan sat in his room, facing his younger brother Fang Zheng. Brother, why are you still so stubborn? Uncle and aunt had raised us with great difficulty these last years. Yet you reported them to the elders. This is really an ungrateful act. Fang Zheng puffed up his chest, standing in front of Fang Yuan as he scolded with a righteous tone. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. His gaze was cold as ice as he looked around, thinking, this dream realm is very realistic. Soon after, he inspected his body, seeing that in his rank 3 aperture, he had liquor worm, all-out effort goo and others. Fang Yuan's mind settled. He thought, this body's cultivation level is the same as before the 3 Kings' blessed land time period. At this time, Fang Zhang said with agitation, right now, there is still some time before the elders' trial. It is still possible for brother to withdraw your case. If you really put up a case against them, your reputation will be ruined. Everyone will look down on you. I will not acknowledge you as my brother. Fang Yuan chuckled. He stood up and walked towards Fang Zhang. Fang Zhang took a step back. Brother, what are you trying to do? Seeing him like this, Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of disgust in his heart. This is the dream realm's entanglement. Fang Yuan knew this in his heart. He held in his disgust as he walked past Fang Zhang, walking out of the door. Brother! Fang Zhang turned around, grabbing Fang Yuan's arm. Fang Yuan could not enter or leave. He turned around and looked at his brother. The sense of disgust deep inside was growing. He had an urge to give Fang Zhang a slap before moving away. But Fang Yuan became calmer. He grabbed Fang Zheng's arm as he exerted strength, attempting to free himself. But soon after, Fang Zheng's other arm grabbed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he raised his leg, kicking Fang Zheng onto the ground. Fang Zheng was sent crashing onto the ground. He could not get up for the time being. Fang Yuan was freed and turned around, taking large steps and walking out of the door. The moment he left, the scene in front of him changed. He was in the Guyu clan's discussion hall. The elders were all seated on the 2 rows at the sides. The clan leader was at the center, looking down at Fang Zheng and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan inspected himself, finding that he was kneeling on the ground along with Fang Zheng beside him. Fang Yuan was fully aware. He knew that when he kicked Fang Zheng earlier, his emotions had been moved and it caused the dream realm's entanglement to become stronger. Previously it was the first scene, it was just a room with 2 people. But now in the discussion hall it was larger than the room, and there were around 10 people. Most of their faces were blurry, only Fang Zheng's face was clearly visible. Fang Yuan looked around. He only gazed at the clan leader for a short period of time before his face suddenly became clearer. Fang Yuan quickly looked away, not daring to keep gazing. The longer he looked, the more his memories would be pulled out, and the more realistic the dream realm would be. The bigger problem was getting his emotions involved. The moment emotions he invested, he would fall further into the dream realm's entanglement. Fang Yuan did not have any dream path immortal goo to help him. If he lost himself in the snare, it would be hard for him to free himself. Where is the goo refinement material in the dream? Don't tell me it is not in this second scene. But the third. Fang Yuan looked around as he searched, but there was no result. Just as he was thinking, the clan leader spoke. Soon afterwards, a clan elder stood out and announced to everyone that Fang Yuan was suing his aunt and uncle for trying to embezzle his parents' inheritance. Fang Zheng was the witness, speaking for his uncle and aunt. As Fang Yuan listened to them, the disgust and hatred deep inside him grew. Even a sense of anger was hidden within. As the elders spoke, they were all siding with Fang Zheng. They did not treat Fang Yuan well at all. Fang Yuan's situation was getting more dangerous, but he still remained extremely calm. He paid careful attention to these emotions deep within himself. He was sneering in disdain at them from beginning to end. The accused may enter now. At this moment, the clan leader spoke. Uncle and aunt appeared. They had an angry expression. The moment they spoke, they chided Fang Yuan, saying that he had an unfilial attitude. They said that this was completely a baseless accusation. There was no such thing. But all of the elders believed their words, smiling coldly at Fang Yuan. We will give you one last chance. Do you have anything else to say? At the end, the clan leader opened his mouth, asking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan coldly smiled. This was the trap of the dream realm. Once he spoke and triggered his emotions, he would be in danger. Thus, he kept quiet and shook his head. The clan leader's expression changed. He sneered as he pointed. You are truly guilty. You have no words to rebuke us. I will now declare, you will return the 9-leaf vitality grass goo back to your uncle and aunt. The 9-leaf vitality grass appeared very fresh and lifelike. It was taken out of his aperture and handed to his uncle and aunt. Fang Zheng kowtowed continuously, Thank you Lord Clan Leader, thank you elders for your clear judgment. You protected my innocent uncle and aunt's reputation. Fang Yuan felt faint anger and sadness in his heart, but he controlled them. His gaze was shining. He stared at the 9-leaf vitality grass. The goo refinement material had appeared in the dream. It was this 9-leaf vitality grass. That really was full of hidden danger. The key item is involved in all sorts of ways to trigger my emotions. The more I focus on this dream material, the more my emotions would be drawn out. I would sink into the dream realm's entanglement. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan made a move, using his primeval essence and injecting them into his goo. Several strength path phantoms appeared, attacking his uncle and aunt. He took the 9-leaf vitality grass immediately, not staying afterwards, charging out of the door without hesitation. Scoundrel! The clan leader smiled in spite of his anger. He charged out as well. You dare to offend your seniors. You are too audacious. You deserve death. The elders shouted angrily, following the leader and chasing after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just stepped out of the door when the scene in front of him changed. He was in a cave with countless pale white bones around him. This reminded Fong Yuan of southern borders by Gu Mountain. Because of Grey Bone Scholar's inheritance, Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing worked together, eventually escaping by Gu Mountain and hiding from the assault of Bai clan. This was a vivid memory etched in the depths of his heart. The moment he had this recollection, the surroundings of the cave became clearer. They even changed and became exactly like Bai Gu Mountain back then. Fong Yuan was alerted. He stopped recalling his memories. At this moment, Guyu clan leader brought close to 10 clan elders, entering Fong Yuan's vision and chasing him. Fong Yuan quickly retreated. Once he died in the dream realm, his soul would take great damage, or he might even die because of the dream. In the 500 years of his previous life, who knows how many Gu masters fell into a dream realm's entanglement and lost their lives inside dream realms. According to Fong Yuan's soul foundation, death was not possible, but his soul could get heavily injured. Fong Yuan was not afraid of soul injuries because he was in control of the exclusive Guts Gu transaction. The problem was, if he left the dream realm due to injuries, the dream material that he had searched for with much difficulty would vanish. His work would be wasted. Fong Yuan did not want that. As Fong Yuan escaped, he checked the 9-leaf vitality grass goo in his pocket. The grass goo was realistic and lifelike. Fong Yuan had a sensation deep within himself, reminding him that this was a high-tier ingredient for refining dream goo. Fong Yuan moved about left and right, escaping into a small cave. He released a few goo worms as a danger detection method, before sitting on the ground and refining goo using the goo recipe in his memories. Halfway through the refinement, Fong Yuan was discovered by some pursuers. They blocked the only exit of the cave. Fong Yuan sighed helplessly. He activated several strength path beast phantoms and forced his way out. During the intense battle, he restrained his emotions and only forced them out, not killing them. A moment later, he found a second cave and entered it to refine goo again. This time, the refinement was even shorter. He only finished 30% before he was discovered by Fong Zheng. "He is here!" Fong Zheng shouted loudly. Fong Yuan snorted, kicking and sending Fong Zheng flying. At this time, an elder had arrived already, assaulting Fong Yuan from behind. Every time he got injured in the dream, it was a huge hit to his soul. Fong Yuan was in a dangerous situation. He turned around and summoned several beast strength phantoms, turning this elder who attacked him into meat paste. "Fong Yuan, you will die terribly." Before dying, this elder cursed as he shouted. His blurred face turned clearer, turning into the Academy Elder's appearance. Fong Yuan sighed deeply to himself. During the dangerous moment earlier, he was distracted and his control over his emotions weakened. It caused him to fall deeper into the dream. This was also the reason why he did not kill the pursuers all along. The dream scenario could go on endlessly. It could be said to be infinite. Even if Fong Yuan killed the pursuers, new ones would appear. Even if they did not appear, there would be new disturbances. Especially when he engaged in life and death brawls, he had to concentrate. His emotions were more likely to influence his actions. There were all sorts of dreams. They involved drawing out a person's emotions, so that they could not distinguish reality and illusions, eventually sinking into the dream realm's entanglement, unable to wake up. Thankfully, Fong Yuan had his previous life's experiences. Even though his achievement in the field of dream realms was pitiful, it was enough to deal with this. After getting rid of the pursuers, Fong Yuan came to a hall. It was exactly the same as the area where he refined bone-flesh unity goo. Here, Fong Yuan finally refined his dream path goo worm. As the pursuers came, Fong Yuan laughed as he muttered to himself, "Time to wake up." As he said this, the scene in front of him vanished and turned into pure darkness. Fong Yuan gradually opened his eyes. The darkness faded and turned into the scenery of Dang Hun Palace, just like before he entered the dream. Meanwhile, Fong Yuan was sitting on the bed, his arms grabbing at a space. It was the same as the motions of his arms in the dream. In the dream, he was grabbing the newly refined Dream Path Mortal Goo. Now that he was back in the real world, the Dream Path Mortal Goo vanished. Fong Yuan was not shocked. He checked inside his mind. In his mind, a Dream Path Mortal Goo was floating. The thoughts around it were like bubbles, popping and vanishing. The first Dream Path Mortal Goo is finally done. Fong Yuan smiled in satisfaction. Dream Path was different from other paths. The Mortal Goo did not have physical forms. They only existed in the mind. Only dream path immortal goo could turn from immaterial to solid. Scoundrel, where are you trying to run to? Dragon Commander Yicha led 3 immortal zombies as he flew in the air. They were very fast, as if like lightning. The person they were chasing was none other than Feng Jiogu. He disguised himself as an immortal zombie and tried to mix into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, but at the last moment he was blocked by the down-marked door at the discussion hall entrance. Because of this, the secret that he was not a Northern Plains immortal zombie was exposed, and Dragon Commander Yicha, one of the 3 leaders of Dark Flow Giant City, personally went after him. Suddenly, Feng Jiogu stopped his movements. He turned around and looked at the pursuers, smiling as he said, "Are you having a hard time chasing me? Why don't you stop? I just have a few questions. If you answer me truthfully, I might spare your lives." What? The immortal zombies flew into a rage. "Scoundrel, you will not be able to escape. You dared to scheme against us, worm," a brawny male immortal zombie said in a malicious tone. "There might be a trap." A female immortal zombie immediately used her investigative method, scanning the surroundings. Almost at the same time, the female immortal zombie's expression became stupefied. She screamed in shock. 3 Central Continent Goo immortals appeared. Together with Feng Jiogu, they surrounded the immortal zombies in a circle. Feng Jiogu laughed lightly. He got rid of his disguise and restored his original appearance. His rank 7 Goo immortal aura emanated with no room for doubt. The immortal zombies were all stirring anxiously. Rank 7 Goo immortals. Dragon Commander Yicha's face was grim. He tried to raise the morale. "So what if it is an ambush? We both have 4 people. The numbers are the same. You are a rank 7 Goo immortal, but I am also rank 7. Do not think that immortal zombies have low battle strength. We just refuse to do unnecessary battles normally. You Goo immortals from another region are really daring. You dare to target Northern Plains Zombie Alliance?" "Humph. That's right. Don't think I'm afraid of you. A battle it will be. You are all challenging our zombie alliance. Have you thought of the consequences?" The immortal zombies spoke. They were united as one. Feng Jiogu clapped as he smiled. "By now, your letter to request support should have reached Dark Flow Giant City through your blessed land. Right?" As he said that, the other 3 immortal zombies' facial expressions changed. Even Dragon Commander Yicha's gaze flickered. Immortal zombies were in an awkward state. If they could avoid battle, they would try to do so. This place was not far away from Dark Flow Giant City. Thus, the moment the Central Continent Goo immortals appeared, the 4 immortal zombies sent the information back. This was not because they were afraid of dying, but rather, why would they not ask for reinforcements if they could? The more people there were, the greater their advantage. Even if they battled intensely, they would suffer fewer losses, and the benefits after the battle would be higher. Those who could become Goo immortals were astute people. Even a battle maniac would not fight brainlessly. If that was really the case, even if they became a Goo immortal, they would not live long. Feng Jiogu looked at their expressions and cupped his fist as he praised. "Your esteemed alliance's Dao-marked door is truly impressive. I am full of admiration. Even though I have heard rumors about it, I wanted to try it for myself. But the Dao-marked door was left behind by a predecessor. Now that I am here, I have the confidence of taking all your lives before your reinforcements arrive. I am sure that you have already noticed, even though this area seems normal, it is a battlefield killer move, isolating us from the outside world. I'm afraid your letter will not reach the Alliance after all." The 4 immortal zombies' expressions changed again. Feng Jiogu sighed. His tone became more gentle. He spoke with a sense of sincerity that could move people. "I have a soul-searching method, but I do not have the intention to kill you. If you cooperate with me and speak the truth, I will let you off intact." "Humph, those are big words." "Let's see your methods first." Dragon Commander Yicha interjected during Feng Jiogu's words. If he continued speaking, the morale that he had built up might fall apart. Other immortal zombies might give up, but Dragon Commander Yicha had a high status. He had his concerns. If he gave in without even trying to fight, his reputation would be ruined. How would he command his subordinates in the future? How would he remain as one of the 3 leaders of Dark Flow Giant City? Dragon Commander Yicha charged out first. The 3 immortal zombies behind him split up, towards his left, behind him, and to the right, instantly forming a simple diamond formation. Feng Jiogu's smile was unchanged. Nevertheless, he retreated in relaxed fashion. His opponents were too weak. He did not have the desire to fight. From his left and right, two central continent goo immortals laughed and attacked from either side. An intense battle of 2 against 4 unfolded. The central continent goo immortals were having the upper hand, expanding their advantage as time passed. Even though Dragon Commander Yicha furiously roared all the while and fought back bravely, he could not reverse the situation. But from start to finish, the two battling central continent goo immortals did not lose control over the situation. After 15 minutes, Dragon Commander Yicha's face turned dark. He stopped the fighting. The other 3 immortal zombies had little battle intent remaining. They showed a faint expression of fear. What questions do you have as long as they do not infringe on the core benefits of my zombie alliance? Ask away. Dragon Commander Yicha said coldly. A wise man submits to circumstances. It is good that you have such an understanding. Feng Jiuji's smile became wider. He asked, I need to know about immortal zombie Sha Huang. Sha Huang. Dragon Commander Yicha was stunned. That immortal zombie who just joined. The female immortal zombie behind him said. Oh. Feng Jiuji's eyes flashed with joy. He asked earnestly, I would like to hear more. At almost the same time, another intense battle was coming to an end. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fairy Jiangyu and the others had injuries as they breathed heavily in a rough state. Humph. It was due to my inferior skills you captured me today. You are free to kill me at your own convenience. But if you want my immortal goo or immortal materials, you can keep dreaming. Trapped in the middle, Qin Baishang, who failed to escape, was bathed in blood as he maintained his final stance. Fairy Jiangyu smiled bitterly as she shook her head. Lord Vice Envoy, we would not dare to take your life. We have said it already, you are our leader. Humph. Qin Baishang's face was cold as ice. He was very alert. Nonsense. In order to obtain my immortal goo and immortal materials, you are making up such a terrible lie. Do you think I am a child? Lord Vice Envoy, you are a member of Shadow Sect. The reason why you cannot remember things is because your soul was modified. Fairy Jiangyu explained patiently. Bullshit. Qin Baishang rebuked angrily. Even if something was done to my soul, it is precisely my own soul. How can I not detect anything wrong? When you make a lie, try to ensure it's convincing. Fairy Jiangyu's smile became even more bitter. The black-robed goo immortal said, Lord Vice Envoy, think of this from another angle. We are not stupid. Why would we use this lie out of all excuses? The reason why your soul looks like it's unmodified is because we used our sect's supreme methods. Even a rank 9 goo immortal cannot find any issues with it. But there is a problem because the person himself cannot detect it due to the perfection of the modification. As time passes, he would become another person entirely. Lord, you had personally designed this plan from the beginning. I had warned you that this was dangerous. After all, Lord Envoy himself was a great example. But Lord was insistent on this. You said that to deceive the enemy, you need to deceive yourself. Inside the soul path immortal goo, your remnant soul is inside. As long as you fuse it into yourself, you will learn about the truth. Fairy Jiangyu said, taking out a soul path immortal goo. Qin Baishang looked at this immortal goo silently. Fairy Jiangyu continued, Actually, Lord Vice Envoy, you must have noticed. In the battle earlier, we did not use any fatal methods. Even when you injured us heavily, we did not have any intention to kill you. I'll give this immortal goo to you. You can inspect it yourself. The soul path immortal goo flew slowly, landing in front of Qin Baishang. She really gave it to him. Shuesong Zi, who was at the side, watched in shock. He Cheng was expressionless. He healed his injuries as he watched. Qin Baishang was extremely alert. He used many methods to inspect it. After confirming that the immortal goo had no issues, he placed it in his hands and looked into it mentally. Soon, he realized that there really was a lump of soul inside this immortal goo. Furthermore, this lump of soul vaguely seemed to have a close relationship with him. Qin Baishang hesitated for a moment before chuckling. He squeezed with his fingers and broke the immortal goo. Scoundrels. This method was your trump card, right? Even using all my knowledge and experience, I could not see any flaws, but your attempt to trap me, even with your glib tongues, will end in failure. This. Shuesongzi shouted reflexively. He felt heartache. This was an immortal goo. He actually destroyed it. He Cheng was a little surprised. Towards Qin Baishang's action, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This was absolute self-confidence that could allow this action of his. Even in a desperate situation, Qin Baishang's confidence towards himself had never wavered. He Cheng thought to himself, if it were him, facing such words from his enemies, what would he choose to do? Lord Vice Envoy Yu, the black-robed Gu Immortal shouted. He became anxious. How will we salvage this now? No worry. Fairy Jiang Yu's lips curled up. As expected, Lord Vice Envoy understands yourself best. If this was any other place, when the immortal Gu was destroyed, the soul would dissipate. But thankfully, we spent a lot of effort and moved you here. Humph. Where are we now? Qin Baisheng shouted as he asked. The surrounding fog was thick. As Fairy Jiangyu waved her sleeves, wind blew as they scattered, revealing a mountain wall. Qin Baisheng, He Cheng, and Xuesongzi realized that they were in a valley now. Luo Pa Valley? Qin Baisheng took a few glances and his heart jumped. As expected of Lord Vice Envoy, Fairy Jiangyu waved her sleeves. Countless Gu worms flew up from the valley. Using an immense number of white lotus giant silkworm Gu as the foundation, they formed a super Gu formation. The Gu formation activated. The force in it shocked He Lang Zi, He Cheng, and Xuesong Zi. Ah! Qin Baisheng shouted in pain. After a dozen breaths of time, everything ended. Tens of Gu worms, including a good number of immortal Gu, flew up from the valley, returning to Qin Baisheng's immortal aperture like birds returning to their nest. Qin Baisheng regained his full strength. Finally, I am back. Qin Baisheng looked at his hands. He said in a low voice. His expression was cold. Subordinate pays respects to Lord Vice Envoy. Congratulations to Lord for returning safely. Fairy Jiangyu and the black-robed Gu Immortal knelt on the ground, while He Cheng and Xuesong Zi bowed slightly. Only He Lang Zi was still acting rebellious, crossing his arms and watching coldly. Qin Baisheng recalled everything that happened, snorting coldly. Feng Jiugu, I will remember this. Sooner or later I will settle the score with you. Jiangyu, you only found these people? Just them alone will not be able to take down Lang Ye Blessed Land. I have performed poorly in this task. Fairy Jiangyu rapidly lowered her head and admitted error. He Cheng and Xuesong Zi's expressions changed, but He Lang Zi opened his mouth and showed his sharp teeth, growling. Qin Baisheng, never mind that you are acting so mysteriously. You actually dare to look down on me? Boom! Amidst an intense explosion, He Lang Zi was like a pile of mush as he collapsed in the huge pit. He tried to get up, but it was like there was a huge formless mountain pressing down on his body. The immense weight prevented him from moving at all. He Lang Zi's eyes were blood red. His expression was distorted. He growled unceasingly. Qin Baisheng's arms were lowered. He looked at the pit expressionlessly, at the struggling He Lang Zi. One move, just one move. He completely immobilized He Lang Zi. Xuesong Zi's eyes were full of shock. He Cheng squinted. He hid the intense shock in his mind as he thought, what immortal killer move is this? Once he used it, He Lang Zi was unable to use a single killer move. He Lang Zi was completely immobilized, but his body is unharmed. This should be a soul path killer move. As for Fairy Jiangyu, she showed no sign of surprise. Meanwhile, the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal's face was covered by his hood. His expression could not be seen. If you have the guts, let me use my killer moves. Sneak attacking me from the start. How strong can you be? I refuse to accept this. He Lang Zi almost cracked his teeth. He was sprawled in the pit as he looked at Qin Baisheng, speaking with much difficulty and anger. Qin Baisheng snorted in disdain. He looked down at He Lang Zi as he smiled slightly. Striking first gives you the advantage? Does a demonic path Gu Immortal like you not know that? It seems that I overestimated you. In a real battle, who would care if you accept it or not? As long as the enemy is defeated, that is true ability. As he said this, Qin Baisheng paused. His expression turned cold. Right now, you are meat on the chopping block. You are at my mercy. You are to accept this whether you like it or not. I will give you 3 breaths of time. Submit to me, or I will kill you right here. He Lang Zi did not hesitate. I submit. Qin Baisheng laughed, releasing the restraint. He Lang Zi felt the pressure lifting. He laughed fiendishly as he used his immortal killer move. At once, a piercing bright light shone out. The light came as quickly as it faded. Soon after, a huge and menacing wolf appeared. The huge wolf opened its mouth, pouncing on Qin Baishang. Qin Baishang stood at the edge of the pit. His size was a huge contrast to the huge wolf. Before the huge wolf reached him, a strong burst of wind blew, causing several of the Gu Immortal's robes to flutter in the wind. He Lang Zi turned into a huge wolf. He attacked with rage. He had an imposing aura. Xuesong Zi and He Cheng retreated, afraid of getting caught up in it. Qin Baisheng was very close to him. Seeing the huge wolf approaching, he did not move. He showed a cold smile on his face. Evidently, He Lang Zi's attack was not out of his expectations. Boom! Another loud bang entered everyone's ears. The huge wolf cried out, falling from the sky. Its 4 paws were on the ground. A huge force was pressing down on the wolf's body. He Lang Zi was now just like earlier, completely immobilized again. In his huge wolf eyes, he showed unbelieving shock. He looked at Qin Baishang as he shouted, "This move again! What is this move called?" "It is not a big deal to tell you." Qin Baishang laughed. "This immortal killer move is called soul suppression. It uses the foundation of my soul to suppress your soul. Even though your body is strong, this move directly targets your soul. Without any immortal transformations that can resist soul path techniques, whatever beast you turn into cannot defeat me. He Lang Zi, I give you one final chance now. Submit to me or die." Facing Qin Baishang's immense power, He Lang Zi turned silent. He Cheng and Xuesong Zi looked at each other. They sensed this series of events was anything but reassuring. Sha Huang, Feng Jiugu looked at Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the others who were leaving, his mouth muttering unendingly. The information we obtained this time has no practical use. Around Feng Jiugu, the central continent Gu Immortals were mumbling in unhappiness. "No, we obtained a lot of information." Feng Jiugu chuckled. "Firstly, this immortal zombie, Sha Huang, was able to enter the zombie alliance. It proves that he is a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Even if he is not born here, he definitely ascended into an immortal here. Since he disguised himself, that means that his true identity cannot be known to others. Finally, he has a huge force or some great expert backing him up. This force might be the one which caused the collapse of 88 True Young building." Lord Jiugu makes much sense. Towards Feng Jiuji's deduction, the other 3 immortals nodded in agreement. What should our actions be next? Feng Jiugu thought for a while before saying, "We will meet up with Old Oracle's group and tell the new information to them, allowing them to do further deductions." Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, First Peak. What? Soft jade sand hasn't been fully collected yet. Old Ancestor Shui who looked at the list as he questioned unhappily. The person he was questioning was the owner of the 4th peak of Snowy Mountain, Li Peng Wang. Li Peng Wang, who had a fierce reputation and rebellious nature, lowered his head, saying politely, "Old Ancestor, please appease your anger. I met with a group of Sky Chief beasts. I had to stop my collection. If I go to White Heaven again, I will definitely succeed. Go ahead and prepare. I am not targeting you, but this is the first round of immortal material collection and you already had such a problem. How will you prove yourself and remain as the 4th peak's owner? I raised you to this spot personally with this poor performance. What will the other peak heads think of me?" Old Ancestor Shui who said a few more sentences before waving his sleeves, asking Li Peng Wang who was apologizing to leave. Li Peng Wang had bad luck. He was attacked by a Sky Chief beast group. He was heavily injured, but he still brought back a portion of the soft jade sand. It was already not easy. After Li Peng Wang left, a female immortal walked out from the hall behind. In the entirety of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, only this female immortal could speak to Old Ancestor Shui who with such a tone. Old Ancestor Shui who looked over at the female immortal. His expression became more gentle. "Wife, you do not know the crucial information in this. Thus you think I am overly harsh on the peak heads. I searched Ma Hongyun's soul. I know all of this lad's history. Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's power is truly fearsome. Do you think Li Peng Wang's encounter was coincidental? That is not the case. Not just him, the other peak heads also faced difficulty when collecting the materials. All this is due to fortune rivaling heaven affecting us secretly. Any acts that would harm its owner would cause a backlash from fortune rivaling heaven, suppressing our luck. There is such a thing? The female immortal Lady Wan Shou asked. According to the theory of luck, us Gu immortals have extraordinary luck that protects us. But fortune rivaling heaven is the emperor of luck, thus we are still affected by it. The longer this drags on, the more uncertainties would occur. In the end, not only would the Gu refinement fail, we might even attract a huge disaster. Old ancestor Shui Hu explained slowly. As the owner of the second peak, Lady Wan Shou understood now. She thought about it before frowning. If that is the case, wouldn't it be a huge obstacle when I refine Gu? Lady Wan Shou was one of the 4 most famous refinement path Gu immortals in Northern Plains. According to old ancestor Shuihu's plan, she was supposed to use Ma Hongyun as the main material and refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu at the end. Old ancestor Shuihu nodded. That is why this time, not only do we need to prepare several sets of Gu refinement immortal materials, we also need to use other luck path immortal Gu to protect our luck. Thankfully, Ma Hongyun is the main material. We saved a lot of immortal materials compared to refining fortune rivaling heaven from scratch. Even so, we prepared way too many immortal materials. We are almost going to exceed Snowy Mountain's capability. This refinement is way too important. We almost used up all of our life savings. Lady Wan Shou frowned as she said. Old ancestor Shuihu laughed, holding her waist. He consoled. Wife, you're afraid that the refinement will fail? Lady Wan Shou nodded, looking at her husband. Even a refinement path great grandmaster could fail, let alone me? Ha ha ha, just go ahead and refine it. Wife, whether it succeeds or fails, I will accept the result without any hatred or anger. I have already used up all of my potential to reach this level. I have no confidence in my future calamities and tribulations. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu is my hope of breaking this situation. Oh, hopefully, it will succeed in time. Old ancestor Shui Hu said as he sighed. Fong Yuan, go and carry that box of goods. The caravan steward pointed at a box, shouting loudly. Yes, Fong Yuan replied, climbing onto a black-skinned fat beetle as he moved that wooden box from the very top. This lad actually has strength path cultivation. I totally missed it. Seeing Fong Yuan completing his mission easily, the caravan steward's eyes shined with a cold light. No, I already promised second young master. I cannot fail. Thinking so, the caravan steward raised his whip and lashed at Fong Yuan's back, with a loud cracking sound. Fong Yuan's shirt was torn open. A deep whip scar was imprinted on Fong Yuan's back. The intense pain assaulted his heart. Fong Yuan fell on the ground and shivered as blood quickly oozed out of his wound. In his previous life in the caravan, because he rejected a certain young master's recruitment, he was heavily suppressed and humiliated. The memories were surfacing again. A sense of rage rose deep within Fong Yuan, but he quickly suppressed it. Why are you wasting time? Move quickly. The caravan steward was simply finding trouble with him. He scolded Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan had rank 3 cultivation level, but he did not use it. After all, with enough power, he would have killing intent. That was the dream realm's trap, luring him to attack so that his rage could be drawn out. After enduring for a day, facing difficulties from the steward, Fong Yuan went into the tent and refined his dream path mortal Gu. 5 scenes had passed in this dream realm. I am going to succeed. Fong Yuan looked at the Gu worm that was forming, feeling pleased. But during the night, just as he was refining the Gu, a group of beasts charged into the caravan's camp. Even with Fong Yuan's defensive methods, he could not defend himself from the assault of the beast group. He ended in failure. Fong Yuan opened his eyes. Leaving the dream realm, he was still in Danghun Palace. Checking his immortal aperture, he found a message from Fairy Li Shan. It explained her current circumstances. Old ancestor Shui who had ordered all of the peak heads to collect immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan had left Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, and it was not safe to leave He Lu Lan alone. Thus, Fairy Li Shan urged Fong Yuan to hurry up, and she also told him about the situation in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Someone was investigating Sha Huang's identity. They have investigated to this extent already? In the dim room, Fong Yuan frowned and sighed faintly. Originally, when Fong Yuan joined the auction, He had expected that there would be many clues left behind. It would give others many important clues to investigate. But the other party's investigation was faster than Fang Yuan's expectations. But compared to his gains, this was an inconsequential cost. Fang Yuan quickly focused his mind, using the dream realm mortal goo in his mind to enter the dream realm again. Ever since he refined the first dream realm mortal goo because he had an advantage of using dream path goo, his dream realm exploration became easier, and his efficiency became higher. Dream realms were deep, traps were everywhere. Because of Fang Yuan's experience from his previous life, he avoided most of the dangers. In his first 10 dream realm trips, he could refine 3 dream realm mortal goo. But as the number of dream path mortal goo increased, his success rate rose from 30% to 50%. 50% success rate was one of the highest in the present-day 5 regions. Because dream realms had just started manifesting, although most of the forces had some gains, they were starting from scratch, exploring step by step. Like this, he refined goo endlessly without any rest. Half a month later, in Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan finally succeeded in refining enough Dream Path Mortal Goo. Using these Dream Path Mortal Goo, he used Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo as the core, managing to form an Immortal Killer move, Unravel Dream. With this trump card, Fang Yuan immediately informed Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan was out for the moment, collecting immortal materials for old ancestor Shui Hu. When she heard Fang Yuan's news, she stopped her work, disregarding old ancestor Shui Hu's chastisement, and returned to the 3rd peak. After seeing Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan did not continue to hide that secret. She told him about it. Before Su Xian Er died, she had left behind a familial emotion with her daughter, He Lu Lan. Precisely because of this familial emotion, He Lu Lan could use Su Xian Er's green grape immortal essence. This allowed He Lu Lan to use immortal goo in Imperial Court Blessed Land when she was immortal. When Fang Yuan heard the secret, he was not surprised. In truth, he had made many guesses towards the cause of He Lu Lan's ability to use immortal goo as immortal. Right now, his guess was confirmed. It was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Even so, Fang Yuan still frowned. This is bad. One should not be influenced by their emotions in a dream realm, otherwise they will sink deeper into it. With this familial emotions influence, my immortal killer move's power will be greatly reduced. What do we do? Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. Her worry was oozing on her face. She was not worried about Fang Yuan lying to her. Because of the Snowy Mountain Alliance, both sides could not lie to each other. Fang Yuan did not lie. The killer move Unravel Dream had limited power. Right now, with her being deeper in Dream Realm, Unravel Dream killer move's power became more limited. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Right now, we can only give it a try. Sigh, I had 70 to 80% confidence earlier, but now I only have 20 to 30%. All in all, this was too short of a time period. I have limited dream path mortal goo. 20 to 30%. What if you fail? Fairy Li Shan immediately asked. If I fail, my soul will take major damage. But He Lu Lan is the owner of the dream. She will still be deep in her dream without any damage. But there is a benefit. Once I use Unravel Dream, the dream realm will weaken towards He Lu Lan. This is a good thing without a drawback. Fang Yuan spoke the truth. That's good. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of cloudy air, relieved. But suddenly she realized her words were inappropriate. She turned to look at Fang Yuan apologetically, lost for words. Fang Yuan waved his hand, stopping Fairy Li Shan from speaking. Say no more. Fairy, I am not a petty person. The situation is urgent now. Our identities are being searched. To prevent any issues from arising further, saving He Lu Lan is a top priority. Even if I fail, once I weaken the dream realm, it will help for the next time I enter it. All right, enough talk. Will you guard my surroundings? That is only natural. Fairy Li Shan thanked him courteously. Next, Fang Yuan sat beside He Lu Lan, who was lying in her bed, activating the dream path mortal goo in his mind. These mortal goo were in his mind, arranging themselves into a mystical goo formation. As they activated one by one, the goo formation started. At the last step, Fang Yuan used his green grape immortal essence and activated Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo gave off a bright light in his immortal aperture. The light rushed up into his brain. After being converted by the dream path goo formation, it turned into a green-purple light. Fang Yuan opened his blood-red eyes as a green-purple light flickered in his pupils. Immortal killer move, unravel dream. A loud sound rang out in Fang Yuan's mind. The scenery in front of him changed drastically. Fang Yuan was still sitting on the ground, but he was not in Fairy Li Shan's secret room, but in a hall instead. I am inside He Lu Lan's dream realm. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly. He had an understanding deep within himself. He diverted his gaze and looked around. A banquet was being held in the hall. The higher-ups of Su tribe were hosting a young Gu master enthusiastically. Su tribe leader raised his cup, laughing loudly. Young Master He Cheng, a toast to you. He Cheng was sitting at the front of the left row. He raised his cup with both hands. Thank you, Su tribe leader. Saying this, he raised his head and gulped the drink in one mouthful. The rank 3 elders around him were cheering at He Cheng for having such a candid attitude. He Cheng cupped his fists. His tone carried the aura of pride that a young genius was meant to have. Fang Yuan saw this and had a thought in his mind. Looking at himself, he was an elder of Su tribe in this dream realm. His aperture was full of wood path mortal goo. There was quite a number. Fang Yuan just need one look to know that he was a rank 3 wood path healing goo master. Fang Yuan frowned. Wood path was not his specialty. Even more so a healing goo master. He sighed mentally, consoling himself. This is not my own dream realm. As an outsider, having rank 3 cultivation level is already quite good. But I wonder where He Lu Lan is. Just as he was thinking that, a female came out of the back of the hall. Wearing an attendant's attire, she resembled He Lu Lan and had an incredibly beautiful appearance. But she was less dominating and more gentle. Her aura was quite different from He Lu Lan. It is Su Xian Er. Fang Yuan thought, recognizing this woman. Su tribe leader's cup was empty. Su Xian Er carried the wine and was about to pour it, but Su tribe leader chided her instead. You must be blind, go pour wine for our Su tribe's esteemed guest. Su Xian Er replied meekly, walking over to He Cheng's table. He Cheng's gaze was shining. He looked at Su Xian Er's face. Only until she finished pouring the wine did he jolt to awareness. Looking at Su Xian Er's retreating back, he stood up and asked, May I know your name, miss? Su Xian Er turned around, bowing as he lowered her head, replying softly, My name is Su Xian Er. Su Xian Er. Xian Er. He Cheng muttered. He only sat down after Su Xian Er entered the hall and left his vision. Ha ha ha. Su tribe leader saw all of this. He laughed. Xian Er is a girl I brought back from the battlefield many years ago. My wife had been raising her all these years, watching her grow up. Even though she has the status of an attendant, we treat her like our own daughter. Is that so? He Cheng muttered. He continued feasting, but the food felt flavorless. After the banquet ended, He Cheng was given a high-class guest room to stay in. Su tribe leader gathered the elders, discussing about the plan to kill He Cheng in the secret room. Tribe leader, are we really striking? They are He tribe, a superforce that has Gu immortals. An elder was worried. Su tribe leader's expression turned sharp. So what if they are He tribe? Once this deal is done, our entire tribe will move to snowy mountain-blessed land to live. By then, there will not be the Imperial Court contest or the 10-year blizzard. He tribe is a superforce, but snowy mountain-blessed land is the headquarters of the demonic path. The elders were all fantasizing from these words. Su tribe leader looked around and saw everyone's hesitant expressions. He said harshly, at this final moment, why are you hesitating? Even if we do nothing or even snitch to He tribe, what can we do? If we offend Snowy Mountain, they will not let us off. Do not forget that our entire Su tribe's lives were saved by that fairy. If that fairy could save us so easily, she could also slaughter us all without difficulty. Being shocked by these words, the secret room became chilly. The elders saw this fact and finally faced reality. Tribe leader is right. We had already made that He Cheng lad drunk. I will strike now and take his head, the battle hall elder shouted. It will not be easy to kill He Cheng. Don't think that he is alone. There are hidden experts in the background protecting him. He tribe is a super force. While He Cheng has great talent, he will have no less than 5 people guarding him. Su tribe leader spoke about the information he had. Fang Yuan was among them. He understood what to say when he heard this. Then we will execute the orders of Lord Tribe Leader. Yes, Lord Tribe Leader. Go ahead and give the orders. The elders were enthusiastic. All right, the tribe leader was overjoyed, giving out orders straight away. He had obviously thought this over. He almost said them out of reflex immediately. Because Fang Yuan was the medicine hall elder and was a healing goo master. He had weak offense and defense. He was ordered to deal with the strongest enemies by supporting two other goo masters. The moment he left the secret room, the dream realm changed again, entering the second scene. The night had a bright moon and strong, howling winds. A rank 3 He tribe goo master stood arrogantly, looking at the surrounding people with much anger. Your Su tribe is really daring. You dare to attack young master He Chang of our tribe. Don't waste time speaking with him. Kill him first. Then go and help the others. The two Su tribe elders were acting as offense and defense respectively, charging towards the He tribe goo master. Only Fang Yuan was left behind to back them up. I have not discovered He Lu Lan yet. It seems she is not here. Judging by this scene, I can only enter the third scene after killing the goo master here. Fang Yuan thought about it as he activated his wood path goo worms, healing the goo masters on his side. Initially, the He tribe goo master was strong and had the upper hand. But after an intense battle, because of Fang Yuan's healing, the two sides mutually sustained injuries and entered a deadlock. Suddenly, the He tribe goo master shouted angrily, charging out while injured and attacking Fang Yuan. Oh no, stop him. Medicine Hall Elder, dodge. The two Su tribe goo masters were shocked and furious. They lost their bearings. Dream realms were dangerous. In dream realms, every time one got injured, their soul would suffer great damage. If their soul injuries were severe, they would feel sluggish. They would feel irritation within themselves. Their emotions would be drawn out more easily, thus sinking deeper into the dream and be unable to free themselves. Seeing that the He tribe goo master was attacking, Su tribe's two goo masters' hearts sank. The He tribe goo master had strong fighting strength. Even with them joining forces, they could only fight with him evenly. As the medicine hall elder, Fang Yuan's strength was not high. The two Su tribe goo masters could only hope that Fang Yuan could last long enough until they could reinforce him. But the He tribe goo master had been plotting this for a while. Even if he had to risk an injury, he wanted to kill the healing goo master. He certainly had a strong offensive method left. Quickly dodge it. Persevere for a few breaths, we are coming. The He tribe goo master quickly shortened the distance between him and Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan remained unmoved, causing the two Su tribe goo masters to feel anxious. Fang Yuan was not scared at all, he laughed coldly. He dared to enter He Lu Lan's dream realm not because he was rash, but because he had prepared his trump card. This trump card was the immortal killer move. Unravel Dream. Unravel. Fang Yuan stretched out his right hand, his palm facing the He tribe goo master. At the same time, his eyes flashed with a green-purple light. He tribe goo master's eyes shined with intense despair. Amidst his anger and shock, his body faded and his speed became slower. When he was a few steps away from Fang Yuan, he vanished into thin air. What method is this? The two Su tribe goo masters behind him were staring with shocked expressions. A killer move that I thought of. It is nothing important. Fang Yuan lowered his right arm, making a random excuse. Nothing important. One of the two goo masters stared with wide-opened eyes. Fang Yuan seemed like a desolate beast in his eyes. Killing him in one move. Had we known this, why would we fight to the death? Another goo master sighed. He had a complex tone. It was a joyful yet begrudged tone. All right, let's move quickly, go and reinforce the others. The most important matter now is to kill He Chang. Fang Yuan reminded. Su tribe's two goo masters nodded. Now was not the time to talk about Fang Yuan's killer move. The three quickly moved and went to the deeper parts of the grassland. Fang Yuan followed the two goo masters of Su tribe, sprinting as the scene changed again. The night was dark. The sky had no moon. Only several stars were shining. Fang Yuan and Su tribe leader, all four people, charged towards the direction of He Chang. I see him. After flipping over that mountain, we can reach He Chang. In their rush, an elder used his investigative goo worm as he spoke. I said long ago he was hit by my tracking goo. No matter where he does, he will not be able to run away. Battle Hall Elder said proudly. Academy Elder died in battle. We must take revenge for her. Since it is a battle, there will be wins, losses, life and death. Academy Elder sacrificed herself for us. She will definitely be praised. On the other hand, Su Xian'er betrayed our tribe, helping that He Chang lad escape. This is an unforgivable crime. Saying this, Su tribe leader's expression was dark. Even though Su Xian'er is my goddaughter, in the name of justice, I cannot be selfish. When we capture her, we will punish her according to the tribe rules. Hearing this, the other elders let out a sigh of relief. They said, Tribe leader is wise. Wise? A cold laugh came from the mound behind everyone. Who is it? Everyone stopped in their tracks. A figure slowly appeared on the mound. Su tribe leader and the others' hearts sank. It was an enemy. With just this hiding ability, it was incredible. If they did not show up intentionally, with just their investigative methods, they would not discover them. The question was, did they use a goo worm or a killer move? To think that there was still an expert like you protecting He Chang. Su tribe leader tried to stall for time, as several elders moved out, ascending up the mound in an encircling formation. The mysterious goo master looked around, but did not move, remaining at the same spot. Suddenly, the battle on the mound erupted. Two other mysterious goo masters ambushed Su tribe's goo masters, striking ruthlessly and viciously. In one move, they heavily injured one, while lightly injuring the other. The Su tribe goo master who was heavily injured retreated quickly while the lightly injured one was still fighting partway up the mound. There was a helper. Su tribe leader's heart jumped when he saw this, having a bad feeling in his heart. The three goo masters who suddenly appeared were experts. They had above-average battle strength. They probably made many arrangements when they ambushed at this location. It would be difficult to break through their obstruction and catch up to He Chang. Hey Lulan! Fang Yuan, as the healing goo master, was behind Su tribe leader. His eyes shined when he saw the goo master partway up the mound. The appearance of He Lulan's body was the one she had when she was He tribe leader. She had broad shoulders and a thick waist. She was rough and fierce. At this moment, she was fighting with the lightly injured Su tribe leader. They were engaged in fierce battle. Her great battle strength was beating the opponent back. She was not like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was an outsider in this dream realm. There was no identity allocated to him in the dream originally. Thus, when he entered the dream, he needed to take the place of another character. But He Lulan was the owner of the dream. As the dream owner, she was part of the dream realm's creation. As for her appearance, this was how He Lulan saw herself in the depths of her heart. He Lulan. It's me, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He shouted and went past Su tribe leader, running towards He Lulan. Medicine Hall Elder. Su tribe leader shouted in shock. Fang Yuan did not care about him. He rapidly ascended the mound. Scoundrel, so you are an imposter. No wonder you had such a strong killer move. A Su tribe goo master who was in the second scene with Fang Yuan exposed his identity. Fang Yuan. He Lulan heard this name and her expression was dazed, but ruthless light shined in her eyes soon afterwards. All of you, scram. Saying this, she waved her hand and shot a dark vortex killer move at Fang Yuan. At the same time, the other two mysterious goo masters also charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, saying, Unravel dream. Green-purple light shined in his body, be it the dark vortex or the two goo masters, they vanished into thin air within a few breaths of time. What killer move is this? Seeing this, all of the remaining goo masters stared with wide-opened eyes. He Lulan's gaze shined. She was very wary of Fang Yuan. She suddenly retreated, leaving this small mound. He Lulan! Fang Yuan shouted helplessly, chasing after her. He Lulan was the dream owner. Since she was dreaming now, Unravel Dream could not affect her. Chase! We must kill He Chang. Su tribe leader and the others gritted their teeth. They had no other way now. They had to follow. He Chang seemed to be injured. He was moving slowly, not far away. Beside him, Su Xian'er was holding on to him, limping forward at a slow speed. Fang Yuan saw this and his heart jumped. This seemed like a trap. He Lulan quickly met up with He Chang and Su Xian'er. Strong warrior. Please leave with young master. I will hold them off. Su Xian'er did not recognize He Lulan. She shouted anxiously. You are a mere mortal woman. You have no Gu master cultivation. How can you block these Gu masters? Now that you have betrayed your tribe, you are dead meat. He Lulan had a complex expression when she looked at Su Xian'er. It is too late, strong warrior, quickly leave. As Fang Yuan got closer, Su Xian'er shouted as she turned back. He Lulan sighed, she stretched out her palm and slammed at He Cheng's head. With a loud smash, He Cheng's head broke apart like a watermelon, the brain matter flew everywhere. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. He Lulan raised her head, shouting, He Cheng, I finally killed you with my own hands. Nobody can stop me from taking your life. Ha 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 ha. Oh no. Hearing He Lulan's shout, Fang Yuan's heart sank. At once, the dream realm's scene changed. In the hall, among the toasting of wine cups, Su tribe leader and He Chang were drinking together. It was a lively atmosphere. Su tribe leader raised his cup, laughing loudly. Young master He Chang, a toast to you. He Chang was sitting at the front of the left row. He raised his cup with both hands. Thank you, Su tribe leader. This is a recurring dream. The three scenes are looping non-stop. Fang Yuan looked around and inspected himself again. He found that he was no longer that medicine hall elder. He was a rank 2 metal path Gu master guard. He was standing at the door of the hall guarding the door. As expected, from rank 3 to rank 2 peak stage, my strength fell. Fang Yuan's was bitter inside. This is bad. He Lulan has sunk into the dream. She had no reaction even after hearing my name. The more dream realm cycles that occur, the deeper we will sink into the dream. This dream had already pulled out He Lulan's killing intent and hatred towards her father. The more He Lulan wants to take revenge, the deeper she will sink into the dream realm. How can I wake her up? For a while, even Fang Yuan had no idea. 7 days and 7 nights later, in snowy mountain blessed land time, He Lulan, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes with a shift in her aura. Her lost gaze became clearer. Looking at the 8-armed immortal beside her bed, she understood in her heart. So it was a dream realm. I was saved by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan opened his eyes forcefully. His aura was weak and his soul had suffered a huge blow. His mind was extremely drained. After dozens of rounds in He Lulan's dream realm using the killer move Unravel Dream, he accumulated experience and failed repeatedly. After many attempts, Fang Yuan killed He Chun before He Lulan could, ruining her goal. But the dream realm did not dissipate. He Lulan's hatred was not resolved. The dream realm changed again. Only until the 17th change, Fang Yuan roused He Lulan's consciousness, and she realized she was dreaming. When He Lulan understood this, Fang Yuan gained the initiative. After 8 more rounds, the two finally overcame the difficulties, breaking the dream realm and escaping. I am going back now. As for the compensation, Fairy Li Shan will explain it to you. Fang Yuan's soul was heavily injured. He did not dare to stay for long. Even when he used fixed immortal travel, it was with much difficulty. Compensation. He Lulan was about to thank him, but when she heard these words, an ominous feeling rose in her heart. Western Desert. Guh. Gu Immortal Tang Miao's body shook. She opened her eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. Another failure. Tang Miao's expression was pale as paper. Compared to the injuries on her body, she felt even more despair towards the failure in exploring the dream realm. Tang Miao's soul was heavily injured. Her head was spinning as her body felt heavy. She sighed in her heart. Brother, I was useless and could not save you. Even after exploring the dream realm deeply, I could not find you. She shut her eyes, bitter tears flowed down her cheeks, forming 2 streams of tears. A moment later, the anxious Tang Clan Gu Immortals rushed over, coming to the secret room and standing in front of Tang Miao. Tang Clan's first supreme elder, Tang Yang, frowned. He looked at Tang Miao, who was sitting on the bed, as he said heavily, I did not think that after spending so much effort to borrow the rank 7 emotion Gu from Shao tribe, the dream realm exploration still suffered a heavy loss. Sigh. Dream realms in themselves are mystical and strange. Moreover, this is thieving heaven demon Venerable's dream realm. Gu Immortal Tang Lan sighed. The prophecy of 3 venerables had spread throughout the world. The information regarding Great Dream Immortal Venerable was known to not just Central Continent, but the super forces of the other 4 regions as well. Most of them were exploring dream realms, accumulating experience and developing new goo worms. As a super force of Western Desert, Tang Clan had accidentally discovered thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's dream realm many years ago. This discovery triggered the enthusiasm of Tang Clan in researching Dream Path. In order to explore this dream realm, Tang Clan's #1 genius Goo Immortal, Tang Fong Ming, had taken this important mission from the clan, but he suffered a great loss and was still lost in the dream realm now. His sister, Tang Miao, in order to save her brother, had tried many times but failed repeatedly. This loss was even more severe. In order to explore the dream realm this time, Tang Clan spent a huge sum to borrow the emotion path Immortal Goo and entrusted hope in her. The result was ice-cold disappointment. Although the Immortal Goo was useful and could suppress my emotions, preventing the dream realm from drawing them out, this also made me an outsider. I was always in the outskirts of the dream's core. This time, I did not even manage to discover brother's identity. As she sat on the bed, Tang Miao tended to her injuries as she said solemnly, "Sai, it seems that dream path goo worms are needed to explore dream realms. But our Tang Clan has already explored the dream realm for 60 years. We have only created over a dozen dream realm mortal goo. They are all rank 3 and below. More than half of them have extremely limited use. More specifically, only 4 or 5 are suited for dream realm exploration. The hardest part was the start, especially at this initial stage. It was extremely difficult. The pioneers were moving forward without certainty. Every small step was a huge success. Regarding Dream Path, nobody had any experience. Their knowledge was like sheets of blank paper. Once they passed this difficult initial step and accumulated enough experience, their advantage would become larger, like a rolling snowball. Towards the middle to late stage, their advantage would be clear. The difficulty of researching Dream Path would be greatly reduced. In Fong Yuan's memories, there was a time when a new Dream Path goo worm was created every day. The varieties were as numerous as the stars in the sky. That was a time when Dream Path was flourishing like flowers in spring. In human history, each of these grand eras would lead to the birth of a supreme expert. According to the prophecy of 3 venerables, this grand expert should be Great Dream Immortal Venerable. But Fong Yuan did not live until Great Dream Immortal Venerable appeared. Speaking of which, at this initial stage, Tang Clan was already at the lead of the era. Even when compared to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, their progress was among the highest. But the limitations of this era greatly restricted them. It was like a blind man walking down a path without any clues. They could only explore step by step. After endless effort was spent, they only had a small result, over a dozen Dream Path mortal goo. And among these results, the truly useful Dream Path mortal goo were extremely few. For example, on Earth, a newly created experimental product would be very far from military usage, and even further from civilian use. Moreover, this innovation and exploration was not possible for every goo immortal. One needed talent and aptitude. In this aspect, goo immortals who only followed certain rules were useless. Without a creative mind, they were inferior to even mortal goo masters. Tang Clan had many goo immortals, but only Tang Fong Ming was suited for this. These dozen or so Dream Path mortal goo were mostly his creation. One could say that he was the main force behind Tang Clan's dream realm exploration. The regretful thing was, Tang Fong Ming was trapped in the dream realm now. Because of this, Tang Clan's progress had come to a halt. Tang Fong Ming's body was intact. The clan's goo immortals were protecting it. But his soul that was in the dream realm had already left his body. It had vanished. Once one was trapped in the dream realm, their soul would weaken continuously, weakening until they died. The Tang Clan goo immortals, especially Tang Miao, were extremely anxious, but there was nothing they could do. "How's my brother now?" After stabilizing her injuries, Tang Miao asked. The Supreme Elders looked at each other. One of them spoke with much difficulty. "We can protect his body, but there are almost no guts goo in the market. We can't buy them any longer." Tang Miao frowned, asking anxiously, "What is going on?" The goo immortal from earlier replied, "You know that there is only one person selling guts goo. It is a monopoly. But not long ago, this seller stopped releasing the product into the market for an unknown reason. Even though there are still guts goo in the market, without the source supplier it is drying out. Right now, the market cannot satisfy our demands. Guts goo was among the best methods to strengthen the soul, and had no drawbacks, and most importantly it took effectiveness quickly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once commented this was the #1 soul-strengthening method in the world. He was absolutely right. For Tang Fongming, Guts Goo was the method to save his life. Without Guts Goo, Brother Will. Tang Miao was anxious. Her tone was flustered as she said with a shred of hope, asking, "Why are they not selling it? Is there so little circulation in the market?" This time, Tang Clan First Supreme Elder spoke. We had contacted the seller and promised huge profits, but there was no response. These last days, the guts goo that are preserving Tang Fongming's life are the remaining guts goo in the market that our tribe is purchasing with a huge sum. By now, the guts goo supply has dried out. Barely any is left. Tang Miao heard this and her heart sank to rock bottom. Her breathing became rough. Tang Clan had ordinary soul-strengthening methods. Earlier, before guts goo were sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they used these methods to preserve Tang Fongming's life. But now, Tang Fongming was too deep in the dream. His soul was weakening too quickly. These methods were becoming useless. The recovery could not keep up with his weakening. Without guts goo, Tang Fongming would die in his dream. What could they do? Tang Miao gritted her teeth. She frowned as she stared at these goo immortals deeply. "I don't care. If you guys didn't give brother that mission back then, he would not be like this. Now that he is this state, are you gonna just watch?" "You can't say that. What do you mean just watch?" These years, we in Tang Clan had spent so much effort and finances to preserve Tang Fongming's life. "You are also one of us. You saw everything for yourself," Third Supreme Elder retorted. He listed many examples. They were not false. He had the evidence and proof of their actions. "I don't care." Tang Miao's eyebrows were in a frown. Her indigo color eyes were gathering rage. Even though the surface was calm, it was deep like an abyss. Third Supreme Elder, say no more. First Supreme Elder stretched out his hand and stopped him. Third Supreme Elder stopped speaking, as First Supreme Elder sighed deeply while gazing at Tang Miao, who was extremely furious and stubborn. Tang Fongming and Tang Miao had a close sibling relationship. All of the Tang Clan goo immortals knew this. This pair of siblings were once stripped of their statuses and mercilessly abandoned when they were young. The siblings went through much hardship and survived. Due to a fortuitous encounter, the brother, Tang Fongming, became a goo immortal, while his sister, Tang Miao, became a rank 5 peak stage goo master. The two charged back to Tang Clan to take revenge. The Tang Clan goo immortals appeared and mediated with Tang Fongming. Eventually, they sacrificed a band of mortal higher-ups and managed to obtain the return of Tang Fongming. Compared to a goo immortal, even if the sacrifice was a huge number of mortals, what was that worth? Tang Fongming understood the situation. He joined Tang Clan and used the clan's help to make his sister, Tang Miao, a goo immortal. But Tang Miao was not as big-hearted as her brother. She still had negative preconceptions against Tang Clan. She had hidden resentment and indignation. Right now, when her brother's life was at stake, any sort of explanation was useless to her. Thus, First Supreme Elder said to Tang Miao with a sorrowful expression, "I discussed this with the elders for 3 days and 3 nights. There are only 3 ways to help Fongming now." "What 3 ways?" Tang Miao's expression softened. She immediately asked. "The best method is to find an ancient soul beast and kill it. By fusing its soul into Fongming's body, we can use killer moves to nourish his soul with that soul, allowing Fongming to survive this ordeal. The second best method is to use the blood path immortal goo in the clan to use a method of sensing, forcibly retrieving Fongming's soul. As for the worst method, it is to find that lone cultivator White Sea Shatua for help." After First Supreme Elder finished his words, the bitter expression on his face intensified. Tang Miao listened and fell into deep silence. After a while, she laughed grimly, raising her head and sending them out. "I need to think about this, elders. Please go back first." As the goo immortals left one by one, only Tang Miao was left. She laughed again, tears falling from her eyes. They were showing a cold, mocking expression. "What best method? Once we use it, even if we succeed, the souls would fuse and you will be neither man nor beast. As for the second method, the chances of success are less than 30%. Even if we do not fail, the soul called back would be greatly damaged. You might not even recognize me, your own sister. As for the last solution, there is some hope in that. Although that white sea chatua is a lone cultivator, he has incredible dream path proficiency. Even brother praised him many times in private. But to ask him for help, we will have to pay a huge price. These old fogies are saying that only because they are concerned about the paradise earth immortal venerable inheritance that us siblings have in our hands. Indeed, only this inheritance can move white sea chatua. Thinking of this, Tang Miao wiped the tears on her face. Brother, I will not give up. Even if I have to sacrifice this inheritance, I will save you. Tang Miao sat on her bed. Even in the dim lighting, she still had the beauty of a flower. Central continent. Hu immortal blessed land. Dang Hun palace. Fong Yuan opened his eyes slowly, his red eyes shining with a ruthless light. Inspecting his own body, Fong Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He could not help but praise. I've used it so many times already. These guts goo are truly the best in strengthening the soul. In He Lu Land's dream, I suffered such heavy soul injuries, yet I have already recovered in such a short time. He breathed in deeply, his mind was refreshed. His head was no longer as dizzy as the time when he was heavily injured. Land spirit, where are you? Fong Yuan called out. Master, have you recovered from your injuries already? At the next moment, the lively little Hu Immortal asked as she appeared before Fong Yuan. Her crystal-like eyes were overflowing with intense concern. Fong Yuan, who had a green face and sharp fangs, nodded. Tell me what happened when I was healing my injuries during this time period. Little Hu Immortal shook her head. There were many things that happened, but none were major matters. A moment later, after Little Hu Immortal reported everything, Fong Yuan remained seated in his bed, not speaking. His mind was working intensely as he tried to process the information. In Central Continent, Immortal Crane Sect was busy trying to salvage the situation in the Reincarnation battlefield. Feng Yang was still busy trying to save his desolate beast flying crane, Little Nine, moving about all over the region. The 10 great ancient sects each had their restrictions. They mutually restrained and balanced each other. The person currently in the limelight was Myriad Dragon Doc's vicious lightning fiend. After coming out of his closed cultivation, he used the immortal killer move lightning deity and challenged a lot of people. Right now, he had battled more than 20 Gu immortals. He only had 1 draw and 1 loss. With such amazing results, his reputation was soaring. Many meddlesome Gu immortals were already comparing him with immortal Monkey King Shirley. These people did not have good intentions because in accordance with Shirley's nature as a battle maniac, he would find vicious lightning fiend and engage in a huge battle with him. But Shirley gave no response. The Central Continent Gu immortals were troubled. Why did Immortal Monkey King's behavior change? Even Combat Immortal Sect had become much quieter recently. The other 9 sects found something wrong. They tried to investigate secretly. Fong Yuan knew long ago Shirley discovered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and inside the Grotto Heaven there was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm. Right now, they must be attacking the Grotto Heaven at full force. Thinking of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm, Fong Yuan was moved. Earlier, he had no methods against it. He could only escape pitifully from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm. But now that he had the Immortal Killer move Unravel Dream, this was the supreme weapon to deal with the Dream Realm. During this period of time, Dream Path exploration is still in its initial stages. Any super force is still stuck at the stage of starting up. Every step is extremely difficult. It is a path filled with thorns. The best methods are naturally Dream Path Immortal Goo, but the number of these Dream Path Immortal Goo could probably be counted on one's hands. Meanwhile, I have a Dream Path Immortal Killer move. Even without a Dream Path Immortal Goo, I am far ahead of these forces. Fong Yuan was getting excited. Unravel Dream was effective in dealing with dream realms. Each time he used it, Fong Yuan gained a huge advantage. For example, just earlier, Fong Yuan saved He Lu Lan. After unraveling her dream realm, he obtained a lot of He Lu Lan's understanding towards Strength Path. This added to his Strength Path foundation, causing it to become more abundant. There is always something to learn from someone else, especially when He Lu Lan had the great strength true martial physique. She was a naturally formed Strength Path Immortal Seed. Her natural talent and strength path was beyond Fang Yuan's reach. A portion of her strength path understanding was fully assimilated by Fang Yuan, allowing him to have great gains. If I can unravel star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, my wisdom path attainment will improve greatly. Even without a complete wisdom path inheritance, I might be able to create my own one. Fang Yuan thought. He Lulan was only a newly advanced strength path Gu Immortal, but Fang Yuan had great gains after unraveling her dream. If he could unravel star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment would shoot up like a rocket. However, to snatch the Immortal Venerable's dream realm from combat Immortal sect is too dangerous. It is nearly impossible. Fang Yuan shook his head. To unravel a dream, he had to be in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and get close to that star constellation dream realm. If he did that, he would certainly be discovered. Based on his current battle strength, even if it increased, he would not be sure Lei's match. Tai Bai Yunshang and He Lulan, compared to the rest of combat Immortal sect, were an even greater mismatch. Unless I have Tang Clan of Western Desert's immortal killer move Steel Dream, I would be able to steal the dream realm directly from the Grotto Heaven, moving it elsewhere and slowly dealing with it, devouring it at my own pace. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Western Desert's Tang Clan was the super force with the deepest foundation in Dream Path among the 5 regions. Originally, Tang Clan was not outstanding among the dozen or so super forces in Western Desert. It was at a middle to lower tier. But based on the rise of Dream Path, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, Tang Clan became Western Desert's strongest force. Even among the 5 regions, it was a power that could stand tall, creating what Western Desert people called the Great Era of Tang. Central Continent's current situation, even though there was slight turbulence, was still peaceful. Even though Fang Yuan really desired star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, his battle strength was still much lower than combat Immortal sect. He could only watch covetously for now. Fortunately, at the moment, Dream Path was still in its initial stages of exploration. Even if combat Immortal sect captured Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they would not be able to do anything to star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. To make a comparison, this was like a juicy piece of meat, but it was submerged in boiling hot oil. Even though combat Immortal sect knew that it was delicious, they could only watch for now, they could not eat it yet. Compared to Central Continent, Fang Yuan was more concerned about Northern Plains' situation. He had committed a huge crime, it was still being investigated. The other party had great strength and plenty of methods. Soon after the auction ended, they discovered Fang Yuan's identity of Sha Huang. They were not simple. It was giving Fang Yuan huge mental pressure. But when hearing Little Hu Immortal's report, he learned that Northern Plains' situation was much more calm than Central Continent. Almost all of the Gu Immortals who attended the auction were trying to assimilate their gains from it, converting them into their own strength. Old Ancestor Shui, who mobilized the number 1 demonic force in Northern Plains, the full power of snowy mountain-blessed land, to join in the plan to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. It was well known in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world already. As the number 1 righteous refinement path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, Yao Huang had deepened his collaboration with Zombie Alliance. This collaboration caused Zombie Alliance's status in Northern Plains to rise up rapidly. Qin Baisheng vanished without a trace, and Prince Fengxian, who Fang Yuan was most concerned about, also made no movements. This calm situation did not lower Fang Yuan's unease. He was getting increasingly worried. The other party would certainly not let him go once his identity was exposed, be it Central Continent or Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. They would want to kill Fang Yuan, He Lulan, and the others. Since it involved the huge benefits of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's inheritance, even if Fang Yuan escaped to Eastern Sea or Western Desert, they would definitely pursue him. He would have no peace. The other party is in the dark. I wonder if it is Central Continent or Northern Plains investigating me. Fang Yuan sighed mentally. In this period of time, he had no solutions. He could only deal with the situation by continuing with his former plans. The only consolation was that he had made the right move by allying with Fairy Li Shan. With Fairy Li Shan's information network, Fang Yuan could learn about any changes in Northern Plains' situation rapidly. With an advantage in information, he could deal with anything that happens. Ultimately, the issue is that I am too weak. If I was a rank 8 goo immortal, I would be able to protect myself. Even if Giant Sun's true inheritance was exposed to the world, so what? Oh, that is not right. Fang Yuan thought about the rank 9 wisdom goo and frowned. If news that he had wisdom goo leaked out, even if he was a rank 8, he might have rank 8 goo immortals attacking him from all sides. No matter what, the urgent matter now is to absorb my gains from the auction. Rapidly raising my strength, that is how I can deal with future situations. A few days later, Fang Yuan left the secret room in an unkempt state, but he had a joyous expression. He expanded his wings and flew into the sky. The large bat wings on his back had reached 3 pairs. It gave him a strong flying ability. His speed rose rapidly. During the auction, he obtained a bat desolate beast's corpse. Fang Yuan's killer move, true solid bat wings, had finally been completed. Iron Crown Eagle Strength. While flying, he suddenly unleashed the Iron Crown Eagle Strength. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's speed rose drastically. Earlier, he was like a stream of black smoke, but now he was like a flash of lightning. At once, Fang Yuan's vision became blurry. The intense winds blew at him, like they were sharp daggers. The Iron Crown Eagle Strength lasted for a short time before his speed fell back to the original level. Fang Yuan's vision cleared. Looking back, he had moved 3 li from his original spot. Flying 3 li in a flash. Fang Yuan was pleased, but yet not pleased. He was pleased because the speed was really fast. It was on par with some movement immortal killer moves. He was not pleased because the Iron Crown Eagle Strength was not controlled at will. He did not know when he could summon it. Unless my second core goo, all-out effort goo, is refined all the way up to immortal goo level, at that point, I will be able to unleash the Iron Crown Eagle Strength at will. Fang Yuan thought about this and sighed. His all-out effort goo was still at rank 4. Fang Yuan had solid finances now, but he did not have the corresponding goo recipe. Not long ago, he had asked Langya Land Spirit. The answer was partly good and partly worrisome. Langya Land Spirit indeed had all-out effort goo's recipes. From rank 1 to 5, he had them all. But Langya Land Spirit refused to sell goo recipes. Even if Fang Yuan tried his best to convince him, there was no result. Fang Yuan intended to use a Dream Path Mortal goo recipe to trade for it. But Langya Land Spirit had become more astute. He did not want to trade it for any goo recipe. He gave Fang Yuan a mission. This mission required Fang Yuan to go into immemorial purple heaven, to search for a rank 6 immortal material, poisonous flowers, and collect their petals. Fang Yuan was so busy currently, he had no time for that. With strong foes pressuring him, if he exposed his identity accidentally, he would become a fugitive. The entire world would hunt him down. Fang Yuan did not dare to relax. He was trying his best to raise his battle strength. How could he go search for poisonous flowers? Furthermore, immemorial purple heaven was already destroyed. Even the fragment worlds was hard to find. Even if he found one, it was extremely dangerous. Desolate beasts and desolate plants were very common. Fang Yuan's current battle strength was insufficient. If he forced himself into conducting an exploration, it would simply be a difficult and unrewarding task. This matter gave Fang Yuan a reminder. Even in regards to land spirits, they were not to be underestimated. They could grow with time, gaining wisdom or experience. Ever since Langya Land Spirit met Fang Yuan, he had suffered minor disadvantages many times, especially in this auction. The 4 to 6 profit ratio was a huge loss to Langya Land Spirit. As the saying goes, suffering a loss is a blessing. This was shown in Langya Land Spirit. He had become more intelligent. Langya Land Spirit thought about it hard. Analyzing his relationship with Fang Yuan, he finally recognized their individual strengths and weaknesses. By using Fang Yuan's weakness in goo recipes, he could regain the upper hand when working together with Fang Yuan. He was, after all, the obsession of long-hair ancestor. After he died, this time Fang Yuan's neck was grasped by Langya Land Spirit. It was a terrible feeling. But Fang Yuan could do nothing to Langya Blessed Land. Small advantages came at a price. Fang Yuan obtained such a profit from selling the goo immortal captives in the auction. The backlash was showing up now. His mouth was filled with a bitter taste. Landing on the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan retracted his 3 pairs of bat wings as he stood on the spot, looking into the distance as he thought. All-out effort goo is just a small setback. It is not an immortal goo recipe anyway. Even if I cannot get it, with my strength path attainment and wisdom goo's help, I will be able to deduce the mortal goo recipe. The problem is that it would use a lot of time and energy. At this crucial time, I cannot deduce goo recipes if I want to raise my battle strength. Actually, even if Fang Yuan had a complete all-out effort immortal goo recipe, he had no time to refine it. The real problem was regarding He Lulan. The compensation that Fang Yuan asked for after saving her was self-strength immortal goo. After He Lulan heard about it from Fairy Li Shan, she was so angry she jumped up from her bed. Self-strength immortal goo was her vital immortal goo. It was the most important core in her self-strength phantom killer move. Fang Yuan asking for this goo was simply crippling her foundation. Without self-strength immortal goo, He Lulan's battle strength would fall drastically. Not only this, self-strength immortal goo was the memento that her mother, Su Xian'er, left behind for her to He Lulan. It was also a sentimental item that she could not give up. But she, Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan had the Snowy Mountain Alliance. In order to save He Lulan earlier, Fairy Li Shan had represented her and signed an agreement with Fang Yuan. She could not go back on it. Unless He Lulan had a heart of stone and ignored Fairy Li Shan's life, forcefully keeping self-strength immortal goo. In that situation, there was nothing Fang Yuan could do. After all, the agreement was not signed by He Lulan herself. But how could He Lulan force herself to endanger Fairy Li Shan? Fairy Li Shan was the blood-related sister of her mother, Su Xian'er. When He Lulan was still immortal, Fairy Li Shan took great care of her. After she became an immortal, Fairy Li Shan nurtured He Lulan without regard for the cost, treating her like her own child. He Lulan was determined to exact revenge, but at the same time, she felt great gratitude, love, and admiration for this aunt. Fang Yuan was using this key point when he formed the agreement with Fairy Li Shan. He was not afraid that she would go back on this. Regarding her vital immortal goo, He Lulan did not give up easily. Ever since she learned about it, she had tried negotiating with Fang Yuan over 10 times. She threatened and screamed, begged and gave softly spoken requests, talked about the benefits and drawbacks, and tried coercing him with the bigger picture. All sorts of methods were used to try and keep her self-strength immortal goo. But would Fang Yuan give in? Self-strength immortal goo was He Lulan's most important core, but to Fang Yuan it was a similar situation. Fang Yuan's trump card was the immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Self-strength immortal goo was extremely compatible with it. It was not like pulling mountain or pulling water, in which they needed him to deduce and modify the killer move. He Lulan refined self-strength immortal goo during her ascension. When Fang Yuan heard of this, he felt immense regret and pity. Immortal goo were unique. Since He Lulan had this goo, as her ally, there was no way Fang Yuan could obtain it. But the tides of fortune were unpredictable. Heaven worked in mysterious ways. He Lulan wanted to take revenge and did her best to raise her cultivation level. In the end, she fell into a dream realm and gave Fang Yuan a chance. Fang Yuan was devious and heartless. He was like a shark that smelled blood. He bit down hard. Even if they were allies, so what? His own strength was the most important matter. Others were unreliable, only one's own self was to be considered the most reliable. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. He Lulan made many attempts but failed in all of them. In her anger, she purposely stalled the handing over of self-strength immortal goo and refused to use strength chi immortal goo to create the airsac goo for Fang Yuan. He Lulan's action was very ruthless. This act gave Fang Yuan huge pressure. If He Lulan did not use strength chi immortal goo, Fang Yuan would have no airsac goo. Without airsac goo, he could not sell guts goo. Earlier, in order to heal himself, Fang Yuan stopped the guts goo trade, using it for himself. Without this revenue and with the 2 stone nests refining goo continuously, his funds had dried up. He had less than 100 immortal essence stones left. To break through He Lulan's restrictions, Fang Yuan could use wisdom goo to deduce a new airsac goo recipe. But this had problems too. Fang Yuan had already sold Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal goo in the auction. He was using Malicious Thought goo as a substitute. The quantity was still low. Even if he had an entire stone nest of hairy men refining Malicious Thought goo unendingly under the light of wisdom, the expenditure of thoughts was too high. Fang Yuan had some early expectations of this kind of situation. His original solution was to raise the scale of production. But to raise the production and build the 3rd or even 4th stone nest, he would need funds. Hairy men, especially those slaves skilled in refining goo, were priced even higher. Fang Yuan had insufficient funds. He could not raise his production. The problem went back all the way to the first issue. It seemed to be a deadlock. Feng Yuan went to find Lang Ye Land Spirit and tried to use immortal materials to lure him into refining malicious thought goo using the hairy men in his blessed land. But Lang Ye Land Spirit rejected him. His request remained the same, for Feng Yuan to go into immemorial purple heaven to search for the rank 6 immortal material, poisonous flowers, and collect their petals. It seemed that this immortal material was very important to Lang Ye Land Spirit. Thus, Feng Yuan could not resolve the situation through this. With air sac goo restricted, there was no guts goo trade. The sale of guts goo was Feng Yuan's top source of revenue. Without funds, there was no malicious thought goo, so Feng Yuan could not use the light of wisdom. This greatly affected Feng Yuan in the assimilation of his loot, slowing the plan to raise his battle strength. Feng Yuan was fully aware that He Lu Lan was attempting to compel him, forcing him into giving up self-strength immortal goo and choosing strength chi immortal goo. He Lu Lan, I'd like to see who can outlast the other. Feng Yuan snickered, focusing his mind. He summoned Hu Immortal Land Spirit and went to Danghun Palace again. Sitting on the bed, he shut his eyes and went into the dream realm. Earlier, to save He Lu Lan, Feng Yuan used the Immortal Killer move Unravel Dream. It expended a lot of Dream Path Mortal Goo. In order to activate Unravel Dream Killer move again, he had to go into a dream to refine Dream Path Mortal Goo. At the same time, at a secret hideout in Northern Plains, the Wisdom Path Goo Immortal, Old Oracle from Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, walked out of the secret room slowly. He looked exhausted, trying to deduce the culprit behind the collapse of True Young Building had left him in deep fatigue. His sideburns had turned white, his young face had become much older and wrinkled. How was it? Hong Chi Ming and the other immortals saw that he was outside and quickly approached him with concerned expressions. Old Oracle knew that they were not concerned about him, but the results of his deduction. There were many crucial pieces of evidence deduced this time, especially when Zhao Lianyun's soul was searched and they witnessed the scenes that happened in Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was of great help for his deduction. But Old Oracle shook his head, having a gloomy expression. My attainment were insufficient. I have disappointed all of you. How could this be? You could not deduce anything even at this stage. The culprit is not simple. They are hiding too deeply. It seems we still need to collect information. The immortals were all elites of their sects. After slight disappointment, they quickly accepted the results and started to discuss their future plans. After some discussion, Feng Zhougu spoke. Right now, we have no clear target. We should split up and do our own missions. It was not easy to come to Northern Plains from Central Continent. I am sure you all have private matters aside from investigating the truth. For the time being, while you settle your private affairs, try to collect more information. Feng Zhougu's reputation was the highest. Nobody dared to question him. Right now, with no clear target, everyone had to settle their own matters. They quickly split up and left, in order to resolve the missions from their respective sections. Old Oracle and Feng Zhougu stayed behind. Lord Zhougu. Old Oracle was hesitant. In truth, he had made a huge breakthrough this time in his deduction, but after telling Feng Zhougu, the latter ordered that the information was to be concealed. That was why Old Oracle lied to everyone earlier, telling them that his deduction failed. Feng Zhougu looked at him and smiled with deep meaning. The culprit who caused the collapse of 88 True Yang Building was already most likely to be from the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Now that you obtained the deduction that the culprit is a member of the 10 sects of Central Continent, I allowed the rest to act freely in the case that a mistake is made in concealing it. We would be able to find the culprit. But the result of my deduction could be wrong from the start. Old Oracle lowered his head. Don't worry, if it is really a traitor in the 10 sects, after causing such a huge incident, no matter how they try to conceal it, there are bound to be clues left behind. Feng Zhougu consoled him while also seemingly giving a warning. Old Oracle raised his head. His gaze was clear as he stared at Feng Zhougu. Lord Zhougu is hiding this from the other Gu immortals. Do you not suspect my sect? Feng Zhougu laughed heartily. He frankly admitted, honestly speaking, I naturally was suspicious since long ago. You can go now. I am sure Ancient Soul Sect gave you secret missions as well. Feng Zhougu's tone was that of one who had confidence in grasping the entire situation. Old Oracle's heart shook. He lowered his head. That is indeed the case. I will leave now. Saying this, his body was like lightning as he vanished into the sky. Only Feng Jiugu was left in his original spot. His gaze was dark and eerie, and his expression was calm. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. More than 10 days later, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Time Luck Immortal Gu was silently floating above Feng Yuan's head. It was moving from side to side. Time Luck Immortal Gu was like a jade centipede. It was pale green and was swimming about in the area above Feng Yuan's head, coiling around and giving off a watery sheen. Feng Yuan was injecting green grape immortal essence into it, while inspecting the Inch of Time Gu worms in his immortal aperture. Earlier, he had made an agreement with Langya Land Spirit, asking him to refine Inch of Time in bulk using the Hairy Men. The time flow in Langya Blessed Land was faster than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The quality of the Hairy Men was much higher. It could be considered of the highest grade. Thus, after Feng Yuan paid with immortal materials, a large number of Inch of Time Gu, like a small golden mountain, accumulated in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. As the saying went, time was money, an inch of time was an inch of gold. Although Inch of Time Gu was immortal Gu, it had an appearance like that of a gold bar. The higher the rank of Inch of Time Gu, the longer and thicker the gold bar. But at this moment, when Feng Yuan activated Time Luck Immortal Gu, Inch of Time Gu was used up rapidly. The gold mountain had vanished completely in just a few breaths of time. Without Inch of Time's support, the Time Luck Immortal Gu above his head stopped activating. Feng Yuan sighed in regret. It seems that it is quite tough to use Inch of Time to activate Time Luck Immortal Gu in the place of lifespan. I only activated it for such a short period of time. I gained almost no additional luck. Like what Fairy Li Shan said earlier, activating Time Luck Immortal Gu involved expending Immortal Essence and the Gu Immortal's lifespan to gain a boost in luck. But Feng Yuan had barely any lifespan left. How could he waste it so easily? During the final moments of Imperial Court Blessed Lands battle, when he was forced to become an immortal zombie, he was already extremely old. He had not used any lifespan Gu before, thus he only had 100 years of lifespan. Right now he had only around 10 years or less remaining. If one day he could get rid of his immortal zombie body and become a living person again, his lifespan would not change. That is to say, even if I recover, my body would be extremely old. That is a problem. Before that, I need to find lifespan Gu and use it on myself. Feng Yuan thought about this and couldn't help but frown. Lifespan Gu were hard to find. They were extremely precious. Ordinary Gu immortals would not sell them when they were obtained. In the Northern Plains auction earlier, not a single lifespan Gu was sold. Lifespan Gu were only mortal Gu. The conditions for their production were greatly variable. For Gu immortals to find lifespan Gu almost meant relying on luck. In many situations, lifespan Gu were often obtained by mortal Gu masters. Gu immortals could not control where they appeared. Feng Yuan being able to find lifespan Gu and extend his lifespan by several hundred years in his previous life was due to this. Up to this point, the best way to search for lifespan Gu would have been through using 88 Truyang building. Unfortunately, I only obtained one lifespan Gu in this immortal Gu house, and Tai Bai Yunshang already used it. It is basically impossible to rebuild 88 Truyang building now. Feng Yuan's thoughts moved. Time Luck Immortal Gu turned into a flash of light, entering his immortal aperture. Even though his immortal aperture had turned into a dead land, once in a while, a small amount would break off, but for Gu worms, there was still a lot of space. Time Luck Immortal Gu eventually floated onto another gold mountain. This second gold mountain was naturally made up of Inch of Time Gu. Feng Yuan had obtained a huge amount of Inch of Time Gu from Langya Land Spirit. They had piled into two mountains. One had already been expended earlier. The last remaining one was here. Even though the test result previously was not satisfactory, it gave Feng Yuan a lot of precious and useful inspiration. Earlier, I was only using Inch of Time and Time Luck Immortal Gu alone. If I add in other Gu worms or even turn it into an immortal killer move, the expenditure of Inch of Time Gu might be greatly reduced, allowing it to become more feasible and desirable. Unfortunately, even though the light of wisdom gives me unlimited inspiration, this deduction involves time path. I have no attainment in it. With such a restriction, Feng Yuan could only keep his thoughts in mind for now rather than making an attempt. He still lacked Dream Path Mortal Gu. Feng Yuan was not going to waste any more time. After regulating his breathing for a few moments, He remained seated on his bed and closed his eyes, entering his dream realm. After going through 3 dream realms, he refined 2 dream path mortal goo, storing them in his mind. Such a success rate was much higher compared to when he initially started. But during the 3rd refinement, Fang Yuan failed and his soul was injured. Dream realms themselves were risky, not to mention refining goo in a dream. If I lose my focus, I will fall into the dream's trap. Thankfully, Guts goo can strengthen my soul. Fang Yuan felt relieved. He opened his eyes and walked out of Danghun Palace. On Danghun Mountain there were Guts goo everywhere. Fang Yuan used a few and healed the injuries to his soul. Just as he was about to return and continue refining Dream Path Mortal Goo, his expression changed, as a letter was sent into his immortal aperture using moving perspective cup goo. Fang Yuan looked at it and his face flashed with joy. He immediately stopped the plan of refining goo. He chose a scenic location on Danghun Mountain and sat down, taking out an elephant's leg and using fire goo to roast it. A moment later, a figure flew over from the southeast direction. It was a female immortal, with black hair and black pupils. She had a divine beauty and a dominating aura. It was He Lulan. He Lulan flew in the air, landing before Fang Yuan with a cold expression. She looked at the elephant leg on Fang Yuan's hand, recognizing that it was the flesh and bones of a desolate beast, drought elephant. She said sarcastically. So the immortal materials in your hands can be wasted to this degree already? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He looked at He Lulan before his gaze landed back onto the elephant leg. After a short while, because of the high heat, the elephant leg was half-cooked already. It was oozing with fragrance. It has been a while. Fairy Lulan, please take a seat, Fang Yuan said politely. He Lulan snorted, remaining standing, unmoving as she emitted a faint anger. Fang Yuan found it funny. Although she was a formidable character, she was still a young woman. But if he was in her place, if someone wanted his spring-autumn cicada, would he give it up? Perhaps he might have already fallen out with the person and fought already? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan mentally alerted himself. He Lulan's mistake was right in front of him. He could not ignore it. He Lulan desperately wanted to take revenge. She took risks in undergoing tribulations. In the end, she was careless and almost died. Right now, she could not stall any longer. She had to hand self-strength immortal goo over. By this stage, one could not advance prematurely and underestimate risks. A goo immortal's calamities and tribulations, are they so easy to pass? Even if one was overflowing with talent and had an arrogant nature, they had to admit the facts. He Lulan was a youngster who was not afraid of death. By charging forward blindly, she had suffered a loss. Now she would start becoming careful. But it was thanks to her that I could obtain self-strength immortal goo, right? Fang Yuan thought about this and laughed in his heart, putting the elephant leg in front of his mouth as he bit off a huge chunk, eating it with pleasure. He Lulan saw this and snickered. You are already an immortal zombie, you have no sense of taste. Now that there is no hope of restoring your body again, you are doing this to reminisce your past. Fang Yuan said slowly and calmly, Fairy Lulan, you did not come here to see me eat meat, right? He Lulan's expression was still as water. There was anger in her tone as she said with deep meaning, You are so gluttonous, are you not afraid of bursting your stomach? Don't worry, my appetite is good. Dying of overeating is better than dying of starvation. Humph! He Lulan was gritting her teeth in rage. She suppressed her anger as she said with a calmer tone, Actually, what's wrong with changing what you eat? That way we can all have meat to eat. Fate is unpredictable. Who would not have downturns in life? Fang Yuan understood her words. He Lulan wanted to use strength chi immortal goo to replace self-strength as the compensation to Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan would not agree. He swallowed the food in his mouth as he sighed deeply, exclaiming, Precisely because fate is unpredictable, I try all sorts of ways to become stronger, so that I can deal with any desperate situation in the future. He Lulan, you understand me. Once I make up my mind, I won't change it. He Lulan's eyes squinted. Fang Yuan was such a person. She was of a similar kind. Just as she was about to speak, her pupils shrunk. Only seeing that on Fang Yuan's body, a bright light had appeared in a flash. This light was horizontal across his chest, It was a faint shadow at first, but it soon became brighter and more solid, carving itself onto Fang Yuan's body. A strength path Dao mark? He Lu Lan's expression changed. Just earlier, she witnessed with her own eyes that Fang Yuan gained a strength path Dao mark. She quickly calmed down, thinking of the answer. Her eyes twitched as she said dryly, "So the Eat Strength Immortal Goo that appeared in Northern Plains auction is in your hands. How do all the good things end up in your hands?" Eat Strength Immortal Goo had low value to other Goo Immortals. They even would not dare to use it much. But to Strength Path Goo Immortals, it was undeniably a treasure. Especially in He Lu Lan's case, her cultivation had met with an obstacle. She could not raise it by undergoing tribulation. At this time, Eat Strength Immortal Goo, which carried 0 risks, became very important. Fang Yuan did not speak. He bit down at the bones. He had already eaten the meat on the elephant leg, but the bones also contained natural strength path Dao marks. Even though the elephant leg bones were tough, his sharp teeth chewed them up and he swallowed. Soon afterwards, Fang Yuan gained a new strength path Dao mark. He was not afraid of He Lu Lan going back on her words, because the agreement for saving her had already reached the time limit. He Lu Lan came at the last moment to give it one last try. But in this matter, from start to finish, Fang Yuan had no way to lose. Once they went back on the contract, Fairy Li Shan would die. How could He Lu Lan watch that happen? "Come sit, I'll treat you to some meat." Fang Yuan took out another strength path desolate beast's leg from his immortal aperture. After cooking it, he gave the leg to He Lu Lan. At the same time, he willed and Eat Strength Immortal Goo flew into He Lu Lan's hands. He Lu Lan received it without hesitation. After swallowing the flesh and bone, she activated Eat Strength Immortal Goo to digest them. A moment later, a strength path Dao mark appeared in her body. Even though the gains were barely 0.1% compared to a tribulation, this method had no risks. It could be accumulated continually. After eating half of it, He Lu Lan sighed deeply and gave Self-Strength Immortal Goo to Fang Yuan. The two traded on the spot. Self-Strength Immortal Goo changed owners. Fang Yuan put away Self-Strength Immortal Goo. His expression did not change. He turned to He Lu Lan and said, "From now on, Fairy Lu Lan, if you want to borrow Eat Strength Immortal Goo for cultivation, you just need to pass me a certain sum of immortal materials as payment." He Lu Lan nodded. This was his response. He Lu Lan was a formidable person. The moment she saw Fang Yuan display his Eat Strength Immortal Goo purposely, she knew his intentions. He did not want to sever their relationship. He chose to deepen their cooperation. Fang Yuan forcefully asked for Self-Strength Immortal Goo. It bit open a huge, bloody wound on their alliance. Blood was oozing and the bones could be seen. However, in contrast to the precious Self-Strength Immortal Goo in sole possession, Fang Yuan was lending Eat Strength Immortal Goo. This was giving He Lu Lan a way out. He Lu Lan ate the leg that she had, letting out a heavy sigh as she looked at Fang Yuan without a trace of anger on her face. "Let's go to a stone nest." He Lu Lan set out, taking the initiative to help Fang Yuan refine the air sac goo. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It seemed like He Lu Lan was having a hard time. Just now, she underwent tribulation and went into great danger. After being saved by Fang Yuan, her blessed land was sure to have suffered heavy damage. Fairy Li Shan had always been helping He Lu Lan with her cultivation regardless of costs. But now she was in trouble too. She had to help old ancestor Shui who refined fortune rivaling heaven goo. All of the demonic path goo immortals of Snowy Mountain were kept extremely busy in collecting immortal materials. This was an important and burdensome task. Fairy Li Shan had no choice but to spend all her efforts on it. Fang Yuan wanted to continue selling guts goo. Didn't He Lu Lan have the same desire? Fang Yuan's earlier action of splitting profits with He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan was an extremely wise decision. At this point, it had taken effect. Profits were a form of restraint, even if He Lu Lan was furious internally. Because of the big picture and her own circumstances, she had to cooperate with Fang Yuan. On this day, He Lu Lan summoned large amounts of strength qi, allowing the refinement of airsac goo to restart. Before leaving, she gave Fang Yuan another idea for cooperation. Right now, Fang Yuan did not have the funds to increase his production, but He Lu Lan was willing to invest in this, building a third stone nest and obtaining ample hairy men. Her condition was that Fang Yuan must give her a higher profit ratio. Fang Yuan agreed immediately. The transaction of guts goo had restarted. It was like a fresh current of water flowing into a drying river. The management of the blessed land was almost stale. Now it was operating again. Like a horse carriage, the huge wheels were rolling and moving it forward. Several days later, the third stone nest was built in Fang Yuan's Immortal Blessed Land. Right now, Fang Yuan had several goo worms to mass refine: airsac goo, malicious thought goo, memory thought goo, an inch of time. 3 stone nests were insufficient to meet his needs. This invited a key question: how could he most effectively make use of his limited resources? Eventually, Fang Yuan ordered the first and third stone nest to refine airsac goo. The second stone nest would refine malicious thought goo. He had a large number of deductions to do, thus he had to refine either memory thought goo or malicious thought goo. Malicious thought goo was good for plotting against others, while memory thought goo was useful for extracting information from his memories. But in terms of deduction, the two had no clear difference. As for why he was mainly refining airsac goo, that was because Fang Yuan realized that he could sell a lot of guts goo without any issues. Times had changed. The market for guts goo had been steadily growing. Especially when Fang Yuan had stopped the trade of guts goo not long ago. He had used it solely for healing himself. This act had cut off the supply to the market, causing a shortage to occur. Thus the price of guts goo had been skyrocketing. This phenomenon made Fang Yuan realize that the market for guts goo had truly expanded. He could totally raise the prices. He thought about this, thus he did it. The guts goo trade earlier was done monthly. His profit was 48 immortal essence stones. After raising the price, and excluding the profits given to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan earned a total of 92 immortal essence stones. This was almost double his previous earnings. A monopoly is truly useful for earning profits. Fang Yuan's circumstances became much easier because of this. He sighed to himself, also being deeply alerted. Because the greater the profits of the guts goo trade, the greater the prospects, the more Immortal Crane sect and the other forces would inevitably become restless. Maybe because Fang Yuan displayed a huge amount of strength earlier and because Immortal Crane sect was restricted in other aspects, they could not find the time or effort to deal with Fang Yuan. Right now, the profits of guts goo transactions were going up. One day, Immortal Crane sect would make up their mind and put in more strength to try and regain Immortal Blessed Land. A man's wealth is his own ruin by stirring another's greed. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, they pursued profit. The difference was the righteous path had nicer-looking methods on the surface. As for the cultivation of goo masters, or rather, the core of it, it was about a person's survival. It was always to defend one's own interests while devouring others' interests. Fang Yuan knew this clearly. He did not deny that there was no difference between him, any other person, or any force. In the face of profits, they were all wolves. To deter Immortal Crane sect, there is only one method. That is to increase my strength unceasingly, to cause their actions to fail, to make them feel threat. With such urgency and drive, Fang Yuan successfully integrated self-strength Immortal Goo into the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self a few days later. Although self-strength Immortal Goo was very compatible with Myriad Self, Fang Yuan still spent several days to adjust the complementary Mortal Goo. After testing it, he received an almost perfect result. I cannot use Cleanse Soul, but I added in self-strength. With this, my battle strength is back to first rate within rank 6. In fact, the killer move Myriad Self is even stronger than before. Maybe it is time to explore that thieving heaven demon venerable inheritance. Fang Yuan was thinking carefully. He had assimilated much of the gains from the auction. Myriad Self returned to having an Immortal Killer move strength. True Solid Batwings paired with Iron Crown Eagle strength. Immortal Goo was on par with a movement Immortal Killer move. To deduce vaguely familiar face and the others, he needed a huge amount of malicious thought goo. In Immortal Blessed Land, there was only one stone nest. Fully refining it, it would still take a long time before the quantity was accumulated to a sufficient degree. As for how to solve the immortal zombie problem, even though Tai Bai Yunshang was making some progress in Eastern Sea, Shark Demon's method was too costly and took too long. In terms of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, because Feng Zhuge forcefully asked them for information, his Sha Huang identity could not be used anymore. That plan was halted. Speaking of it, I have already obtained this thieving heaven inheritance for quite some time. If I can get Luopa Valley together with Dang Hun Mountain, my soul foundation would rapidly grow. That is a good method to raise my battle strength as well. In the future, I can even undergo the transaction of bewilderment fog and Luopa wind, increasing my revenue. At the same time, in Luopa Valley, a negotiation had reached its most crucial moment. Qin Baisheng had a light smile as he looked at Hui Fengzi. Hui Fengzi was dressed in a green robe. He lowered his head and thought about it, suddenly laughing as he looked up. Qin Baisheng, to think that I treated you as my best friend. You actually lured me into this trap to harm me. With your strength, you cannot take down Langya Blessed Land. You want me to be cannon fodder. Qin Baisheng's gaze shined. He said lightly, with your wind escape move, you can retreat as you wish. You are famous in northern plains. How could you end up as cannon fodder? Even if wind escape is an immortal killer move, the best in movement within northern plains, it cannot penetrate blessed lands or grotto heavens. Qin Baisheng, I cannot accept your invitation. Hui Fengzi rejected as he shook his head. He was a rank 7 Windpath Gu Immortal. He was a famous and established character. Even if he had a superb skill, he was still very vigilant. Perhaps that was the reason he could live up to this point and have such an achievement. Qin Baisheng nodded. Hui Fengzi's reply was not unexpected. In that case, I will be forced to make you come. You want to stop me? Hui Fengzi's expression tensed. His eyes shined with a sharp light. Very well. Let us spar. It will dispel some unrealistic thoughts in your mind. I, Hui Fengzi, am not someone who can be ordered around easily. As he said that, he struck. Boom! Hui Fengzi opened his mouth. He flicked with his tongue as a huge wind blade shot towards Qin Baisheng. Immortal killer move. Death wind flying blade. Good timing. Qin Baisheng did not move, he only laughed. The wind blade hit Qin Baisheng, who did not move at all. At once, golden light burst out. As the golden light faded, Qin Baisheng remained unharmed. What defensive killer move is this? Hui Fengzi was shocked. He asked in astonishment, my deathwind flying blade did not even cut a single strand of your hair? Qin Baisheng smiled without speaking. How can I fight him like this? Hui Fengzi's eyes twitched, his battle intent fell, he wanted to retreat. Immortal killer move, wind escape. He used his signature method, famous within northern plains. At once, Hui Fengzi turned into a gust of wind as he flew towards the sky of Luopa Valley. This movement killer move had helped Hui Fengzi escape danger countless times. It made his enemies sigh in helplessness. The most memorable occasion was when Hui Fengzi used this move to escape from the rank 8 Gu Immortal Yao Huang, who was pursuing him. But Qin Baisheng did not move as he looked at Hui Fengzi escape. He was expressionless. Rumble. On top of Luopa Valley, thunder was booming as clouds rumbled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The intense wind blew, countless ghostly figures at a quantity of millions flew around below the clouds. Hui Fengzi spit out a mouthful of blood. It was like he rammed into an iron wall. He was forced out of his wind state. What Gu formation is this? He was uncertain. His wind escape could not break out of this area. Qin Baisheng smiled without answering Hui Fengzi's question. He asked, does Sir want to consider joining us and attacking Langya Blessed Land? This time, Hui Fengzi only thought about it for a few breaths before landing. Qin Baisheng, you were superior after all. Never mind, I will join you in this. Qin Baisheng laughed. He was not surprised. Hui Fengzi was famous for knowing his place. He was a wise man who submitted to circumstances. Since he could not escape, Hui Fengzi's greatest advantage was gone. Furthermore, Qin Baisheng's alliance conditions were not too harsh. Even though he was slightly unhappy, he still joined in helplessly. Central continent, heavenly court. The silver-white sky shined with a bright and pure luster. Countless exquisite halls made of white jade could be seen everywhere, empty and tranquil. Amongst the halls, there was an old white tower covered in blemishes, standing tall and conspicuous like a crane in a flock of chickens. The tower's name was Heaven Overseeing. It originated from star constellation Immortal. Venerable as the name suggested, one could observe the whole world from this tower. However, winds never stopped blowing. The events of the world were turbulent and changeable. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable's talent and wisdom could rival that of the heavens, she still could not escape the fate of dying from the end of her lifespan. Later, Heavenly Court experienced the attacks of 3 demon venerables, and when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable ruled the world, they also had the intention of taking possession of Heavenly Court, but for some reason, they dispelled that thought. Over 3 million years, countless marks of history had deeply been imprinted onto Heaven Overseeing Tower. Splendid brilliance or deep gloominess, the vicissitudes of all kinds of experiences had merged into Heaven Overseeing Tower, turning it into an imposing structure, resembling an ancient tree that has lived since ancient times, or like a bronze cauldron that had stood witness to the changes of the world, and still stood tall without collapsing. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord walked up the stairs holding a walking cane. His back was bent. He was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but his majestic aura revealed an intense aura of old age. His hair had turned white, wrinkles covered his body like an old tree's bark. His eyes were blurry and his gaze cloudy. He slowly lifted his foot, or rather, dragged. He was like an old insect, tottering up the endless stairs with difficult steps. He walked forward step by step. Every step he walked, the white jade stairs under his feet would shine with a slight light and let out a beautiful sound like that of a xylophone. The next change was to the walls beside the old man. Images changed constantly on the walls. Sometimes there was a lump of vague, foggy figures. Sometimes there were innumerable colorful lines, and rarely there would appear clear pictures. The old man paid close attention to the pictures on the walls. Whenever he went up a step, a bead of the immortal essence inside him would be consumed, and changes would occur to the pictures on the walls. The old man's movement paused. A picture on a wall vividly portrayed a valley. Luopa Valley. The old man softly muttered. A flash of brilliance appeared and disappeared in his blurry eyes. 2 Gu Immortals were fighting at the center of the picture. A Wind Path Gu Immortal and a Metal Path Gu Immortal. At the periphery of the picture, several Gu Immortals were standing, looking at the battle in the center. The picture continued to change. The battle of the 2 Gu Immortals was not intense. They stopped after exchanging 1 or 2 moves. Finally, the picture froze at this scene. The Wind Path Gu Immortal slowly lowered his head at the Metal Path Gu Immortal. The old man inwardly engraved this scene in his mind. In the innumerable steps that led to the top of the tower, those that could show such clear pictures would only number a dozen or so. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to move up the tower. He saw a deep sea, in which a group of Gu Immortals, consisting mostly of immortal zombies, were attacking a blessed land. A female immortal was kneeling on sandy ground, pleading for assistance from an elderly male Gu Immortal. A young Gu Master was unconscious in a bed. A spirit incubating flea was lying on his forehead, slightly shaking. He saw a Gu Immortal with white clothing and blue pupils, quietly moving through a forest in southern border. He also saw an eerie dark swamp. Huge rays of blood-colored light were enshrouding it, within which a blood path Gu Immortal was cultivating. The more the old man saw, the more chilly his face became, and the more fury accumulated in his blurry eyes. These people, they have all escaped the judgment of fate. Finally, he walked to the top of the stairs and stepped onto the peak of the tower, where an immortal Gu appeared in front of him. Rank 9 Immortal Gu, Fate. It looked like a spider, colored in black and white. Its aura was weak. There was a scarlet wound on its body that almost cut it in two. The old man gazed at this Gu for a long while before he heaved a sigh. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 Immortal Gu house. Unfortunately, its most important core, Fate, had suffered a fatal injury and was close to destruction. Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The old man gritted his teeth, his gaze revealing deep enmity. The person who inflicted such an injury onto Immortal Gu Fate was none other than a famed character in history, Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Red Lotus Demon Venerable broke Fate, destroying the chains of fate and allowing all living beings in the world to grasp their own destiny. But Immortal Gu Fate was not completely destroyed. However, despite the care and protection from all immortals in Heavenly Court, the injuries Fate had suffered had yet to recover even after 1,000,000 years. This situation was caused by the attack of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The injuries on Fate Immortal Gu were not only represented in its physical wounds, it was also reflected on all the living beings who had escaped the judgment of fate. The existence of these people in themselves signified the breaking of fate. Thus, healing the immortal goo fate had to be done in two aspects. One was to deal with the wound on the goo. The other was to clear the obstacles for immortal goo fate by eliminating all those who had escaped the judgment of fate. No matter which aspect, both were troublesome issues. Especially the second aspect, the 5 regions were extremely vast. Every moment, there would be someone who escaped their fate. It was extremely difficult for Heavenly Court to eliminate these existences. Even if Heavenly Court was the most powerful goo immortal organization, it only controlled Central Continent. The remaining 4 regions were linked to Central Continent through regional walls. The higher the cultivation of the expert, the more difficult it would be for them to pass the regional wall. The regional walls of each of the regions were like protective layers that isolated the 5 regions from each other and made them independent territories. In the beginning, when Fate Immortal Goo had just been injured, Heavenly Court was still seeing some efficiency in eliminating escapees of fate. But merely some years later, there were countless escapees like waves formed in a sea, appearing repeatedly, to the extent that they could not be fully attended to. More than 10 years later, this situation spread like a wildfire throughout the 5 regions. Dozens of years later, immortal zombies appeared, humans that were supposed to be dead but were still living. This was the classic example of escaping fate's judgment. Back then, this situation had shocked, angered, and shaken the whole of Heavenly Court. As such a practice grew more popular to this day, a branch of immortal zombies appeared even in Central Continent. Survival was a basic human instinct. Even Heavenly Court could not resist such a trend. The goal of restoring Fate Goo seemed to be getting more distant day by day, and there seemed to be no hope. However, Heavenly Court had never given up. Because every generation of Heavenly Court Goo immortals firmly remembered the dignity of Heavenly Court during the Olden Antiquity era, and its glory during the Remote Antiquity era. And the greatest cornerstone in building this was Fate Goo. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables arrangements used Fate Goo as the core. Therefore, allowing resistance against 3 demon venerables and ensuring Heavenly Court did not fall. Completely healing Fate Goo was akin to grasping the paths in life for all living beings. This also meant that Heavenly Court would once again be paramount, becoming the supreme immortals among immortals, rulers among countless rulers. All their efforts had provided some results. Under generations after generations of efforts from Goo immortals of Heavenly Court, and enormous prices paid over the course of history, Fate Goo was recovering bit by bit until the current state, where although it was dying, it could be barely used. It was because of this that pictures appeared on Heaven Overseeing Tower's walls. Fate escapees and Fate Goo were irreconcilably opposed. However, those that had escaped the judgment of fate were truly too many in numbers. The ones that appeared in Heaven Overseeing Tower were only the strongest ones, while also not being inside blessed lands or grotto heavens, in addition to not using wisdom path methods to conceal themselves, therefore they were easy to deduce. Soon, using the latest refinement path convention to heal Fate Goo's injury will result in a qualitative breakthrough. All the investments we made will be worth it. Countless years of accumulation will be brought about to fruition from this. After the refinement path convention, Fate Goo should be able to display 50% of its might. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord mumbled while caressing Fate Goo. His expression gradually eased up, the anger in his heart temporarily pacified. But before this, we still need to eliminate these main sinners who had escaped the judgment of fate. All lives have their trajectory and destiny predetermined since they are born. This is the law of heaven and earth, the rule of nature. How can we allow you to leisurely escape? This is life that does not belong to any of you. While thinking of this, the old man recalled the clear pictures which he had engraved in his mind when he moved up the stairs. Before fate recovers, I will act in the capacity of heaven and eliminate the tallest of these weeds. Central Continent, who immortal blessed land. The light of wisdom filled the underground cave. Fong Yuan was inside the light with his eyes tightly closed. Behind him was the biggest Lingji in the cave. It was the king of the Ji forest and had already grown to the size of a fat, mature small tree with lush mushroom heads. Bright colored lights shined on Fong Yuan's face. His breathing was deep and slow. Malicious thoughts rose up and down in his mind like waves, constantly crashing against each other. After a while, Fong Yuan opened his eyes. I took such a long time in accumulating malicious thought goo, but they were used up like this. He frowned, unsatisfied with this result. He had first attempted to deduce how to add pulling mountain and pulling water into the killer move myriad itself. The result was that he used up half of the stock of malicious thought goo, but only made less than 10% progress. This progress was too slow. Fang Yuan then tried to deduce Immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. He used up all malicious thought goo, but the progress was only a little over 10%. In the end, it was because my transformation path attainment is too low. Fang Yuan sighed. At this moment, he suddenly felt something. A moving perspective cup goo came out of his immortal aperture. The goo brought a letter. Fang Yuan opened it. There were only 4 words on it. The time has arrived. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed as he stood up. The sender was Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan had originally intended to follow Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance clues to find Luopa Valley. But not long ago, Fairy Li Shan had suddenly sent news which caused Fang Yuan to dispel the plan of Luopa Valley. This news was regarding Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance. After Dongfang Changfan died, Dongfang Yuliang was his legacy successor. But the latter was only Immortal Gu Master, thus to stop the intention of other Gu Immortals, Dongfang Changfan did not directly hand over the wisdom path inheritance to Dongfang Yuliang, instead arranged it at a hidden place. Fairy Li Shan had vast connections and specialized in getting intel. This time, the intel was that Dongfang Yuliang had secretly headed off to an unknown location, attempting to inherit the wisdom path inheritance. Northern Plains, Taichio. An intense battle was reaching its climax. On one side, there were 3 Gu Masters, on the other side it was a myriad beast-sized goat group. 2 Gu Masters were in front, retreating under the fierce attacks of the goat group. Behind, one person had a robe filled with bloodstains. Even though his face was like jade, he had a tired expression. He was breathing roughly as his eyes were drooping. Suddenly, with a loud call, the myriad beast coiling mountain goat king led its group of elite goats as they attacked the 3 Gu Masters. The assault became faster and faster. The goat group attacked from both sides, resembling ripples from a sea's waves, splitting up and leaving a path in the middle. In a few breaths of time, the goat king was right in front of them. Young master, quickly retreat. The situation is dangerous. We will stay here. Young master, think of the future. The 2 Gu Masters saw this desperate situation. Their eyes were wide open as they shouted. But the person behind them was in bad shape. It was as if he did not hear them. One of the Gu Masters had a resolute expression as he made a decision. Speaking, Dong Pakong, you are a flying master. Quickly escape with young master. I will stall them. The other Gu Master, Dong Pakong's body shook. Looking at his ally, he hesitated. Tan Wufeng, the Gu Master who wanted to stay behind, was Tan Wufeng. Previously, he was a demonic path Gu Master. He, together with Hao Ji-Lu, were known as the Wind and Water Demons. They were very famous. Hao Ji-Lu went to He Lulan. In the end, he died in there, along with everyone else later due to Fang Yuan destroying Imperial Court Blessed Land. On the contrary, Wind Demon Tan Wufeng went to Dongfang Yuliang. Even though they lost in the Imperial Court contest, his life was preserved. He converted from demonic to righteous, becoming a subordinate of Dongfang tribe's previous leader, Dongfang Yuliang. But right now, Tan Wufeng wanted to stay behind and single-handedly resist the myriad beast goat group. He was using his life to gain precious time for his allies, for them to escape. There was no hope of surviving. This was truly a suicide mission. Dong Pakong's heart shook. He felt moved. Even though Tan Wufeng was strong, as a righteous path member, he felt suspicious towards Tan Wufeng's motives and intentions for converting. Other than that, he also felt disdain and contempt. But right now, in Dong Pakong's heart, these suspicions, disdain, all vanished, turning into an emotion of tragic guilt. Under the influence of his genuine emotions, he spoke, "Good brother, I will bring young master away now." Tan Wufeng was staring with wide-opened eyes. Seeing the approaching goat group, he was anxious, shouting loudly, "Why aren't you scramming?" Dong Pakong turned around and left, 2 streaks of tears falling from his eyes. He knew that he had to fight against time. If they wanted to escape, Tan Wufeng's sacrifice was not enough. They needed his flying master attainment to be fully displayed along the way. Even then, They had less than a 30% chance of success. However, at this moment, the blood-bathed white-robed Goo Master opened his eyes, raising his head as he shouted, "Seven-star light!" Saying this, his entire body shot upwards. 7 lumps of light of all colors were floating around him, rapidly circling around his body. Swoosh! A huge lump of star thoughts, under the support of the 7-star light, burst out. In an instant, the surroundings were dyed in blue, starlight shined brightly and hit the surprised goat group. The coiling mountain goat group's myriad beast kings shouted loudly, but their momentum was too great. The goat group rammed into the countless star thoughts. Young Master, Lord Yu Liang, Tan Wu Feng and Dong Pakong saw this and were excited and joyful. An immense amount of star thoughts formed a star cloud as it rumbled endlessly. A moment later, half of the star thoughts were destroyed, but as they dispersed, the myriad beast goat king had died, along with dozens of elite goat beasts. The goat group lost their goat king and broke apart. Splitting into multiple smaller groups led by 1,000 beast goat kings, the huge goat group had turned into numerous smaller groups that scattered everywhere. The blood-bathed white-robed Goo Master descended slowly to the surface. His body shuddered as he almost fell on the ground. Even though he dealt a fatal blow and overturned the situation, he was barely hanging on now. Young Master, Tan Wu Feng and Dong Pakong came up, holding this Goo Master's arms. This Goo Master was Dongfang Yu Liang. After Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Dongfang Changfan died, he was his chosen inheritor. His face was extremely pale. He controlled his dizziness as he forced a laugh. All right, we finally beat this myriad beast goat group. We have time to rest now. Young Master. Tan Wu Feng and Dong Pakong looked at each other. They were moved and in admiration. Dong Pakong was holding Dongfang Yu Liang as he sat down slowly. He could not help but urge, "Young Master, Taichio is one of the 10 great fierce areas. After entering this place for 3 days, we had already encountered more than 10 waves of beast groups. Originally, we had more than 10 people, now only us 3 are left. It is not a big deal if I die here, but Young Master is precious. If something happens to you, what will we do? Looking at this situation, why don't we retreat first before coming here again?" Dongfang Yu Liang sat on the ground, smiling bitterly to himself, shaking his head. "You do not know the situation. This is my last and only chance. I had already put everything into this attempt. It is like an arrow that has been shot. We cannot turn back any longer. We need to make use of our time now and rest, trying to recover our battle strength." Saying so, he shut his eyes, grabbing 2 primeval stones as he entered a state of rest. Dong Pakong and Tan Wu Feng looked at each other, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. They nodded as they sat around Dongfang Yu Liang, taking out their primeval stones and meditating. At the outskirts of Taichio, Goo Immortal Lu Qingming retracted his gaze as he praised, "To think that as immortal, Dongfang Yu Liang could advance so deeply into Taichio." This time, he expressed weakness and lured his enemies in, causing the coiling mountain myriad beast goat king to charge up and letting him kill the leader. He actually managed to survive this difficulty. Standing beside him, Goo Immortal Han Dong snorted coldly. "This Taichio is one of the 10 great fierce areas. There are desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts living here. Even us Goo Immortals do not dare to charge in recklessly. Dongfang Changfan placed his inheritance ground here. He was guarding against us." Goo Immortal Su Guang added, "That is right. Dongfang Yu Liang and the others are all mortal Goo Masters. They have weak auras and do not attract the attentions of the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. With the route that Dongfang Changfan planned for them, they would only meet some ordinary beast groups while entering the deep parts of Taichio. If we go, our Goo Immortal auras would leak and cause the resistance of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts." More Goo Immortals are coming to the outskirts. The other 2 Goo Immortals heard this and sensed something. They looked towards the southeast direction, only to see that 3 Goo Immortals had just approached towards them. They were wearing black robes and had masks on, only showing their eyes. "Heh, more people that want to have a share of the profits." Han Dong's eyes shined ominously. His tone was eerie. The 3 black-robed Goo Immortals descended. They were none other than Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan, and He Lulan. Fairy Lishan was a famous Gu immortal in Northern Plains. Previously, she had agreed to an alliance with Dong Fong Chong Fan. She could not covet his possessions openly, thus she had to hide her appearance. Meanwhile, Fong Yuan and He Lu Lan were involved in the collapse of 88 True Yang building. They had to conceal their appearances. The three slowly descended, floating in the air outside of Taichio. They were not planning to go inside. They first glanced at Dongfang Yuliang and the others before looking around. He Lu Lan chuckled. Dongfang Chong Fan's wisdom path inheritance is truly attractive. The outskirts of Taichio had so many Gu immortals hiding around. Just with my methods, I found more than 20. Fairy Lishan continued. I found 26. Most of them are demonic path Gu immortals. But there are also Gu immortals from Dongfang tribe. Fong Yuan took a look, but he only found 19. Although his battle strength had been raised, his investigative methods could not compare to an established veteran Gu immortal like Fairy Lishan. As for He Lu Lan, her investigative methods exceeded his. This made him internally alert. No wonder Dongfang Yuliang is rushing to obtain the wisdom path inheritance. It seems that Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals are also after this inheritance. After all, with this inheritance, one has a chance of becoming Northern Plains' #1 wisdom path Gu immortal. Even their own Gu immortals cannot resist this temptation. Fairy Lishan sighed. Did Dongfang Chongfan make any mistakes? He signed an agreement with the Righteous Path Superforces so that they would not come after this, but he missed his own tribe's Gu immortals. He Lu Lan said. She frowned slightly. She felt that Dongfang Chongfan would not be so careless. Dongfang Chongfan is the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. He left the inheritance clues in Dongfang Yu Liang's mind. Such wisdom path techniques cannot be broken easily. Right now, the Gu immortals are all waiting here. It seems that they are biding their time until Dongfang Yuliang opens the inheritance, before they start robbing it. Fong Yuan said. His motive in this journey was to get a complete wisdom path inheritance. Wisdom path inheritances had greater value the more complete they were. But currently, it seemed like his goal was going to fail. There were so many Gu immortals after the inheritance. When they obtained it, they might form a situation where the inheritance gets split up. Thankfully, my battle strength rose a lot just now. I have a chance at competing. Later, when we snatch it, I should avoid being the center of attention, so that the crowd would not attack me together. I need to strategize. Fong Yuan made his tactics. Although he had high battle strength, there were many Gu immortals. He could not fight them together. Of course, he was not stupid enough to attempt doing that anyway. However, a change occurred right at this moment. A blinding flash appeared. As the light faded, Dongfang Yuliang, Tan Wu Feng, and Dong Pekong vanished from their original spots. This is a teleportation Gu formation? It was hidden underground. We didn't discover it. Dongfang Chongfan's arrangements are indeed not simple. This Taichio was not the true inheritance ground. It was just a place to hinder us. Quick, while the Gu formation still has some aura remaining, quickly search for clues before it dissipates. The Gu immortal realized at once, showing up and charging towards the deep parts of Taichio. Desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts were stirred. They rushed out from all areas of Taichio. Seeing a large number of desolate beasts appearing in their sights, with several ancient desolate beasts among them, the Gu immortals flying in the sky slowed down, their expressions turning dark. They were indeed worthy of being Dongfang Chongfan's arrangements, meticulously set out and interlinked. He had completely deduced today's situation. Even after he died, he created huge problems for these Gu immortals. The desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts that were alerted felt that the Gu immortals were intruders. Originally, they were resting in Taichio peacefully in their respective territories. Dongfang Yuliang and the others' intrusion was like a few butterflies flying into their garden. The beasts were not disturbed. But the Gu immortals were like bandits entering their homes. They were alerted and went all out, even working together to protect their territory. Taichio. To humans, Taichio was one of Northern Plains' 10 great fierce areas. But to these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, the 10 great fierce areas were their sanctuaries. They were places where humans could not take over. Seeing so many desolate beasts charging over at once, the Gu immortals were apprehensive. Although there was a good number of them, they were not united. Instead, they were wary of each other due to the wisdom path inheritance. it was hard to work together sincerely. They could not battle with the desolate beasts either. Once they fought, the chaotic battle would cause damage to Taichio. If they destroy the traces left behind by the teleportation goo formation, the goo immortals would have even greater trouble tracking them. Those who could become goo immortals were not fools. Dongfang Changfan's plot was very obvious. They all understood it clearly in an instant. These desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts are not the point. We cannot spend too much time with these beasts and lose our clues. Get past them and find the traces, following the clues to the inheritance ground. The goo immortals were still flying towards the area where the teleportation goo formation was, but they had to slow down. Desolate beasts were a huge problem, but the surrounding goo immortals were worse. If it was convenient, these demonic path goo immortals would certainly not mind exterminating some of the competitors around them. Hell, a desolate beast flying at high speed engaged with a female goo immortal. This rank 6 female goo immortal's name was Hirua, also known as Peacock Flying Immortal. She was skilled in transformation path. She shouted a curse. She felt sullen inside, but she could not blame anyone. She could only blame herself for being unlucky and placed in a bad position. Seeing that the desolate beast was charging over, she did not fight it. She turned into a blurry green-gray bird, spreading her wings and flying away towards the crucial location. The desolate beast was unable to catch up to her. It turned around and targeted another unlucky person. The green-gray bird flew past the other goo immortals, becoming the goo immortal closest to the crucial location. Other goo immortals did not watch this without doing anything. A mere mortal killer move? You dare to stand out? Waves were crashing as a rank 7 goo immortal rode on a huge wave and blocked the green-gray bird. This goo immortal had a strong aura, but he was so thin his bones could be seen. His skin was wrinkled and dry, sticking close to his bones. Veins could be seen on his skin. They were everywhere. Seeing this person, most of the surrounding goo immortals showed a wary expression on their faces. This was a rank 7 goo immortal Pai Shui Han. He was a member of the demonic path and cultivated ice path and water path. He was a famous expert. Peacock Flying Immortal Hirua saw that Pai Shui Han was obstructing her. She did not evade him. Instead, she snorted lightly and an immortal goo aura burst out from her. Hirua activated her immortal goo. The green-gray bird she had transformed into turned from blurry to clear. In an instant, the green bird's body expanded by 30%. 3 golden peacock tails grew on her back. Her speed rose sharply as she flew past the waves towards the goo formation. Pai Shui Han's actions failed. He laughed instead of getting angry, saying in a mocking tone, "Indeed, after attending the Northern Plains auction, you think you have some ability now." Saying this, he raised both his arms. Gurgle gurgle, with 2 loud sounds, the water waves surged up, emerging from nowhere, blocking the green bird like 2 huge walls. Meanwhile, Pai Shui Han's speed did not decrease. He rode on the currents and charged towards Hirua. Hirua did not dare to fight with Pai Shui Han. She raised her head and spread her wings, rising into the sky. But no matter how high she flew, the waves grew alongside her. Pai Shui Han smiled coldly. He rapidly got close to her. But Hirua did not want a battle. She put all her efforts into escaping. Pai Shui Han could do nothing to her within a short period of time. Just as the two were fighting, one figure emerged from another side, like a flash of lightning. This person was brawny and muscular. His skin was bronze in color. Lightning was coiling around his body. His speed was faster than Hirua. Fang Yuan felt some familiarity upon seeing him. He thought over it for a moment and realized that this person was Divine Lord Tiandu. This immortal cultivated lightning path. He alongside Shirho had once coerced an immortal zombie of Zombie Alliance, buying 150 kilograms of wilted essence with 1 immortal essence stone. Divine Lord Tiandu saw Pai Shui Han and Hirua chasing and fleeing. He found a chance and activated his movement killer move, gaining a huge boost in speed. Soon, he surpassed everyone and quickly became the person closest to the goo formation. Ha ha! Divine Lord Tiandu saw that he was getting closer to the goo formation and was overjoyed, laughing loudly. Divine Lord, hold up. Accompanying a calm and slow voice, one white-robed scholar appeared before Tiandu. Ah, unfettered scholar. Divine Lord Tiandu saw this person and his expression changed. His speed fell drastically. He knew that he was not the rank 7 Gu Immortal, unfettered scholars match. He shouted quickly, "Sure ho! Quickly lend me a hand." Sure ho's eyes twitched. He had no choice but to show up beside Divine Lord Tian-Du. He was a muscular man, looking very rugged and brutish. His hair was in a mess and he held a skull in his hands. Divine Lord Tian-Du cried out, pushing with his hands as a lightning dragon was unleashed. At the same time, Shurho activated his mortal killer move, attacking Unfettered Scholar. The two were not weak in battle strength among rank 6 Gu Immortals, otherwise they would not dare to extort a zombie alliance member. At this moment, they joined forces and had an impressive attack. It attracted much attention. Come then. Unfettered Scholar smiled lightly. He moved his hand as two Immortal Gu flew out. Boom. In an intense explosion, Shurho and Divine Lord Tian-Du flew back after spitting blood, but Unfettered Scholar stood on the spot, having a calm demeanor. He was fighting 2 against 1, beating back Shurho and Divine Lord Tian-Du. The Immortal Gu he used had great power, but they were already placed back inside his immortal aperture. Nobody had seen them clearly. Let's go. At this moment, from another direction, Gu Immortal Lu Qingming shouted, as the Gu Immortals Su Guang and Han Dong followed after him. Their advance caused gasps among the crowd. It is the traveling 3 elites. Block them. Be careful, when they join forces, their battle strength can match rank 7. The 3 elites gave off bright lights each. It was a dazzling scene, forming an image of a chariot. This was a killer move that could only be unleashed when all 3 Gu Immortals worked together. The killer move had great power. The 3 elites could charge forward fearlessly. Nobody could stop them for the moment they got close to the Gu formation. There were 5 publicly well-known rank 8 Gu Immortals in Northern Plains. There were more rank 7 Gu Immortals, but they were not in large numbers. People like Qin Baishang, Fairy Li Shan, and others, they were famous people who had been around for a long time. In the Gu Immortal world, most Gu Immortals were rank 6. When the 3 elites joined up, they had rank 7 battle strength. This made people wary. Furthermore, they had chosen their specific direction and had no strong foes of rank 7. Whether it was by coincidence or not, the 3 of them managed to become the ones closest to the Gu formation. They were extremely fast. Pai Shui Han, Unfettered Scholar, and the others could not stop them. They could only watch as the 3 elites landed on the Gu formation that was set up earlier. However, a change occurred right at this moment. The figures of the 3 elites vanished, while a huge bat desolate beast flapped its wings and flew away. This is a ruin bat. Ruin bat is a space path desolate beast. There were actually concealment type Gu on this beast. The 3 elites were engulfed by it. Ha ha, although they are not in mortal danger, they lost precious time and the valuable opportunity. Some Gu Immortals were shocked. Some were taking pleasure from their misfortune. Ruin Bat was not an exception at this moment. The desolate beasts in Taichio had surrounded the Gu Immortals, ready for a huge battle. The Peach Wolf, which was pink, cute, and had a tiny body, moved extremely quickly like light. The White Hoof Ink Horse was stalwart like a mountain. The Blood Tongue Tree had bloody and long tongues. And also, the Chi Path Ancient Desolate Beast, Primeval Return Peacock, that could absorb the primeval energy of a huge surrounding area, 3 Desolate Beast Coiling Mountain Goats, and a Lawless Antelope that could give even a rank 7 Gu Immortal a headache. The scene became chaotic at once. Desolate Beasts and Gu Immortals fought in intense battles, while the Gu Immortals were wary of each other. But no matter how chaotic it was, the Gu Immortals were protecting one crucial location. They tried to preserve all traces of the teleportation Gu formation. Follow me. With Fairy Li Shan at the lead, Fang Yuan and He Lulan were in the chaotic battle, fighting carefully and moving around agilely. They stealthily had gotten close to the Gu formation. Gur. A bull-shaped desolate beast blocked Fang Yuan and the other's path. You dare rob me? Gu Immortal Zhuizhan carried a huge hammer and wore a red bronze suit of armor. He rode on a fat boar as he charged towards Fang Yuan and the others. At the same time, Divine Lord Tian-Du, who was far away, laughed coldly. An immortal Gu flew out, turning into lightning as it shot over. It was known as Thunder Shuttle. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were about to strike, when Fang Yuan stopped them. Please don't worry. Let me use my method. As he said this, countless Gu worms flew up in his immortal aperture. Rank for all-out effort Gu, bitter strength Gu, borrow strength Gu, self-reliance Gu, refine essence spirit Gu, earth strength Gu, water strength Gu, wind strength Gu, lightning strength Gu, fire strength Gu, lurking soul coat goo, breath concealment goo. Countless mortal goo flew up like butterflies, circling around one spot. An immortal goo was proudly at the center. It was the strength path immortal goo, self-strength. From the mesmerizing flying, the mortal goo created traces of light in the air. Self-strength immortal goo burst out with a blinding light, connecting all of the traces of light into one, forming a light lump resembling a small sun. The light shined on the ground in the immortal aperture. On the ground, there were hundreds of thousands of Fong Yuan strength path phantoms standing and waiting silently. Before coming here, Fong Yuan made his preparations. He summoned his strength path phantom army prior to this trip. Immortal killer move myriad self. First style, giant hand. Fong Yuan mentally called out. Tens of thousands of phantoms of Fong Yuan stretched out their right hands, raising them up high, palms facing the huge light lump in the sky. Around the light lump, there were 100 group strength goo entering it. At the same time, Fong Yuan in the outside world stretched out his right hand. Boom! A strength path giant hand appeared out of nowhere. The air within dozens of meters around him was pulled. The giant hand pushed. The bull-shaped desolate beast was pushed away and into the air. The giant hand gripped. Thunder Shuttle Immortal Goo was trapped inside. The giant hand closed into a fist. It punched at Goo Immortal Zhuozhan. Zhuozhan was stunned. His eyes were wide open and staring. After shouting in shock, he escaped in panic. Once Fong Yuan's giant hand was unleashed, the effect was shocking. Countless Goo Immortals looked over with surprised gazes. In truth, such a method of accumulating quantity and unleashing it all at once was a very common way of designing killer moves. Like the very common fire pellet goo, it can summon one fireball. How could one increase its strength? Normal people would think like this. By accumulating fireballs during battle, they would unleash it all at once. This way, by raising quantity, the power of their move will increase. This was the most common and simply train of thought. But most things were easy to plan, yet the execution was not easy at all. If they formed the fireball beforehand, how could they store it? Even if they stored many fireballs, how can they shoot these fireballs at the same time? Even if they fire it, how can they ensure that the aim is accurate and that the fireballs are not shot in random directions? Only after resolving all of these questions would the Goo Master truly own what was known as a killer move. That was why the nurture, use, and refinement of goo worms were deep fields. Especially in terms of using goo, one needed creativity. Even if killer moves were created, because people were all different, each killer move would naturally have their own strengths and weaknesses. When Fong Yuan conceived the immortal killer move myriad self, it could be said that he had broken traditional confinements and fused enslavement path and strength path, making a great and rare achievement. He had a strength path foundation originally, and when he underwent immortal ascension using his second aperture, he queried heaven and earth, gaining a deeper foundation. Next, he made a huge sacrifice, taking a near-death risk, eventually using the rank 9 wisdom goo, gaining unlimited inspiration and creating the immortal killer move myriad self. Throughout the process, Fong Yuan played the most crucial role. But his environment, wisdom goo, immortal ascension, destruction of imperial court blessed land, they were all unique stimuli. The immortal killer move, myriad self, which successfully fused enslavement path and strength path, due to the nature of its design, had surpassed most immortal killer moves. With this starting point, if Fong Yuan explored it in the future and developed it, he might be able to create a completely new path. Thus, even though the killer move, myriad self, was still in its initial stages, its potential was shocking. Enslavement path was the pinnacle of attrition battling, commanding an army and using the tactic of cannon fodder to drown the enemies in sheer numbers. Strength path created an individual champion. By adding great strength to oneself, one can kill whoever stands in their path. If they rage, the battlefield would be bathed in blood. In this aspect, a single person was a huge force. The two extremes fused into one, creating the killer move myriad self. Fong Yuan could use his own strength to create innumerable strength path phantoms that he could manipulate at will. When he battled with He Cheng, the strength path phantom army forced back He Cheng and Shuesongzi. There was nothing they could do. In the killer move myriad self, this was the manifestation of strength path supporting enslavement path. Right now was the opposite. It was enslavement path supporting strength path. What caused this crucial effect was group strength goo. This ancient goo worm was sent into the light lump for the killer move at the end, transferring the strength path army's strength and adding it all to Fang Yuan's own body. There was also one key point, that was self-strength immortal goo. If it was cleansed soul immortal goo, he would not be able to summon the giant hand. The so-called giant hand was only a giant strength path phantom's hand. He Lulan had once controlled self-strength immortal goo. Her killer move's strongest transformation was a giant strength path phantom. Fang Yuan used the immortal killer move, Unravel Dream, and saved He Lulan, obtaining her strength path true meaning afterwards. This true meaning became the final catalyst to create the giant hand. With all these causes, the move giant hand was formed. Self-strength immortal goo was indeed the best-suited core for the immortal killer move Myriad Self. With it, Myriad Self developed a step further. It could finally interchange between the main and support roles for either path. Fang Yuan used this move instead of unleashing the Strength Path Phantom army in his immortal aperture. He had his reasons. These Strength Path Phantoms had his appearance. Now that he was the culprit of a huge crime, he needed to hide his traces. Especially after the auction, his identity was exposed to a degree and he had not deduced the killer move vaguely familiar face yet. Giant Hand was the move most suitable for Fang Yuan currently. It had incredible power and would not expose his identity. The huge fist continued to punch at Shuozhan. Shuozhan was breaking out in cold sweat. He retreated more quickly as he created some distance from the giant hand. Swoosh! The immortal goo thunder shuttle, which was immobilized, broke free from the giant hand, flying towards its owner. Divine Lord Tian Du Fang Yuan was not surprised. The design of the giant hand was indeed influenced by the formless hands. But the two were very different. Giant Hand was a strength path killer move, but Formless Hand was the essence of theft path. Formless Hand could capture immortal goo, but Giant Hand could only immobilize them for a short period of time. That already could be considered very good. After attacking once, Fang Yuan stopped his offense. In a few breaths of time, the giant hand vanished into thin air. During the entire process of the attack, his right arm was making cracking noises. Even with his immortal zombie body, it was hard for him to sustain the attack. Now that he stopped the move, his strong arm drooped down weakly. The tendons and muscles under his skin were almost all torn. His bones were full of cracks, and his arteries burst, mushing together with his muscles. Giant Hand extracted strength from all of the strength path phantoms, gathering it into Fang Yuan. Because the strength was too great, and Fang Yuan was like the foundation holding it together. This time, I activated Giant Hand using 20,000 Strength Path Phantoms. But the Giant Hand's power can only be at this level temporarily. Even though it has room for improvement, my body had reached its limits. Fang Yuan sighed to himself mentally. His arm was slowly drooping down, but concealed by his wide black robe. In a short time, using the recovery ability of the immortal zombie body, his arm completely recovered. Even so, Giant Hand's power was too shocking. Shuozhan was covered in cold sweat as he retreated a great distance. His gaze towards Fang Yuan carried immense fear. The surrounding Gu Immortals subconsciously created some distance from Fang Yuan. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's faces were hidden under their black hoods. They both showed complex and surprised expressions. The power of Giant Hand had made them inwardly apprehensive and alert. But currently, Fang Yuan was their ally. They were on the same side. The two felt glad. These two emotions mixed together, it was a strange feeling. Their states of mind were complex. Especially He Lulan, after sensing that Giant Hand had a hint of her own killer move's design, she felt a slight sense of dejection. Far away, Unfettered Scholar pushed Divine Lord Tian Du back as he grabbed at Thunder Shuttle Immortal Gu. Divine Lord Tian Du was anxious. He used his method and successfully took back Thunder Shuttle Immortal Gu. Unfettered Scholar did not achieve his goal. He was not upset. He smiled serenely as he turned his gaze towards Fang Yuan, an impressive immortal killer move. Deep within his gaze, there was a solemn feeling. This is truly battle strength reaching rank 7. Lu Qingming and the others killed the Ruin Bat and returned to the outskirts of Taichio. Seeing this, they had wary expressions. Who is this? Pai Shuihan was guessing. This was the first time Giant Hand was used. It was obviously not a well-known immortal killer move. This is a strength path immortal killer move. Is the person domination immortal Chu do? Many Gu immortals could not help but guess. A strength path Gu immortal with such battle strength. There was only one well-known in Northern Plains. But soon, everyone shook their heads. With Chu Du's demeanor, he would not conceal his identity like this. After Divine Lord Tian Du took back Thunder Shuttle Immortal Gu, he looked around. He did not want to fight Unfettered Scholar anymore. Now, even Fong Yuan was a tough opponent, and the traveling three elites were back as well. He knew that with his strength, he could not take advantage of the situation. His expression turned ugly. Even though there was much going on, this all happened in a short period of time. After Fong Yuan used Giant Hand, he had retracted his hand and his arm drooped by his side. Under everyone's gaze, he went back to beside Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan. He purposely kept his head low, not making any noise. It was like he did something insignificant. Fairy Li Shan was in front. He was walking behind her, together with He Lu Lan. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and suspicious. Fong Yuan and the others were dressed in black robes. They wore the same clothes and were very mysterious. Seeing Fong Yuan's attitude, everyone guessed. He Lu Lan, who was beside him, could have the same battle strength as him. As for the one walking in front, Fairy Li Shan, who was acting like the leader, might have even greater strength than Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was very familiar with people's minds. This small action by him was much more terrifying to other Gu immortals compared to his giant hand. Even though the other immortals knew that he might be bluffing, but as Fong Yuan and the others landed on the ground and reached the Gu formation as they were searching for clues to capture Dong Fong Yu Liang, nobody stopped them. Everyone acknowledged the strength of Fong Yuan's group. Of course, the bigger reason was that the wisdom path inheritance was nowhere to be seen. The immortals were shrewd people. They did not want to truly fight now. They fought earlier with probing as their intention. They did not use their real trump cards or any all-out attacks. Fong Yuan and the others were searching for clues together. A few breaths later, they all gasped. What a teleportation Gu formation! Fairy Li Shan's voice was very hoarse. Truly worthy of Dong Fong Chong Fan. He purposely left behind a Gu formation and misled us. He Lu Lan said. The clues here can help point out the correct direction. But to find Dong Fong Yu Liang, we need to rely on luck. Fong Yuan continued. What do you mean? A Gu immortal did not understand, he asked loudly. Fong Yuan and the others did not answer. They rose into the sky suddenly. They left Tai Chiu, moving in 3 different directions and rapidly vanishing from everyone's eyes. A moment later, Unfettered Scholar landed as well. He inspected it and realized Fong Yuan and the others' words were not lies. As it turned out, Dong Fong Chong Fan did something to the Gu formation. He did not make arrangements to destroy the Gu formation. Since this formation could only teleport mortal Gu masters, it could not transport immortals. If he destroyed the Gu formation, there would be Gu immortal experts who could capture all sorts of clues and traces, following them and finding Dong Fong Yu Liang. After all, Dong Fong Chang Fan was skilled at plotting and deductions. He was not an expert in teleportation Gu formations. Thus, he intentionally left behind many trails, while concealing the real route within them, making it hard for people to decipher what was real amongst the fake. This way, the Gu immortals would have to split up to find him. Even if someone found Dong Fong Yu Liang, his pressure would be much lower. Earlier, Fong Yuan and the others chose the 3 most probable directions. Unfettered Scholar thought over it before choosing a 4th direction, rapidly leaving Taichio. After he left, the immortals landed one by one, getting their own clues and leaving in the directions they chose. In the end, only Dong Fong tribe's Gu immortals were left. These Gu immortals are so crafty. No one destroyed the teleportation Gu formation. Even if they destroyed it, clues would still remain. These demonic path Gu immortals have survived until today. They are not people who would do such strenuous and unrewarding tasks. That's right, they are hoping that even if they went the wrong direction, someone would find the real route. By then, if there is any commotion, they would rush over immediately. All right, let's go down and see what clues there are. All right. Let us go down as well and see what clues there are. Dong Fong Wanxiu dispelled his concealment methods and moved to the spot where Dong Fong Yu Liang disappeared. Wasn't First Supreme Elder given special care by Lord Dong Fong Chong Fan before death? A Dongfang tribe Gu Immortal asked with some doubts. Yes, First Supreme Elder specially convened us to come together. There are none of us Gu Immortals currently with the tribe. I was still thinking First Elder would already have some clues. The Gu Immortals expressed their worries. Dongfang Wanxiu heaved a long sigh, speaking in a bleak tone. Don't call me First Supreme Elder. In my heart, only Lord Dongfang Chongfan can be our tribe's First Supreme Elder. We all know Lord Wanxiu was nurtured by Lord Chongfan. But now Lord Chongfan has already passed away. Who can avoid dying in this world? In my opinion, we should focus on the present. Right? Now, Lord Chongfan's wisdom path inheritance has attracted so many demonic path Gu Immortals. Our tribe might be one of the super forces, but any carelessness could result in a catastrophic danger. We need to handle this prudently and safely. If not for Lord Wanxiu honestly explaining that these are Lord Chongfan's arrangements before death, we would have left behind at least one Gu Immortal to guard against any accidents and protect our tribe's seeds. Unlike now, where we have all gathered here, the Gu Immortals followed closely behind Dongfang Wanxiu, speaking one after another. Dongfang Wanxiu waved his hand. There is no need to worry. I might not have the correct clues, but I know the method to get those clues. He then closed his eyes and probed clues from the aura left behind by the teleportation Gu formation. The Gu formation's aura kept on changing. Dongfang Wanxiu got different results every time he checked. Dongfang Wanxiu followed the instructions Dongfang Chongfan gave him before death, engraving these aura clues in memory, comparing and examining them. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and flew to the sky, saying to the rest, "Follow me." Where is this? Dongfang Yuliang slowly woke up from his state of unconsciousness. His gaze turned from blurry to clear. He had a terrible headache, and in fact, not only did his head hurt, his entire body was covered in wounds of all sizes. Blood flowed from his internal organs and bones were fractured in many areas. According to the map left by Lord Chongfan, we have only traveled half the path. How did we suddenly arrive here? Dongfang Yuliang was puzzled, pondering on this while treating the wounds. With his rank 5 peak stage cultivation and methods, the injuries on his body were soon being healed. I remember that when we meditated to absorb primeval energy from primeval stones, the teleportation Gu formation suddenly activated and sent us here. Could it be that the map Lord Dongfang Chongfan gave me is actually fake? Maybe the latter half is fake and the true final point is midway through it. Dongfang Yuliang felt his guess could be correct. From his understanding of Dongfang Chongfan, the latter indeed had such a way of doing things. These arrangements were set up to block the methods of other wisdom path Gu Immortals. Gu Immortals of other paths would be afraid of causing inadvertent damage, afraid that the clues with Dongfang Yuliang would be ruined as well as being wary of each other. Thus they chose to stay behind and wait for the chance to move. Wisdom path Gu Immortals, however, could search thoughts and extract the true clues of the map. Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong were teleported along with me, but I see no traces of them right now. Maybe they are nearby, who knows? I should first look for them before exploring this hall. After a while, Dongfang Yuliang healed the injuries on his body, then started searching around. He had found that this place was like a group of large halls and he was inside a hall. The halls were beautiful but ruined, and could be considered to be a giant site of ruins. Dongfang Yuliang moved with caution, but there was no one in the hall, not to mention enemies. Tan Wufeng, young master. After walking a while, Dongfang Yuliang met Tan Wufeng, who also had been looking for him. Not long after the two met, they found Dong Pekong at the exit of the hall. Dong Pekong was lying on the ground, still unconscious. Dongfang Yuliang and Tan Wufeng used some methods to awaken him. The three were happy at having reunited. Naturally, Dongfang Yuliang was still the leader. He thought for a while and decided, if I am not wrong, this should be where Lord Chongfan set the inheritance. We have already searched the first hall but did not discover any clues. Let's take a look at the second hall. Sure enough, like he expected, when the three entered the second hall, they met with a test at the center of the hall. This was a complicated puzzle involving a complex mystery. There were clues and evidence given of which both truths and falsehoods were included. There was also a time limit under which Dongfang Yuliang had to use wisdom path methods to not only search through the false clues, he also had to deduce the truth of the case. Dongfang Yuliang was indeed worthy of being the successor Dongfang Changfan chose. In less than 1/3 of the time limit, he passed the test and was richly rewarded with a set of rank 5 wisdom path goo worms. With greatly increased strength, Dongfang Yuliang entered the 3rd hall. This test was a remnant goo recipe. It required Dongfang Yuliang to deduce the recipe within 15 minutes. Boom! A giant strength path hand smashed down like a mountain. Bah! The giant horned sheep let out miserable bleats, filled with injuries and completely suppressed by the giant hand. This desolate beast struggled hard several times, but the giant hand still pressed down on it firmly. Finally, the giant horned sheep's energy was used up and it gave up on resisting, not moving anymore. Fang Yuan let out a breath of cloudy air, a pleased look flashing past his eyes. He had followed the clues in his search, but the clues turned out to be false. And when he followed the 5th clue, he came across this desolate beast, giant horned sheep. Fang Yuan was interested in it and started a huge battle with the giant horned sheep. Ever since he connected luck with Yi Fan, Hong Yi and Han Li, Fang Yuan did not have a deficit in luck. This giant horned sheep he fought did not have any difficult to handle goo worms. Giant hand was extremely useful. He repeatedly used it to subdue the giant horned sheep and soon restrained it. There were no twists and turns during the entire battle. Fang Yuan's superiority kept on accumulating until it turned into complete victory, capturing the giant horned sheep alive. Giant horned sheep is purely a strength path desolate beast. I will raise it in the blessed land. At every set interval of time I can cut off some of its flesh and use its strength immortal goo to increase the strength path down marks on my body. Who would have expected that I would be able to capture a giant horned sheep alive in this place? It is truly a surprise blessing. Fang Yuan relaxed his breathing. The injuries on his immortal zombie body had already healed. He willed and the giant hand grabbed the giant horned sheep and transported it to his immortal aperture. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained Eat Strength Immortal Goo, he had frequently purchased strength path-related food in Treasure Yellow Heaven, which came out to be a significant expense. Once or twice was okay, but as it continued on, even Fang Yuan was feeling the effect of the huge expenses. He had already planned to raise some strength path desolate beasts as long-term investment, but the transactions of desolate beasts were rare even in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Not to mention that Fang Yuan only wanted pure strength path desolate beasts. I truly made a good move by extorting self-strength immortal goo. My battle strength has reached rank 7 and the giant hand is somewhat more practical than the strength path phantom army. Ordinary desolate beasts like giant horned sheep are no longer my match. Even regarding the swamp crab which once damaged Dang Hun Mountain, I should be able to face it head-on. Even if it had gruel mud immortal goo, I could ensure the safety of Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan clenched his monstrous claws, enjoying the pleasure of having the situation in his grasp. He rested and reorganized himself leisurely with no hurry. He was aware of the situation. There were many wolves but only one prey. Only relying on his strength, the chances of devouring Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance were too low. If nothing unexpected happens, even if this wisdom path inheritance lands in my hands, it will only be an incomplete part. Sigh, I wonder when I would be able to obtain a truly intact wisdom path inheritance. As Fang Yuan thought over this, Fairy Li Shan's message appeared in his immortal aperture. Fairy Li Shan's information-gathering ability was indeed superior to Fang Yuan's. There were already some people who had discovered the true location of Dongfang Changfan's inheritance ground, and an intense battle was already underway at that area. Because of this loud commotion, more and more Goo immortals were heading there. Fang Yuan met with Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. When they arrived at the place, a dozen or so Goo immortals were pacing around the outer perimeter. Ah, it is them. Careful. These three are extremely mysterious. I just returned from the area to the southeast and saw that person using a giant hand to capture a desolate beast giant horned sheep alive. Demonic Path Goo immortals prioritized strength. The strength Fang Yuan displayed made them apprehensive. Thus, when they slowly flew over, these Goo immortals subconsciously parted to make way for them in the air. This is the inheritance ground? Dongfang Changfan indeed put much thought into this. Fang Yuan observed from above, and soon said in a moved tone. Below him was the corpse of a ruined bat. This ruined bat was not simple. While alive, it was an immemorial desolate beast with the battle strength of a rank 8 Gu Immortal. It was a space path desolate beast with countless space path Dao marks on its body. These Dao marks were influencing this space, constructing a land of illusory large halls. As long as someone stepped into its range, they would be dragged into the halls. Only if they were rank 8 Gu Immortal would they be able to resist this huge force. This ruined bat died in the depths of Taichio. Its presence caused there to be no desolate beasts around a huge surrounding range. This was a forbidden place within a forbidden place, a fierce area among fierce areas. Dongfang Changfan was also only a rank 7 Gu Immortal, but he was actually able to arrange his wisdom path inheritance at this place. This was indeed another clear indication that he was worthy of being called the number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal of Northern Plains. It was truly extraordinary. Right as the Gu Immortals were hesitating above the ruined bat's corpse, Dongfang Yuliang had already been smoothly succeeding and was charging into the 8th hall. My chosen inheritor, you have finally arrived. A lump of star will condense into Dongfang Changfan's appearance in front of Dongfang Yuliang and the others. Master, Dongfang Yuliang prostrated with tears in his eyes. The star will slowly nodded and looked at Dongfang Yuliang. Being able to come here shows your superior talent. This is not the final hall, but it is the end of the inheritance. As long as you are able to perfect this Gu formation and successfully activate it, you can be said to have completely obtained this wisdom path inheritance and receive my wisdom path immortal Gu. Master, I will definitely do my best. Dongfang Yuliang showed an intense fighting spirit. You need to be quick, there is not much time left. The star will raise its head, gazing at the sky. Bam bam bam. Intense explosions continued to occur. In the sky, Gu Immortals were fighting everywhere. Since they had now found the true inheritance ground, the demonic path Gu Immortals were all practical and straightforward. Without much hesitation, someone flew down. Since Dongfang Changfan chose the corpse of an immemorial ruined bat as his wisdom path inheritance ground, he naturally had his own reasons. The huge phantom beast army was stirred. Like a giant black cloud, they rose from beneath the feet of the demonic path Gu Immortals. These phantom beasts were all of strange appearances. They attacked fearlessly. They were skilled at dodging, and there were several desolate beast-level phantom beasts blocking the demonic path Gu Immortals. Phantom beasts are normally rare. They only appear in places with numerous space path Dao marks. There are so many here. He Lulan was fighting fiercely as she cursed. She lost self-strength immortal Gu. Her battle strength plummeted. Even though she could use strength chi immortal Gu to replace it, and still summon the giant strength path phantom killer move, she could not show her appearance now, thus, when fighting, she was very restricted. Stay calm. Fairy Li Shan consoled. Phantom beasts have the natural ability to turn into phantoms and avoid attacks. Inspiration for the phantom path of Gu Masters was obtained from phantom beasts by Gu Immortal Su Wuxia. As long as an ancient desolate beast-level phantom beast doesn't appear, we will be able to enter the corpse of the immemorial ruined bat eventually. As she said this, a large group of phantom beast birds flew over. Fang Yuan snorted, keeping them away from the other two as he used myriad self-first style. Giant hand. A strength path giant hand appeared, stretching its fingers and grabbing. The strength path hand had great power, but when it grabbed, it caused little damage. In this 1,000 phantom beast group, only some dozens had died. Most of the phantom beasts had turned vague. They became nearly invisible, as they remained in their places. When Fang Yuan retracted his strength path hand, these phantom beasts appeared again. They became solid and had real bodies, charging towards Fang Yuan and the others again. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Next to him, Fairy Li Shan waved a hand as a sea of fire spread out. The fire burned in the air. Over the entire surroundings, they formed a large barrier. The phantom beasts charged into the sea of fire, using the same ability again and avoiding the flames by turning into phantoms. Their advancement did not slow down. But the moment they ran out of the fire, Fang Yuan had been waiting for them. He grasped with his strength path giant hand. Splat! This time, Fang Yuan grabbed onto them. Hundreds of phantom beasts were turned into meat paste. They lost their lives. The hand slowly opened up, As flesh and blood rained down from the gaps between his fingers, blood was pouring like a drizzle of rain. This group of phantom beasts had around 1,000 in number. With this grasp from Fang Yuan, most of them died. The remaining ones lost their fighting spirit when faced against the imposing Fang Yuan. They scattered and escaped. Fang Yuan killed this group of phantom beasts so easily, but he was not smug. He had a grim expression. The ordinary phantom beasts are still fine. They can only turn into phantoms for a short while. We can eradicate them with some cooperation. But the problem lies in the desolate beast-level phantom beasts. Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan nodded. They were observing the surroundings and paying attention to the battles elsewhere. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han, the two rank 7 Gu Immortals, were fighting with two desolate-level phantom beasts each. Desolate-level phantom beasts were truly special. They could turn into phantoms for a long time. Thus, even though they were rank 6, they were hard to deal with. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han could not take them down even though they hurried to do so. But the two had rich experience. After fighting for a while, they recognized the situation and became less rash. They started to deal with the situation calmly. In contrast, Lu Qingming's side was in a dangerous situation. One desolate-level phantom beast turned phantom. Its speed rose quickly as it charged towards Gu Immortal Han Dong, who was beside Lu Qingming. Han Dong was caught off guard. He was inside the phantom beast's body. After turning phantom, Han Dong could not touch the phantom beast, but the phantom beast also could not touch Han Dong. But at the next moment, the phantom beast became solid. Han Dong was inside the phantom beast's body. Once this happened, he entered the phantom beast's stomach. The phantom beast growled proudly. It flew away and left with Han Dong, leaving Lu Qingming and Su Guang behind. Lu Qingming, Han Dong, and Su Guang were the traveling 3 elites. When they joined forces, they could match a rank 7 Gu Immortal. But they were cooperating. When doing that, they were not as powerful individually. Once Han Dong was gone, the remaining 2 Gu Immortals' battle strength fell drastically. They were no longer as imposing as before. The two were anxious. They chased and attempted to save Han Dong. The phantom beast that engulfed Han Dong flew down rapidly. It endured Lu Qingming and Su Guang's attacks without turning phantom again. Han Dong was attacking it from within its stomach as well. This phantom beast was attacked from both inside and outside. Along the way, it was clearly troubled. It was spitting blood. Why is this phantom beast so stubborn? Earlier when we fought, they would all turn phantom the moment any attacks got close. Quickly turn phantom now. Su Guang shouted anxiously. Lu Qingming's face was grim. Can you still not tell? There is a mastermind behind this. Dong Fang Chong Fan, I underestimated you. In a hall within the ruins, Dong Fang Chong Fan's star will watch the sky with his hands behind his back. His body was shining in starlight. His thick and condensed body was shrinking rapidly, becoming more dispersed. This was the ability of the number 1 Wisdom Path Immortal in Northern Plains. Even though he had died, the methods he left behind could still be used, controlling this phantom beast army to fight for precious time for his inheritor. Quick, faster. Just a bit faster. Behind him, Dongfang Yuliang was full of sweat as he squeezed out all of his potential, trying to finish this Gu formation. This Gu formation was the final test. After he passed it, he would obtain Dongfang Chongfan's Immortal Gu, the core essence of the Wisdom Path inheritance. In the air, seeing that the desolate-level phantom beast was bringing Han Dong back to its home, Su Guang, who could not catch up, showed a look of despair. To think that Dongfang Changfan had such incredible enslavement path methods, he really concealed them deeply. Brother Han Dong will be in deep trouble if he can't escape. What shall we do? Enslavement path, wisdom path, and soul path are all very similar. They almost have the same origins. That is not strange. Lu Qingming's eyes shined with a determined light. But Dong Fang Chong Fan, we feared you when you were alive, avoiding you and your deductions. Now that you are dead, you are still causing trouble for us. But do you think such methods are enough to take us down? You are looking down on the talents of this world. Saying so, his body shook as his arms spread open, resembling a bird spreading its wings. At the next moment, his arms swung in front of his chest without bending at all as his hands clapped in front of him. With a loud, crisp sound, an intense wind blew from the force of his clap. The wind danced in the air, forming tens of thousands of wind blades in the air. The wind blades spun around each other, forming a ball-shaped mass resembling dark green vines. They intertwined together as they were sent attacking at the desolate level phantom beast. It's here. Brother Lu's immortal killer move, Entangled Wind. Su Guang's expression lightened. He knew the power of this immortal killer move. If used on the phantom beast, it would definitely suffer a huge blow. Han Dong would be saved. Furthermore, this move, Entangled Wind, was strong and incredible. It was a famed move of Lu Qingming. It could be manipulated at will. The wind blades could gather and separate with just his thoughts. That was why, even if the phantom beast turned phantom the moment it was hit, causing Entangled Wind to hit Han Dong, Lu Qingming could still separate Entangled Wind in time using his own strength. Once Entangled Wind was split up, even though the attack range would increase, its power would reduce, Han Dong would survive it. But just when he was about to succeed, a vine dragon flew over, targeting the Entangled Wind. Unfettered Scholar. Don't even think about it. Su Guang saw this and stared with a furious expression. He hurriedly used his killer move to block the vine dragon. A water lotus appeared below the Entangled Wind all of a sudden. This was the action of the rank 7 Gu Immortal Pai Shui Han, who freed himself for a moment. Lu Qingming snorted coldly as the Entangled Wind split up. A small portion of it could not dodge and entered the water lotus. But most of the wind blades dodged the water lotus and gathered together again, forming a smaller Entangled Wind and charging towards the desolate level phantom beast. But right at this moment, a strength path giant hand came out of the clouds and grabbed the Entangled Wind. With a loud bang, the strength path giant hand and the Entangled Wind both dissipated. The desolate level phantom beast found an opening and landed on the palace below. With a ripple in space, it vanished. Ah! Success had been just around the corner. Su Guang growled loudly in anger, turning towards Fang Yuan with a furious expression. I will kill you! Fang Yuan snickered coldly. He waved his finger at Su Guang. Su Guang was about to attack, but Lu Qingming flew over and stopped him in time. Stay calm, Su Guang. Lu Qingming's eyes were blood red. We will definitely take revenge for this later, but now the urgent matter is to save Han Dong. Thinking of Han Dong, Su Guang controlled his anger and clenched his fist. Veins could be seen on his forehead. Brother Lu is right. Only after finding Han Dong, we would have rank 7 battle strength by combining our strength. Before this, only the two of them were left. Finding trouble with a rank 7 battle strength expert like Fang Yuan was just asking for humiliation. The two talked at a low volume for a while, before turning around and attacking the palace below. The palace was unmoving from start to end. It was only a mirage. As space rippled again, 3 new desolate level phantom beasts flew out, blocking Su Guang and Lu Qingming. But this time, Su Guang and Lu Qingming wanted to save someone. They went all out and stopped preserving their strength. The 3 desolate level phantom beasts were pushed back. Pai Shui Han saw this and laughed coldly. This was the result he wanted to see. Demonic Path Gu Immortals were wary of each other. Until the last moment, nobody would go all out. With Lu Qingming and Su Guang leading the way, everything would be much easier. Most importantly, they lost their rank 7 battle strength. I have one less true competitor now. At another side, Unfettered Scholar smiled. As he dealt with the desolate level phantom beast, he looked at Pai Shui Han and Fang Yuan, especially when he saw that Fang Yuan and the others were still standing in a spot without a desolate level phantom beast fighting them. A solemn gaze flashed across his eyes. These 3 are having it easy. This is not a good thing. Unfettered Scholar moved as he thought, luring the desolate level phantom beast towards Fang Yuan and the others. Fang Yuan had already been paying attention to the surroundings. Seeing this, his gaze was cold. He retreated as he stretched out both hands. 2 giant hands flew out, charging towards Unfettered Scholar without any restraints. At the same time, a 3rd giant hand appeared behind him, protecting him from his surroundings. He can actually use 3 hands at once? Unfettered Scholar's movements paused. The wariness in his mind intensified. Just as they were all harrying and plotting against each other, an elderly Gu Immortal appeared silently behind Dong Fang Yuliang, who was in the large hall. His eyes were shining with divine brilliance. His gaze swept across Dong Fang Changfan's star will, as well as Dong Fang Yuliang, who was working hard. He stared at the walls of the hall and the huge Gu formation on the ground. Good formation, good formation. Even I, Old Lord Kenyang, am seeing this for the first time in my life. He praised continuously. "Who are you?" Dongfang Yuliang saw Old Lord Kenyang and was shocked. Tan Feng and Dong Pekong were vigilant. The aura Old Lord Kenyang naturally sent out made them feel a strong sense of fear. Dongfang Changfan's star will slowly turned around, saying to Old Lord Kenyang calmly, "You are also here to inherit my wisdom path inheritance?" Old Lord Kenyang was slightly stunned. After assessing the star will, he said with a tone of surprise, "Oh, I am also qualified. You could pass the test. You are a capable person. Since you appeared at this moment, you have an affinity with the inheritance. The wisdom path inheritance that I, Dongfang Changfan, left behind cannot be passed down to those cowardly and useless people that would just be ruining my reputation and letting our descendants laugh at the great wisdom path Gu Immortal who can't even arrange his posthumous matters properly. Isn't that right?" The star will paused for a moment before continuing. "Since you have shown your outstanding skill, you naturally have the qualifications to inherit my wisdom path inheritance. But this lad was picked by my main body. Now that he is in the test, you cannot obstruct him. If he succeeds, you will not be able to get it. But if he fails, you are allowed to try. Dongfang Changfan, you are indeed peerless within Northern Plains. You had such a disposition." Old Lord Kenyang looked at Dongfang Changfan's star will, sighing as he spoke matter-of-factly. "I was going to snatch it forcefully, but since this is the case, I do not mind waiting." Old Lord Kenyang was indeed powerful, but this place was arranged by Dongfang Changfan. Even if he snatched it, he would only get an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. For wisdom path inheritances, the more complete they are, the more valuable they will be. Since there was a possibility of obtaining a complete wisdom path inheritance, Old Lord Kenyang did not want to lose it. His gaze went from Dongfang Changfan's star will to Dongfang Yuliang. After looking at him for a while, he turned to Tan Feng and Dong Pekong. Tan Feng and Dong Pekong had been completely on alert since he appeared. Old Lord Kenyang's gaze was very calm. But for Tan Feng and Dong Pekong, they felt as if a fire alarm was blaring. An immense sense of danger was filling them. "What are you thinking of doing?" Dongfang Yuliang sensed something amiss. He shouted loudly. Old Lord Kenyang snickered. He did not move, but Tan Feng and Dong Pekong's bodies had ignited on the spot. "Ah!" The two screamed out shrilly. They collapsed on the floor and struggled intensely. But the yellow-green flames continued to burn. It roasted these two rank 5 Gu masters and made them feel pain that could make one wish for death. Old Lord Kenyang's face showed a cold and cruel smile. His intention was to deal with Dongfang Yuliang. If he failed, the opportunity would come. But if he wanted to exterminate Dongfang Yuliang, the star will at the side would not allow it. This would cause Old Lord Kenyang to lose his opportunity. Thus, Old Lord Kenyang targeted Dong Pekong and Tan Feng. To Dongfang Yuliang, these two people were loyal subordinates. They were his right-hand men. He was naturally affected greatly. He was also an astute person. He knelt down and begged Dongfang Changfan's star will for help. "Master, without these two, I would not have made it here. Please save them." Star will waved its sleeves. It said coldly, "Mercy does not suit an army commander. Kindness does not suit scheming. Dongfang Yuliang, you are the disciple of my main body, but my main body is dead. I am only a star will left behind. My main purpose is to find a suitable inheritor for this inheritance. The help I gave you has already reached its limit. There is no use even if you beg me. Rather than wasting time here, I would rather you use your time well and complete the Gu formation, passing the test." The star will said that out loud, but at the same time a voice was transmitted into Dongfang Yuliang's mind. "Yuliang, oh Yuliang, the situation is extremely dangerous. This Gu Immortal is a huge threat. He has great battle strength. Even my main body would be wary of him. Furthermore, I am only a will now. I deceived and managed to stall him. You have to quickly complete this Gu formation. This formation is both an inheritance and also a way to deter enemies. If you can complete it in time, you will be able to use it to challenge Gu Immortals. By then, you might be able to save your two subordinates' lives." Land spirits were pure. They never lied. Their actions and words were all truthful. But the star will was a will, it could lie. Dongfang Yuliang heard the star will's transmission and his heart shook. He finally understood the star will's difficulty. He shouted loudly as he stood up. He screamed at Tan Feng and Dong Pekong, "Brothers, you have to hang in there. I will definitely save your lives." Saying this, He turned back with tears in his eyes, continuing to complete the goo formation. Old Lord Kenyang frowned. He willed and the fire became larger. Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong's faces contorted from pain. Their painful cries became twice as loud. Even though they cried out in grievous pain, they could not die. Rank 5 goo masters were at the peak of the mortal world, but in front of a person like Old Lord Kenyang, they were like wooden puppets. They were completely controlled. They could not die even if they wanted to. As Dong Fong Yu Liang heard the cries, his mind became clearer. His gaze became more firm. He was not overrun by anger and hatred. Instead, his eyes started bleeding. This was the result of him deducing intensely and expending his mental strength. Old Lord Kenyang tortured the two and saw no effect. Instead, it made Dong Fong Yu Liang try even harder. The incomplete goo formation was being constructed at a faster pace. Old Lord Kenyang's face showed some worry. At this rate, if Dong Fong Yu Liang succeeds, his plans would be ruined. Dong Fong Yu Liang had quite a chance to succeed, not only because he was doing well now, but because he was the person chosen by Dong Fong Changfan. He had to have potential. If Dong Fong Yu Liang obtained the inheritance with Old Lord Kenyang's battle strength, there was a possibility that he could snatch it. But the problem was his central continent identity. He was a central continent goo immortal. Coming to Northern Plains was risky in itself. The 5 regions in this world, no matter which one, were hostile to foreigners. Especially in Northern Plains, now that 88 True Yang building had collapsed, there was a huge wave of commotion. If his central continent goo immortal identity was exposed, there would be huge trouble. Thus, Old Lord Kenyang would rather move secretly, trying to save time and keep himself concealed. He would want to avoid any battle. Old Lord Kenyang took a look at Dong Fong Changfan's star will, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. He felt an urge to attack Dong Fong Yu Liang secretly. But he was afraid that he would lose the opportunity because of this. If he lost this chance, in the end he would only obtain an incomplete inheritance. It had little value. But he was afraid of the star will lying. With Old Lord Kenyang's experience, he knew the difference between wills and land spirits. Dong Fong Changfan was a wisdom path goo immortal after all. Even the star will that he left behind after dying could influence a strong foe like Old Lord Kenyang and make him uncertain with just a few words. Outside in the sky, goo immortals and phantom beasts were fighting chaotically. Unfettered Scholar saw Fong Yuan's 3 hands. His wariness increased. He only froze momentarily. Soon, he raised his speed and charged towards Fong Yuan. Even though he was facing 2 strength path hands, he did not have any intention of retreating. He wanted to force Fong Yuan and the others into trouble to probe their true abilities. Fong Yuan saw that he did not manage to deter Unfettered Scholar. He was not upset. He manipulated the 2 hands and without any scruples, attacked Unfettered Scholar. He dared to attack? He really attacked. Between 2 rank 7 battle strengths, this will be a good show. I have to hide far away to not get dragged in. The surrounding goo immortals retreated, leaving a huge space for Fong Yuan and Unfettered Scholar to fight. Unfettered Scholar was agile. Even though Fong Yuan's 2 hands grabbed, they could not touch even his clothes. Unfettered Scholar was dressed in a white robe. He wore a tall hat and had black hair. He flew like an agile crane, free and unrestricted. Seeing the 2 hands fail in getting him, Fong Yuan's body shook as 2 more hands showed up. Along with the Strength Path giant hand protecting his body, he summoned a total of 5 giant hands. Each of his Strength Path giant hands took the strength of 20,000 Strength Path phantoms in Fong Yuan's aperture, gathering and focusing on one of Fong Yuan's arms. This was his current limit. In accordance with Fong Yuan's current body toughness, he could only take the strength of 20,000 phantoms each. Any more and his arms would break apart even before attacking. But do not forget, Fong Yuan's immortal zombie body was an 8-armed zombie. He had 8 arms. If he used all of them, he would be able to summon 8 Strength Path giant hands. 5 was not his limit yet. 4 of the Strength Path giant hands flew in the air, attacking Unfettered Scholar. The latter was still safe and sound even though it was harder now. He laughed loudly, shouting at Fong Yuan, "Sir, is that all you can do?" He called himself unfettered. He was naturally skilled at movement. Fong Yuan's Strength Path giant hands were powerful, but they were not fast. They could do nothing to Unfettered Scholar. Unless Unfettered Scholar made a mistake, There was no chance of Fang Yuan capturing him. This was the limitation of Giant Hand. Giant Hand was powerful, but it had weaknesses. Every immortal killer move had their own strengths and weaknesses. Although Unfettered Scholar was leading in the battle, he was shocked inside. The battle strength that Fang Yuan displayed made him feel heavy. Especially with Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan standing behind Fang Yuan, fighting with minimal force, could those two be even more powerful? Even if Unfettered Scholar himself fought, he could not force out the true strength of these three people? At another side, Pai Shui Han was also suspicious. This can't continue. His gaze was determined. The waves below his feet split. A wave that was more than 100 feet tall crashed at Fang Yuan and the others. Actually, Pai Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar were not on good terms. They even had fought with each other previously. They had old grudges. But right now, after seeing Fang Yuan's strength, Pai Shui Han was not an ordinary character either. He put down his grudge and turned his firepower towards Fang Yuan, assisting Unfettered Scholar. The two rank 7 Gu Immortals attacked Fang Yuan. The other Gu Immortals quickly retreated. Come then. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He had no fear. 3 more hands flew out. A total of 8 Strength Path Giant Hands, 3 were blocking Unfettered Scholar, 3 were flying at Pai Shui Han, the last 2 were floating around him, prepared and ready to strike. It gave others a huge sense of threat. He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan's bodies also gave off Immortal Gu auras. These Immortal Gu auras were not just one each. They each had at least 2 auras. They oozed out, unconcealed. But just this could not scare off Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han. The two looked at each other before one of them shouted, "Having so many Immortal Gu, you 3 must be famous experts. You are hiding your identities so deeply. Don't tell me you are Righteous Path Gu Immortals?" The other person, Unfettered Scholar, shouted, "I am familiar with many Northern Plains Gu Immortals. I wonder which old friend could be playing a joke on me? Or perhaps none of you are Northern Plains Gu Immortals." Both of their words were deadly. One was slandering them to be Righteous Path Gu Immortals. They were trying to set them apart from the demonic path cultivators. The other was more ruthless. He said that Fang Yuan and the others were not people from Northern Plains. He was trying to stir up the feeling of a common enemy in these demonic path Gu Immortals. Gu Immortals were all calculating and scheming people. When they fought, it was not just using swords and blades. They fought using words. They competed in terms of wisdom and strategy. Ever since 88 Truyong building collapsed, an imperial court blessed land was destroyed. The entirety of Northern Plains Gu Immortal world had stirred up in shock. They were trying to find the culprit behind this. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han had malicious intentions. Not only did they join up and attack Fang Yuan together, they even slandered and tried to isolate him. By now, Fang Yuan had to speak. "Are you two trying to slander me into doing something foolish? You are looking down on me. You are looking down on all our fellow immortals here. I am a true Northern Plains Gu Immortal. My Northern Plains aura is clear for everyone to see. If you want to defame me, you should at least make a credible lie." The other demonic path Gu Immortals retreated even further now. He Lu Lan's mouth twitched. Fang Yuan obviously was the culprit behind it all. But he was speaking now like he was innocent with such confidence. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han did not know that although they were deliberately making slander, they actually hit the truth. The one who caused Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction. Who else could it be but Fang Yuan? The contest of words was countered by Fang Yuan. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han did not speak. They attacked even more fiercely. Being attacked at once by 2 rank 7s, Fang Yuan's forehead became covered in sweat quickly. He defended himself from all directions. He was barely holding on. After all, he was only a rank 6 immortal zombie while his opponents were true rank 7 Gu Immortals. In terms of cultivation level, there was a huge difference. Fang Yuan relied on the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self to display rank 7 battle strength, but the longer the Strength Path Giant Hands were used, the more Fang Yuan's arms would be unable to sustain the burden. They would gradually reach the point of exploding into meat paste. "I have a Wood Path Killer move, but it is a trump card of mine. I barely use it normally. It can be used on one of the enemies and possibly gravely injure them. But I will need you to restrict them and move the location elsewhere." Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. She was anxious and transmitted this to him. Fang Yuan shook his head as he smiled bitterly, replying, "The strength path giant hands have incredible power, but they are slow. It is extremely difficult to trap any one of them. There is little hope. Fairy, you can wait for a moment. I still have a plan. If this fails, it will not be too late for you to strike." Oh! Fairy Li Shan heard this and held in her anxiety. After several rounds, Pai Shuihan and Unfettered Scholar were closing in. Fang Yuan's disadvantage was getting higher. Now is the time. A bright flash shined across Fang Yuan's eyes. He manipulated 6 strength path giant hands as he slammed down. Pai Shuihan and Unfettered Scholar were both below the giant hands. They felt a strong pressure coming down from above, slamming towards them. At once, the air seemed to have frozen. The giant hands whipped up strong winds, causing Unfettered Scholar's clothes to flutter. As Pai Shuihan's expression tensed, the strength path giant hands slammed down together. They were so fierce that the onlookers' hearts jumped. But Pai Shuihan and Unfettered Scholar were already familiar with the strength path giant hands. The former scoffed while the latter smiled lightly. They used their movement killer moves and avoided the hands. But Fang Yuan acted differently from before. He did not stop his attack. He continued exerting force, slamming the 6 giant hands down on the ground. This change caught everyone off guard. Even Dong Fang Changfan's Star Will below became stunned. Oh no! The Star Will's expression changed. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Boom! 6 strength path giant hands slammed down in the air, causing ripples to appear in the space. The loud sound was like the boom of thunder. Countless space path down marks embedded in the air were smashed by the strength path giant hands. Dong Fang Changfan's arrangements were destroyed. The concealment illusion was gone. The immemorial desolate beast-level ruin bat corpse's true appearance was exposed. What a huge ruin bat! Its body was sprawled flat on the ground, but it was still hundreds of meters in size. Its wings were thick and huge, covering a few li of sand. The bat wings were slightly lower, while the head was the highest. Looking upon it from a high altitude, it resembled a small mountain. On the ruin bat's back, there was a huge wound. The wound was extremely deep. Fang Yuan looked at it and knew that it was the ruin bat's fatal injury, but he did not know which existence caused it. At the periphery of the injury, the flesh and fur of the ruin bat was corroded, showing its white bones. On the skeleton, there were extremely thick space path down marks, interweaved together to conjure a small space. Inside this space, there was a hall that was so run down it looked like ruins. Fang Yuan's 6 strength path giant hands had already broken into this small space. It was connected to the outside world now. Dongfang Changfan's arrangements were broken. His inheritance is inside. Whoever snatches it first gets it. Fight our way in. Wealth moved people's hearts. The inheritance of Northern Plains #1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in this generation to the demonic path Gu Immortals. It was extremely attractive. Fang Yuan opened a pathway directly. It triggered the greed in all of the demonic path Gu Immortals. The first demonic path Gu Immortal flew down, causing the other demonic path Gu Immortals to feel an intense sense of urgency. They rushed down one after another. Unfettered Scholar was hesitant. While Pai Shuihan had already given up on Fang Yuan, he flew into the tunnel below. Unfettered Scholar sighed lightly, looking at Fang Yuan deeply. He turned into a white light and fought his way into the tunnel. But at the next moment, 6 brand new desolate level phantom beasts, as well as an ancient desolate level phantom beast, flew out of the small space, colliding with all of the demonic path Gu Immortals. The two sides fought in a chaotic mess again. There is definitely someone manipulating this. Fang Yuan saw this and squinted, slightly shocked inside. Old Lord Kenyang was also shocked. The situation was getting more urgent, seemingly thoroughly sobering him. Snorting coldly, a cruel smile appeared on his face, as a huge flame turned Tan Wufeng and Dong Pakong into charcoal. These two poor rank 5s, at the peak of the mortal world, they had a tough journey in following Dongfang Yuliang, reaching this stage. In the end, they were killed by Old Lord Kenyang in an instant, burnt to death. At the same time, as Old Lord Kenyang snorted coldly, Dongfang Yuliang, who was working hard, spat out blood like he was struck by lightning. He knelt on the ground. "Old scoundrel, you killed my subordinates and still dare to attack me." Dongfang Yuliang struggled to get up. He was shouting in anger and hatred. Old Lord Kenyang's eyes darted around. He sneered, "Don't frame me, I did nothing." In saying this, the corners of his eyes were locked on Dongfang Changfan's Starwill. This was old Lord Kenyang's probe to see if the Star Will's methods were real or not. Dong Fong Chong Fan's Star Will saw this and heaved a long sigh, saying, "It has gotten to this point. So be it, everyone come out." Once he said that, a change occurred. In the hall, a mysterious light burst out. When the light faded, 8 Dongfang tribe Gu immortals appeared together. They were surrounding old Lord Kenyang in the middle as they shouted, "Old scoundrel, you dare to target our tribe's inheritance, your death date will be today." Although this old scoundrel is despicable, the traitor in our tribe is even more deplorable. Quickly tell us, who was the one who informed you in secret? Old Lord Kenyang was no longer calm. Panic flashed across his eyes as he looked at the Star Will with much rage and shock. So this was a plot against me. Dong Fong Chong Fan's Star Will nodded. Indeed. Before my main body died, I had instructed Dong Fong Wan Xiu and taught him the correct method. Using this, he obtained the secret passageway from the teleportation Gu formation. He told the 7 Gu immortals around him this secret passageway. After that, on the way here, they met with my arrangements and were attacked by the desolate beasts, keeping them busy. Meanwhile, the traitor in my tribe is evidently among these 8. The traitor was stalled by the desolate beasts and could not come here. Afraid that the wisdom path inheritance would end up in the hands of others, he sent this secret information using a certain method to you. After receiving the information, you surpassed the other demonic path Gu immortals and arrived here first. Old Lord Kenyang's expression was grim. He stared at the Star Will as he said eerily, "So that is it. Even though you knew that Dongfang tribe had a traitor, you did not know who it was." "That is correct." Star Will nodded. "But now it seems the traitor is among these 8. Who was it? Who betrayed our bloodline? Who betrayed our tribe?" Dongfang Wan Xiu screamed. "At this point, you have already exposed some clues. It will only take some effort to find you. Why are you not owning up?" Dongfang Yikong clenched his fists in anger. The other Gu immortals looked at each other. Some had solemn expressions while the others had a furious look. The situation was in a deadlock. Dongfang tribe had 8 Gu immortals, but they were all rank 6. Old Lord Kenyang was a true rank 7 and an expert even among rank 7s. Even though Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals were greater in numbers, they knew that one of them was a traitor. That caused them to be wary of each other. They did not attack directly. Old Lord Kenyang frowned slowly, looking at the Star Will. "Wait, since you saw through the plot and were targeting me from the start, you could have triggered the arrangements before I entered. Why did you wait until now?" The Star Will stood on the spot, refusing to answer him. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals also did not speak. The hall fell into silence. Noises of the intense battles from above could be heard. Old Lord Kenyang twitched in sudden understanding. "I get it. You want to borrow my strength to deal with these demonic path Gu immortals. All you need to do is to intentionally make Dongfang Yuliang fail, and I would think that I could compete for this inheritance. By then, all of the demonic path Gu immortals outside would be my enemies. Of course, with your wisdom, you can certainly think of another, better method to make me your pawn. When these demonic path Gu immortals and I fight it out and become weakened, your Gu immortals would be able to reap more profits. It is a good plan. What a great scheme. Unfortunately, any sort of arrangement is not safe from accidents." The Star Will said, acknowledging Old Lord Kenyang's guess. This accident was Fang Yuan's 6 strength path giant hands. "Teacher," Dongfang Yuliang was standing stunned on the spot. The scene in front of him made him feel helpless. He was both joyful and sorrowful. He was joyful because the enemy was restricted, the tribe was prepared for it. He was sorrowful because he was just bait, he was a pawn meant to attract the enemy. His hard work, Tan Wu Feng and Dong Pekong's sacrifice, they seemed like foolish, laughable jokes. As if he sensed Dongfang Yuliang's thoughts, the Star Will turned around and looked at the inheritor that he chose. "Yuliang, you do not need to think too deeply about it. I was using the wisdom path inheritance to trap our strong foes and exterminate the traitor in our tribe. But the arrangement here is real. The wisdom path inheritance is also real. This enemy has a huge background. He is from Immortal Crane sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They also have their wisdom path Gu immortals. It is only when I place the true wisdom path inheritance here that I would not leave behind any flaws that would allow the enemy's wisdom path Gu immortals to find out." "So that's it." Dongfang Yuliang's heart shook. He felt ashamed but also deep admiration. He was ashamed about his own foolish thoughts. He was also admiring his teacher Dongfang Changfan. The latter taught him painstakingly. Even after death, he plotted and attempted to protect Dongfang tribe, eliminating their traitor. The enemy was so strong, Dongfang Changfan made such an arrangement due to his wisdom, but also because he was helpless against such a strong foe. After experiencing the difficulty that his teacher was feeling, Dongfang Yuliang felt even more deeply ashamed of himself. Alright, Yuliang, go and complete the Gu formation. As long as you go through this last round, you will be able to obtain my main body's true inheritance. As for you, old Lord Kenyang, you will die here today. Dongfang Changfan's star will said slowly. Old Lord Kenyang took a step back. He spoke arrogantly. Humph, although I am alone, you are only a group of rank 6 along with a mere will. You want to take my life? Don't forget that my ally is among you. There are also demonic Pathgu immortals outside. They are like hungry wolves. Your phantom beasts can't hold them off for long. Although he said that, his face showed a vigilant and alert expression. To live to his age and obtain such accomplishments, a vigilant nature was a necessary trait. Old Lord Kenyang's words were true. He attacked Dongfang tribe's weakness. That was also why Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals did not attack rashly despite having an advantage in numbers. Dongfang Changfan's star will laughed. During the remote antiquity era, star constellation Immortal Venerable, the creator of Wisdom Path, died. But she deduced matters over 1,000,000 years after her death. It caused 3 future demon venerables to return empty-handed, protecting Heavenly Court. Although I, Dongfang Changfan, am far inferior to star constellation Immortal Venerable, I can still somewhat deduce matters within 100 years after my demise. Since I made such an arrangement, I have my trump cards. Saying so, an illusory Gu formation appeared in the hall. Countless Gu worms flew around. They were like the threads of countless spiders, weaved in the large hall. Compared to this new formation, the Gu formation that Dongfang Yuliang was completing resembled a baby in front of an adult. Old Lord Kenyang saw this and his expression turned ugly. This is a phantom formation. To think that you, Dongfang Changfan, had such deep attainment in phantom path, you can actually set up a phantom formation. Ordinary Gu formations, once exposed, were easy to target and destroy. That was because the Gu worms that made up the Gu formation were of solid form. The Gu worms themselves were very fragile. Even the immortal level spring autumn cicada could be destroyed by Fang Yuan if he squeezed it between his fingers lightly. But this phantom formation was a high-level method involving phantom path. It made all of the Gu worms in the Gu formation turn phantom, while not obstructing the effect of the Gu formation itself. The phantom beasts could hold off Fang Yuan and the other demonic path Gu immortals for so long because of their ability to turn phantom. Once they turned phantom, no moves would have any effect on them. The star will displayed the Gu formation outright, not afraid of Old Lord Kenyang destroying it. That was because the Gu formation had turned phantom. Old Lord Kenyang could only watch it activate. There was nothing he could do. As the Gu formation started to activate, a blinding light filled the hall. Ha ha ha! Old Lord Kenyang laughed loudly. Since I cannot do anything to the phantom formation, I will kill all of you instead. Everyone, be careful. He is attacking. Beware of the traitor. Do not be too careless. This is a life and death moment for our tribe. That's right, as long as we survive this, all will be smooth sailing. The Dongfang tribe Gu immortals were all waiting in seriousness. They were deeply focused. Everyone, don't be anxious. For the time being, he can't get here. Dongfang Changfan's star will was very calm. At the next moment, Old Lord Kenyang charged over, but his movements were very slow. The fire that he shot out was originally very fast, but now it was slow like a snail. This is. Old Lord Kenyang quickly realized that he did not become slower. Instead, a mystical change had occurred to the space in front of him that could not be observed with the naked eye. The distance seemed short, but the space was condensed. I spent decades and immense effort to design this. Although this hall looks ordinary and is no different from the other halls, I had shifted most of the space path Dao marks on the corpse here. Although we and Old Lord Kenyang are only tens of steps apart, our true distance is gigantic. The star will said slowly. As expected of Lord Dongfang Changfan, Dongfang tribe Gu immortals were relieved. Their eyes were shining as they looked at the star will with much admiration. The star will nodded. Now is the crucial moment. I will tell you the truth. This formation is a large formation. With my wisdom path Immortal Gu as the core, and blood path Immortal Gu as support, once activated, the power will be overwhelming. It can shake heaven and earth. Furthermore, because of the blood path Immortal Gu, it has an amazing effect against Gu immortals. As long as the Gu formation is activated, not only can it kill Old Lord Kenyang, it can even slaughter all of the demonic path Gu immortals in the sky. After this battle, my Dongfang tribe will be renowned in northern plains. Both the righteous and demonic paths, and the other major forces would be greatly wary of us. After this battle ends, you can move this formation back to our blessed land. If Yu Liang can obtain my inheritance, he will be the person in charge of controlling this formation. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals heard this and became excited. In contrast, Old Lord Kenyang's expression was unable to conceal his suspicion and wariness. The star will continued. My main body had formed an agreement with the righteous path super forces before dying, creating an alliance, but in this world, only power that one has in their own hands can best ensure safety. You must remember, do not unnecessarily place hope in others' hands. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals nodded. They expressed that they had learned a lesson. Dongfang Yikong shouted, Lord Changfan, our tribe still has that traitor. No matter how vigilant we are, we can't defend against an internal threat. Don't be anxious. The star will laugh. I'm not finished yet. Everything has its advantages and disadvantages, gains and losses. This Gu formation is very powerful, but it has a severe drawback. To activate this Gu formation, it will need to use the Immortal Aperture Origin Core of Gu Immortals. What? Many of Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals shouted in shock. The Immortal Aperture Origin Core was the foundation of the Immortal Aperture, the base of it all. Once it was drawn out, the painstakingly developed Immortal Aperture would reverse its progression. The space would shrink and the primeval energy would dwindle, lifeforms within would die en masse. The Gu immortal themselves would weaken instead of progressing. Once the time comes, heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities in the Immortal Aperture would be devastating. The shrinking of the Immortal Aperture would mean the weakening of the Gu immortal. They would die from disasters if they were not vigilant. Since their lives were at stake, Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals lost their bearings. But soon one Gu immortal stood up. It was Dongfang Wanxiu. The people in the hall heard him speak. There cannot be benefits without losses. Lord Changfan had planned this with much difficulty, creating this situation now. For Dongfang tribe, what reasons do I have not to make such a sacrifice? That's right. Truly worthy of Lord Wanxiu. I, Dongfang Yikong, will accompany you. Soon after, Dongfang Yikong also stood up. The star will smiled. He was silent as he looked at the others. The other Gu immortals looked at each other. Nodding quickly, they decided to eliminate the tribe's strong foes by sacrificing themselves. No need to rush. The star will waved his hand, he said slowly. I have something else to tell all of you. Once you enter the Gu formation, the Immortal Aperture Origin Core would start being extracted. By then, none of you would not be able to move or leave forcefully. Your lives and deaths will be in my control. Are you still willing? If you are not, you can step out now. The Gu immortal's expressions changed again. Dongfang Wanxiu's eyes were shining with a lively light. He looked around and smiled coldly. Traitor, you should reveal yourself now. If not, it will be too late. Star Will's words were naturally for the traitor. As long as one thought about it, they would realize if there was really a traitor. After hearing this, they would feel great mental pressure. Once they entered the formation, their life would not be in their own hands. If they were exposed when attacking Old Lord Kenyang later due to panic, then they would not be able to fight back at all. If there really was a traitor, they would have other goals and would not want to attack Old Lord Kenyang. They would not want their lives to be in the Star Will's hands. After that, a few breaths later, none of Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals in the hall stood out. All right, at this point, I Wanxiu have to admire you. No wonder you could conceal yourself in the tribe for so long and so deeply. Dongfang Wanxiu said with much hatred. The star will laughed lightly. In that case, enter the formation. The Phantom Gu formation had 8 core points. The Dongfang tribe Gu immortals entered and occupied 1 each. The goo formation activated slowly. The goo immortals' expressions changed as they felt their immortal apertures tremble. A strong suction force was emitting from the formation. Relax your mind, cooperate with the formation, let it run fully. The star will was solemn. The goo immortals were hesitant, but they eventually opened their immortal apertures and allowed traces of their immortal aperture origin cores to be drawn out, flowing out from the 8 core points of the formation. In the phantom formation, a faint blood-colored light quickly surfaced. Under the effect of the blood-colored light, these 8 different immortal aperture origin cores converged in the goo formation. They were actually fusing into one. This formation is really mystical. A goo immortal saw this and could not help but praise. This is because all of you have Dongfang tribe's bloodline in you. Your bloodlines are close, your origins are the same. Therefore, your bloodlines can mix, and your immortal aperture origin could fuse. Only by fusing could they accumulate in quantity and summon a huge force. Dongfang Changfan Star will slowly explained. The 8 goo immortals in the formation nodded. Dongfang Wenxiu's eyes were shining with brilliance. He looked around but could not find out any flaws that could expose the traitor. No matter. The star will laugh lightly. In this situation, regardless of who the traitor is, they are already under my control. They are putting in strength for our tribe. Everyone, relax. I am going to extract more of your immortal aperture origin cores. Go ahead. Right, we will kill all of these accursed demonic path goo immortals. They dare to target our Dongfang tribe. The phantom formation burst out in a bright light. The goo immortals snorted as their expressions turned dark. Some of them were frowning while others were feeling discomfort and pain. The immortal aperture origin cores were like lumps of water as they fused in the phantom formation. Converging into a huge force, they resembled a slumbering fierce beast. No matter who it was, anyone could feel that this force was huge. Even the surrounding air had ripples it in as if it could not hold such power. The goo immortals in Dongfang tribe had red faces. Some of their bodies were trembling, some of them had ruthless expressions. They were all looking forward to this rampaging power. But this power was not unleashed yet under the control of the star will. It was prepared for release but remained in place. No need to rush. The star will looked into the sky at the chaotic battle. The phantom beasts that obstructed the demonic path goo immortals were all slaughtered. Almost none were left. The star will was like a flood dragon, hiding in the river, waiting for the best time to strike. Once the time was right, the flood dragon would soar into the sky, overturning rivers and seas. By then, the unfortunate people would be the one charging at its front. Right at this time, Dongfang Yuliang stood up, shouting loudly, "Master, I did it! I succeeded in completing this goo formation. I completed your request." The star will's gaze swept towards him. He showed a pleased smile. "Very good. Yuliang, you did not disappoint me. Enter the formation 2, stand at the center. Although you are immortal, you will need to ascend to immortal eventually. When the battle begins, you will experience the power of a goo immortal. It will be of great help for your future." "Yes, master. I will listen to you." Dongfang Yuliang's eyes were red. He was so moved he was choking back tears. He leaped, jumping into the air. With the power of the phantom formation, he stood in the formation's central core as he floated in the air. In the sky, despite unfettered scholar and Pai Shui Han's heavy disturbances, Fang Yuan finally found a chance. The sky in front of him was clear. There was nothing stopping him. The chance was only momentary. He latched onto it and flew down with minimal attention to his safety. 7 strength path giant hands slammed down. Only one was left protecting his body. "It is time." The star will saw this and sighed lightly. Dongfang tribe goo immortals were all looking into the sky with much bloodlust. At the next moment, they saw old Lord Kenyang flying up, blocking Fang Yuan's attack as he forced the latter back into the sky. Eh? This turn of events made all of the Dongfang tribe goo immortals look on with stunned expressions. All of my efforts were not in vain. In forming this plot to regain my life through possession. Now is the moment. The star will laughed loudly. He was extremely excited. Dongfang Changfan's soul suddenly appeared, charging into the phantom formation center as he entered Dongfang Yu Liang's body. "Ha ha ha! You bunch of fools! I will tell you the truth. The true traitor in Dongfang tribe is that beloved Lord Changfan of yours. Ha 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 ha!" Old Lord Kenyang was laughing maniacally. "What? Dongfang Wanxiu stared with wide-open eyes. This is not possible. Dongfang Yikong firmly denied. How could it be Lord Dongfang Changfan? Everyone, be careful. This is likely to be an illusion. The enemy cannot break the formation. So he is trying to confuse us. All the Gu immortals of Dongfang tribe had incredulous expressions, unable to accept this shocking fact. Old Lord Kenyang scoffed. Confuse you guys? Laughable, all of you are incapable of moving, you aren't even worth confusing. You have already become meat on the chopping board. Unable to free yourselves. It is funny how you still cannot see the truth. These words were like shocking strikes of lightning that ruthlessly assaulted the Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals. Everyone looked at Dongfang Changfan's star will. Dongfang Wanxiu shouted, Lord Changfan, this is not real. Dongfang Yikong asked, Lord Changfan, please speak up. Lord Changfan, Dongfang Changfan. What are your intentions? Countless questions and shouts echoed in this hall. The star will chuckled, seemingly at leisure. He was only a will, but had condensed into the image of his body back when he was alive. His frame was upright, his face like that of jade. His eyes full of splendor and a graceful aura of a great commander was revealed. However, right now, this sight, this attitude and demeanor, caused a chill to emerge in the hearts of Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals. The phantom formation transformed again. The enormous power which it had condensed was finally being released at this moment. It was like a surge of waves. Blood-colored light shot out everywhere, forming a thick bloody veil that covered the main location in the ruined bat's corpse. At this sight, Dongfang Wanxiu and the rest finally had a huge change in their expressions. They had thought this formation was used for attacking the enemies, but its true use was to defend. This chilling fact was displayed in front of everyone's eyes, tearing apart the lies told by the Star Will. Dongfang Changfan, why are you doing this? Why are you harming us? Dongfang Wanxiu looked malevolent, his expression filled with pain and grief. What could it be for? Being alive is the foundation for everything. Who would want to die? Who doesn't want to live? As long as there is a sliver of a hope to survive, who can resist the temptation? Old Lord Kenyang sneered, staring at the phantom formation intently without blinking. Looking at the phantom formation operating normally, Old Lord Kenyang could not help but take a deep breath. This possession technique really has an extremely high price. It needs the sacrifice of Gu immortals every time it is activated. If it was true, this possession technique could not be used widely as the activation conditions were too costly. Dongfang Changfan's star will slowly shook its head. Old Lord, you don't need to worry. I previously obtained this possession technique in 88 Truyong building. The contents inside allow one to possess mortals and even Gu immortals. But to possess Gu immortals, one's cultivation must be higher than the target. Moreover, after possession, the immortal aperture would be the target's immortal aperture. This is akin to a raven taking over a seagull's nest. It is unfitting and has great disadvantages. While alive, I was a wisdom path Gu immortal, but I did not have a suitable wisdom path Gu immortal as the possession target. Thus, I exerted effort to think and plan for so many years before I finally obtained this formation. This formation was created with the possession technique as the foundation. It can let me possess a mortal and at the same time, it can mobilize the origin cores of Gu immortals of the same bloodline and create a completely new wisdom path immortal aperture, allowing me to immediately become an immortal after possession and avoid the dangerous stage of having weaker cultivation initially. Hearing the Star Will's explanation, Old Lord Kenyang sized up the Star Will while also being inwardly shocked. This Dongfang Changfan concealed his abilities really well. Not only is his wisdom path attainment enough to be known as the best in Northern Plains, he also can use space path Dao marks and manipulate the Phantom Beast army. Now, it seems his blood path attainment is also not low. The Star Will did not know of the churning of Old Lord Kenyang's inner thoughts, still continuing its explanation. Don't underestimate this formation. With these 8 Gu immortals sacrificing themselves, they will be supplying me with abundant resources. My newly formed immortal aperture will absolutely be the best within high grade. There is also another key point. The immortal aperture will automatically produce resources like flowers, birds, fish, insects, and so on. It would be as if I had managed the blessed land for many years. This would save hundreds of years of hard work. Thus, after I complete possession, not only would my cultivation be restored, I will also have enough resources, much more than when I was alive. Old Lord Kenyang, feel free to observe and ask questions as you desire. I will explain the key content of every step. A heated expression flashed across Old Lord Kenyang's face. He laughed heartily, looking deeply at Dong Fong Chongfan's star will. You truly made a good plan, wanting me to keep you safe from danger. My presence here was to help you resist these demonic path Gu Immortals. And when you succeed in advancing to Gu Immortal, there will definitely be a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. At that time, I will be by your side, forced to take action even if I don't want to. Dong Fong Chongfan's star will smiled without any shame from having his scheme exposed. He looked at Old Lord Kenyang and said with a quiet and deep voice, if you want to gain something in this world, you need to be prepared to pay the price. How can there be free things? In particular, the more you want to obtain, the higher the risk will be. What is Old Lord's decision? Please confirm it quickly. Old Lord Kenyang snickered, but inwardly, he deeply admired Dong Fong Chongfan for being decisive in what to give up. Back then, when Dong Fong Chongfan obtained the possession technique from 88 True Yang Building's True Inheritance Secluded Domain, he had also discovered the arrangements of Central Continent's 10 great sections. Meanwhile, Immortal Crane Sect had been infiltrating Dong Fong tribe. After Dong Fong Chongfan became a Gu Immortal and joined the higher-ups of the tribe, he secretly discovered this fact. But he did not expose this, instead following this clue to covertly engage in cooperation with Immortal Crane Sect. He used the possession technique to make a transaction with Immortal Crane Sect. Lifespan Gu were hard to find. Any Gu Immortal would scramble for any methods for life extension, let alone when this possession technique came from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Immortal Crane Sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent and had long history with deep foundations, but even it could not resist the temptation of the possession technique. The two sides had their own needs. Dong Fong Chongfan slowly released the contents of the possession technique while obtaining resources from Immortal Crane Sect. He used these resources to quickly advance and successfully passed many tribulations. He also supported the next generations of the tribe and formed schemes directed everywhere, bringing the declining Dong Fong tribe to glory. In cooperating with a person like Dong Fong Chongfan, Old Lord Kenyang was very cautious, not relaxing his guard even though he was stronger. He did not think for long, nodding and accepting. Dong Fong Chongfan's star will gave a laugh. Good. I will explain the first step. Old Lord Kenyang listened, paying full attention. It was clear to him that Dong Fong Chongfan was using him, but Old Lord Kenyang had come as a representative of Immortal Crane Sect's will. Thus he also had no other choice. Old Lord Kenyang thought of the heavy reward from the sect for completing this mission, and that was his motivation to continue. Dong Fong tribe's 8 Gu Immortals were already cursing loudly. Dong Fong Yuliang was unconscious and motionless, his eyes closed. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Fong Yuan looked down at another sight. He saw an incomparably large blood veil which covered the ruined bat's corpse like a mountain. The blood veil was extremely thick, with greatly plentiful quantities of blood-colored light, and the terrifying might it showcased could make one's heart palpitate. The demonic path Gu Immortals turned their attentions to the blood veil and stopped their internal conflicts. Some among them tried using their methods in attacking the blood veil, but it was like pebbles being thrown into a large lake. There were only slight ripples on the blood veil, and it stood unmoved, stable like a mountain. Such a strong defense. What Gu formation is this? I have neither seen it nor even heard of it before. Dong Fong Chongfan truly left behind an endless number of arrangements. The demonic path Gu Immortals were making guesses. Fong Yuan also frowned. Even though he was an expert in blood path and had his previous life's memories, he had never seen nor heard of this Gu formation. Who cares what Gu formation this is? It will break with one smash from my hammer. Gu Immortal Zhuozhan shouted and charged forward. He was riding a flying boar desolate beast. His body was covered in armor and he was holding a giant hammer. He had a burly build and was easily irritable, but he bullied the weak while fearing the strong. Everyone's gazes gathered on him. Zhuozhan felt very proud for being in the limelight, his expression turning even more fierce. But several breaths later, his fierce expression was gone completely, replaced by shock and fear. As he approached the blood veil, the blood in his body went out of his control and started flowing out of his body. Goo immortals were called immortals, but their bodies, for the most part, still retained the normal workings and functions of the human body. Blood supported the movement of the body and was a crucial part. Zhuozhan was still a far distance from the blood veil, but half the blood in his body had sprayed out. If he continued, before he even reached the blood veil, his blood would completely seep out and he would turn into a dried-out corpse. Such an odd formation. This is the effect of Menzi's blood goo. It can draw out blood. Menzi's blood goo is one of the blood path inheritances of Blood Sea Ancestor. Who could have thought that the rumor of Dongfang Changfan obtaining it was not only true? He also raised this Menzi's blood goo to immortal goo level. The demonic path goo immortals showed moved expressions. Several goo immortals tried all kinds of methods, but everyone failed. Everyone was aware that unless they used methods that targeted defensive abilities, they would not be able to break this blood veil. Fang Yuan frowned tensely. He himself was an expert in blood path during his previous life, but he currently did not have any blood path immortal goo and he cultivated strength path. Without the necessary starting components, one couldn't get anywhere. He was unable to do anything to this formation. The situation was troublesome and everyone was feeling anxious. Dongfang Yuliang had been inside for so long he might have already completely obtained the inheritance. The current plan should be to use long-range killer moves. Everyone, attack together. Let's destroy Dongfang Changfan's arrangements first before we fight for the spoils. Otherwise, under the eyes of numerous immortals, a mortal would seize the inheritance. If that really happens, I, Unfettered Scholar, would have no face left to continue living in Northern Plains. Unfettered Scholar suddenly shouted. He immediately made his move after shouting. The demonic Pathgu immortals agreed. For a while, water and fire converged. Lightning and wind struck. Colorful lights sparkled, and countless explosions struck the blood veil, reducing its mass. Everyone had joyful expressions before they soon turned grave. The blood veil continuously shrunk but also unceasingly regenerated. Especially for the parts further inside, the demonic Pathgu immortals' attacks clearly showed insufficient damage. The blood veil firmly covered the ruined bat's corpse, resisting the wanton attacks of the demonic Pathgu immortals. Having not expected such resistance from the blood veil and under the urgent situation, Pai Shui Han shouted, "Make way." He was a rank 7 Gu immortal and had already formed a reputation within the demonic path. Everyone parted ways and opened up a space for him. Water path and ice path killer move. Flood glacier. Inside Pai Shui Han's immortal aperture, over 10,000 Gu worms were activated while his rank 7 red date immortal essence was being consumed bead by bead. Rumble. Endless waves started surging out of thin air from the space within hundreds of steps of Pai Shui Han. Surging waves, like innumerable raging dragons, roared and crashed down with a catastrophic momentum. The giant wave was still crashing down when it underwent another transformation. Crackle. The giant wave started condensing into ice from inside to outside. Within several breaths, the monstrous giant wave turned into an enormous glacier and pressed down like a giant whale, or a pillar falling from the heavens. The ice-cold chilly air could make one tremble. The terrifying attack made people hold their breaths subconsciously. In the hall, Dongfang Changfan's star will no longer had the leisurely attitude from before, and all his focus was on raising the defensive power to the maximum. The previous demonic path Gu immortals' attacks were fierce, but they lacked coordination, and although they were numerous in quantity, they had limited qualitative increase in power. Now that Pai Shui Han used this trump card, his strength was united as it was his own power and was stronger than the earlier chaotic attacks by at least 10 times. Rumble. The glacier heavily smashed at the blood veil. The blood veil deformed from the enormous weight, but was still able to rigidly resist the pressure of the glacier and the corrosion of the cold aura. Immortal killer move Flood Glacier was powerful, but Dongfang Changfan's blood veil was arranged from the origin cores of 8 Gu immortals' immortal apertures, and also was aided by the arrangements prepared at this location. Pai Shui Han, alone, could not break through the blood veil. But this killer move was still astonishing. The demonic path Gu immortals looked down from above, and saw that with the ruined bat at the center, the entire surroundings had turned into a glacier. The dead immemorial ruined bat was huge, like a mountain, and now that it was covered by the glacier, It was as if it wore a heavy suit of ice armor, looking even more gigantic. Inside the translucent glacier was a giant red blood veil. The bone-chilling cold air was still spreading everywhere. Frost had covered the vegetation on the periphery and was expanding. For a while, everyone looked at Pai Shui Han with astonished gazes. Although the killer move had not broken the blood veil, its power still left a deep impression on everyone. Even if I used all 8 Strength Path giant hands together, I wouldn't be able to resist this killer move head-on. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. This was the true strength of an veteran rank 7 Gu Immortal. Compared to this, Fang Yuan was still lacking greatly. Previously, Fang Yuan had been able to fight against two, blocking Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han because the two had not used their trump cards. Gu Immortals were rational, they all came for the Wisdom Path inheritance and had no deep hatred against each other. They would have to be mentally handicapped to fight each other to the death. But now, the Gu Immortals realized something was wrong. Only then did Pai Shui Han use a trump card and put out his full strength. Although I have rank 7 battle strength with my immortal killer move Myriad Self, it is only barely at that level. If I had to truly fight an expert like Pai Shui Han to the death, the one who is likely to lose is me. But if I had to confront this move, I would not face it head-on, but attempt to evade and detour around to battle. The power of the immortal killer move, Flood Glacier, made Fang Yuan aware of some of Pai Shui Han's strength, and also made him aware of the gap between him and Pai Shui Han. Immediately, Fang Yuan felt a slight sense of urgency. The cultivation of Gu Immortals was a major factor in influencing battle strength. A part of Pai Shui Han's power was because he had used rank 7 Red Date Immortal Essence. Fang Yuan already had made extremely superior progress in this life, but the thing hindering him was his immortal zombie body. His true cultivation was only at the bottom of rank 6 with not even one tribulation passed. Cultivation is the base, the foundation. My immortal zombie body might be strong, but there is no room to greatly improve. I still have to search for the method to regain my living body. Brother Pai really is mighty. Let me also test my hand. At this moment, Unfettered Scholar laughed brightly and flew towards Pai Shui Han. Pai Shui Han coldly snorted, with an ugly expression on his face. He had made such an effort in front of everyone, but had still not been able to break the blood veil. Seeing Unfettered Scholar coming over, he slowly gave way for the central position. Under everyone's gazes, Unfettered Scholar flew right above the ruined bat's corpse. He had already been preparing earlier. He suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were completely white and shot out 2 thin rays of faint white light. This move looked very inconspicuous. Purely based on how imposing it appeared, it could never be compared to the glacier earlier. The Gu Immortals who were unaware were rather baffled at this. However, Pai Shui Han's complexion changed. When the 2 faint white light rays shined down, the glacier instantly melted and the blood veil intensely shook, unexpectedly displaying immense power. This is Unfettered Scholar? What an amazing move! 1,000 disintegrations. In the hall, Old Lord Kenyang, however, recognized this move. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had infiltrated into Northern Plains for many years over 88 Truyang building. Since Old Lord Kenyang took the risk to come, he naturally had a lot of information on Northern Plains. Unfettered Scholar originated from Central Continent's Chun clan. Central Continent's Chun clan specialized in rule path, but Central Continent was ruled by a sect system and did not leave room for clans to prosper. After being pushed aside, Chun clan moved to Northern Plains. Unfortunately, Northern Plains' righteous path was ruled by the Huang Jin bloodline. Chun clan might be a super force with Gu Immortal level strength, but under secret repulsion from Huang Jin bloodline forces, it finally weakened. By Unfettered Scholar's time, he was the only outstanding talent remaining, and the clan already did not exist anymore. He was left to fight alone and fend for himself. Chun clan specialized in rule path and among its Gu Immortals. Rank 6 could use the killer move 100 disintegrations. Rank 7 could use 1,000 disintegrations, and rank 8 could use myriad disintegrations. This killer move is extremely powerful and can attack as well as defend, disintegrating almost any mysterious elements. In Central Continent's past, many Gu Immortals from sects suffered crushing defeats under the might of myriad disintegrations. Old Lord Kenyang sighed as he recalled. You have spoken so much nonsense. Are you still not going to strike? The blood veil is being consumed greatly because of unfettered scholar. These are all precious immortal aperture origin cores that are being used up. Dong Fong Chong Fan's star will urged. Haha. Old Lord Kenyang stood with his hands clasped behind his back and did not seem like he was going to fight. Unfettered scholar is only one person while you have the collaboration of 8 people. He also doesn't know the situation here. Watch me use my method. He then let out his rank 7 aura. The aura immediately shocked the demonic path Gu Immortals in the sky. They actually have a rank 7 Gu Immortal? Aren't all the Gu Immortals of Dong Fong tribe rank 6? Could it be that someone advanced to rank 7 but kept it a secret all along? Or maybe Dong Fong tribe invited reinforcements. Don't forget they are of Huang Jin bloodline, a super force of the righteous path. The Gu Immortals were startled and puzzled. Unfettered scholar looked indifferent, but he was inwardly shaken. His killer move was powerful and had a huge origin, but its consumption of red date immortal essence was extremely intense. The other side had a rank 7 Gu Immortal, thus they could clearly fight toe-to-toe with him. His side has numerous people, but everyone had their own intentions. Unfettered scholar could not help but consider. He could not brainlessly charge ahead and waste his immortal essence. Otherwise, during the time when they fought for real, he would lack the necessary immortal essence to continue, and all of his efforts would have gone to waste and to the advantage of others. Unfettered scholar stopped his killer move when he thought of this. See, didn't it stop? Old Lord Kenyang laughed heartily, a pleased expression on his face. He only leaked his aura and was able to make Unfettered scholar stop. Just based on scheming and deceiving, Old Lord Kenyang might not be a match to Dong Fong Chongfan, but his plentiful life experiences were enough for him to know people's mindsets and use the situation to make schemes. The longer the time prolongs, the more favorable it is to that Dong Fong Yuliang. This blood veil is extremely thick. We need to use our trump cards to attack it if we want to break it. Unfettered scholar spoke, his gaze cast towards Fong Yuan. Traveling 3 elites lost Han Dong. Lu Qingming and Su Guang were only at rank 6. Besides Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han, there was only Fong Yuan who had shown rank 7 battle strength. Pai Shui Han also looked at Fong Yuan. These demonic path Gu immortal experts naturally would not let Fong Yuan take easy benefits. Fairies, please guard me while I exert all my strength. Fong Yuan secretly transmitted his voice, and after obtaining affirmation, he sat cross-legged in the air. 8 strength path giant hands flew towards the blood veil. The periphery of the blood veil was covered with a layer of glacier looking like a stuffed large iceberg. Fong Yuan paid no attention to it, moving his 8 strength path giant hands in 8 directions. The giant hands opened up and the palms tightly stuck to the surface of the iceberg. The 5 fingers then started to dig into the iceberg. Rise! Fong Yuan called out. Immediately, a rumbling noise resounded in everyone's ears. At first, this noise was only slight. But soon, the sound got louder and louder until the rumbling resounded like bursts of endless thunder. Earth shook and giant cracks started to appear on the ground surrounding the iceberg. In everyone's astonished gazes, the iceberg that covered the blood veil was actually slowly rising, like it was going to leave the ground. The hall was trembling and swaying. Old Lord Kenyang blurted out, "This is..." The star will also changed expression, not good. I have already remodeled this immemorial ruined bat's corpse, and to make it stable, I connected it to the ground to form a mountain based on the corpse. The other party seems to have the ability to pull mountain roots, which happens to counter my arrangements. Kenyang, you need to make a move. Dong Fong Chongfan's star will was so anxious that his figure almost collapsed. His main body could indeed make great calculations, but human minds had their limits. The arrangements were set long ago, and even the most extensive calculations could have mishaps. Fong Yuan's pulling mountain immortal goo was one such mishap. Pulling mountain immortal goo could target any mountainous body. When Dong Fong Chongfan was alive, he had linked the immemorial ruined bat's corpse to the surrounding landscape, forming what could truly be called a corpse mountain. This arrangement instead became a flaw which happened to be used by pulling mountain immortal goo. This mountain with roots connected to the ground can be pulled up? Pai Shui Han stared with wide-open eyes, his gaze constantly flickering. Who could this person be? Unfettered Scholar was startled and puzzled while he used his killer move 1000 Disintegrations at the Blood Veil again. Being attacked from two ends, the situation did not seem to bode well for Dong Fong Chong Fan's side. Old Lord Kenyang laughed before finally making his move. Look at my life-chasing fire. Immortal killer move. Life-chasing fire. Old Lord Kenyang looked solemn as he slowly opened up his hand, revealing a weak flame. The faint yellow flame swayed, appearing dim and weak, as if it would extinguish at any moment. Old Lord Kenyang's pupils, however, let out a sharp and bright radiance, and as he gazed at this flame in his hand, a proud expression appeared on his face. This was the supreme technique which he had used to make his name and shake Central Continent. Life-chasing fire, go. Old Lord Kenyang lightly shook his palm. The life-chasing fire made a whooshing sound as it shot out rapidly. The star will quickly opened up a path. The unremarkable-looking life-chasing fire moved out of the blood veil and pierced into the cold iceberg. Boom! Almost at the same instant, there was a large yellow flame that blazed to the sky and burned the whole iceberg. Almost all the demonic path Gu immortals in the air were taken aback at this change. Soon, they revealed odd expressions. The reason was, although the fire was fierce, it had no heat. The iceberg covered in the fire was completely undamaged with no signs of melting down. Some demonic path Gu immortals were just about to ridicule it when the rank 7 demonic path Gu immortal, Pai Shui Han, suddenly let out a miserable scream. Everyone followed the voice and saw a sight that gave them a great shock. Pai Shui Han was covered in fire, of such intensity that his whole face twisted in pain. Great amounts of cold air were being let off from his body, and a river of water started flowing around him, like a dragon coiling around his body. The faint yellow fire, however, did not weaken, instead looking like it was growing even fiercer. What move is this? How did Pai Shui Han get attacked? Why didn't I see it? Such a strange fire. Everyone evaded. The demonic path Gu immortals retreated one after the other, while looking with lingering fear at Pai Shui Han exerting all his efforts to extinguish the fire. This fire, could it be life-chasing fire? Not good. Fong Yuan's mind was shaken as he realized something amiss, and quickly withdrew the 8 strength path giant hands. But it was already too late. The fire burned the iceberg and quickly had spread to the 8 strength path giant hands. The strength path giant hands were completely unharmed, but a faint flame had emerged out of thin air in Fong Yuan's immortal aperture, quietly burning his 160,000 strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms had their arms raised. They had been providing the strength to form the 8 strength path giant hands in the outside world. They were bathed in the fire, but were completely safe. Fong Yuan's heart shivered at this sight. This is truly that killer move, life-chasing fire. Fong Yuan was aware of the terrifying power of this move. He quickly made a decision and willed. The 160,000 strength path phantoms collapsed. Without these strength path phantoms, the 8 strength path giant hands pulling the iceberg also crumbled apart. Boom! The ruined bat's corpse mountain heavily fell down, producing a huge tremor. The surrounding ground cracked and countless stones were splattered, leaving dust swirling everywhere. Fong Yuan suffered an intense backlash from forcibly halting use of pulling mountain. He felt intense dizziness and nausea, his body shook and he almost fell down from the air. He Lulan saw this and quickly moved to support him. Fong Yuan, however, evaded and shouted, "Don't approach me!" He quickly retreated backwards. A faint yellow flame started to burn his body like Pai Shui Han. At the same time, Unfettered Scholar turned pale. He was also struck by this move and his body was similarly burning in fire. This Fire Path Immortal Killer move can actually detect auras and follow our attacks back to the source, directly reaching our immortal apertures. Unfettered Scholar was greatly shocked. Unfettered Scholar realized at this moment why Pai Shui Han was in a panic. Not only were their bodies burning, the fire was spreading in their immortal apertures as well. The former was okay, but the latter was a Gu Immortals headquarters, their foundation that had been managed meticulously for countless years and also where innumerable cultivation resources had been stored inside. Now that this foundation was being burned, it was like the fire was burning directly at the Gu Immortals' heart. Make them bleed from the heartache. Pai Shui Han not only was extinguishing the fire on his body, He was even more importantly putting out the fire in his immortal aperture. But the strange thing was, this fire could not be extinguished by water or ice. The surrounding demonic path Gu immortals started to move away from Fang Yuan, Unfettered Scholar, and Pai Shui Han, fearing the strange fire would spread to them as well. Why are the flames on Fang Yuan weaker than the other two? He Lulan was bewildered. The remaining Gu immortals soon discovered this difference. Immediately, Fang Yuan looked even more unfathomable to everyone. Unfettered Scholar's gaze also paused on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's situation was much better than the other two. There was only a thin layer of flames on him, as if they were the fires of an oil lamp, while the flames on Pai Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar were blazing like a torch. In just a few breaths of time, Unfettered Scholar's body was already mostly burnt and started to emit the smell of burning meat. Unfettered Scholar himself was calm and not particularly panicked. The reason was that he still had a trump card. Immortal Killer Move. 1000 Disintegrations. He wildly activated the killer move. The light in his white pupils turned even more vigorous. But this time, the light did not shine on the iceberg and the blood veil. Instead it shined on himself, on his immortal aperture. The faint yellow flame started to disintegrate continuously under the white light, weakening rapidly. Soon, the flames on his body completely dispersed and the fire in his immortal aperture was also suppressed. 1000 Disintegrations was very useful. It could not only be used to attack enemies, but could also be used for defense. Offense and defense in one move, and its power was also extraordinary. In a short while, Fang Yuan also stood up. The fire on his body completely dissipated. Only Pai Shui Han was still trying out all sorts of methods, but the flames on him were instead burning even more. His whole body was darkened from burns. The intense odor of burnt meat was spreading everywhere. He had no choice but to activate Healing Gu to heal his injuries and also endure the burning of the fire. He shouted furiously. He felt pain not only physically, but also heartache mentally. The fire was spreading in his immortal aperture. Large amounts of resources were being burnt to nothingness, but he still had no way to put out this fire. What to do? What to do? Pai Shui Han thought rapidly in extreme anxiety. Fang Yuan and Unfettered Scholar just watched on coldly and silently. The remaining demonic path Gu immortals stood further away. Some gazes were flickering, eager to make some trouble. If Pai Shui Han were to be seriously injured and weakened, these demonic path Gu immortals would absolutely be moved and interested in attacking Pai Shui Han, adding on to his misfortune. Suddenly, Pai Shui Han gave a loud shout before soaring high, and with his whole body in flames, he shot far away like a meteor. This fire was giving him enormous trouble, and there were many demonic path Gu immortals present. He could not stick around. Pai Shui Han's retreat was a wise choice. Seeing him rapidly disappear into the horizon, several demonic path Gu immortals at the periphery also stealthily left, following the trail of Pai Shui Han. In the hall, old Lord Kenyang laughed heartily, saying to Dongfang Changfan Starwell, "How is that? Truly worthy of being called life-chasing fire." The Starwell nodded. This fire has the ability to trace auras back to their source. Gu immortals normally place Gu worms in their immortal apertures. Thus this fire would burn their immortal apertures. This fire also uses life as the fuel. As long as life has not been extinguished, it will keep on burning. Thus, special methods must be used to extinguish this fire, like the technique of 1000 disintegrations. If one doesn't have such methods, then they have to be resolute in cutting off the burning part, restraining it from burning sources of life force within their body as much as possible. As long as the life force is used up, this fire will disperse. Unfortunately, this Pai Shui Han did not think of this point and continuously healed himself, which increased his life force, increasing the intensity of the fire. The Starwell chuckled as it said this, and praised, "Old Lord Kenyang, your move is a truly unique and innovative method. As long as this fire strikes the enemy, they will fall into chaos. If it is allowed to keep on burning, even the wealthier Gu immortals will have their foundations greatly damaged and have no battle intent." Listening to the Starwell praise his method so much, old Lord Kenyang's pleased expression instead disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy look. The reason for old Lord Kenyang's fame was the killer move life-chasing fire. Once this fire burned, even if it was eliminated, the enemy would be low in spirits. If they attacked, the fire could follow the attack and burn their immortal aperture. Immortal apertures were the foundations of goo immortals, and it would be greatly damaged if it was burned a few times. Even if the fire did not burn the enemy to death, it could ruin them. Thus, Old Lord Kenyang had already been able to roam unhindered around Central Continent in his early years, and was very well known. Goo immortals fighting him would have a headache. After becoming rank 7, Old Lord Kenyang did not wander around much, but just based on his battle strength, he was in the top 5 of Immortal Crane Sect. The matter of 88 Truyong buildings' collapse was simply too important, so Immortal Crane Sect had sent him to Northern Plains to investigate the culprit. Once life-chasing fire was used, it restrained Fang Yuan, an unfettered scholar, and caused Pai Shuihan to retreat in a miserable state. Old Lord Kenyang was repelling the enemies on the surface, but was covertly also trying to intimidate Dong Fang Chong Fan. However, Dong Fang Chong Fan was aware of the details of life-chasing fire. His words were appreciative, but in truth were a counterattack against Old Lord Kenyang. If Old Lord Kenyang could still show a good expression, that would be strange. Life-chasing fire, Old Lord Kenyang. Why is he here? Fang Yuan hovered in the air, looking at the blood veil below in uncertainty and doubt. He might have his previous life's memories, but there was an extremely large difference between having them and being all-knowing and omnipotent. Dong Fang Chong Fan's possession scheme was kept in extreme secrecy, and Fang Yuan was not aware of it. Now that he saw a Central Continent goo immortal mixed up with Dong Fang Chong Fan's inheritance, he naturally felt surprised and bewildered. When Old Lord Kenyang repelled him, he had done so evasively, and had not revealed his identity at all. Old Lord Kenyang had methods to conceal his aura, and with them being used, his aura was the same as a Northern Plains goo immortals. The other demonic path goo immortals did not discover anything wrong, which showed how ingenious Old Lord Kenyang's methods were. Not good. Fang Yuan inwardly shouted. Thoughts of retreating rose up inside him. He knew Central Continent's forces had secretly infiltrated into Northern Plains to search for him, the culprit. He also knew someone had gone to Northern Plains' Zombie Alliance with suspicions about his Sha Huang identity. The reason I could resolve life-chasing fire was because I knew the details of this move and made the decision quickly. And as an immortal zombie, I am among the living dead. My immortal aperture is a dead land with sparse life force. Thus it could not be burned. Old Lord Kenyang has plenty of experience. He might have already discerned that I am an immortal zombie. Hiding myself like this, perhaps he might become suspicious. The more Fang Yuan thought, the heavier his state of mind. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, a wisdom path inheritance was indeed precious and rare. But even if he gained a complete inheritance, risking his true identity and the pursuit of Northern Plains goo immortals was absolutely not worth it. Old Lord Kenyang had restrained the group of demons with one burst of fire, and even sent Pai Shuihan retreating far away. Fang Yuan had realized the bad situation and also was considering retreating. Thus he naturally stopped his attacks. The rank 7 unfettered scholar also did not risk attacking. He thought higher of Fang Yuan from the way he dealt with the life-chasing fire. He himself had to rely on 1,000 disintegrations to get through that danger, which made him feel Fang Yuan was even more mysterious. And besides Fang Yuan, there was still the 2 black-robed goo immortals, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Thus unfettered scholar restrained his desire to make a move and only observed Fang Yuan's side. His thoughts were obvious. He was waiting for Fang Yuan's side to make a move. For a while, the surroundings above the ruined bat's corpse became silent, while inside the ruined hall, curses were still being endlessly hurled out. Dong Fang tribe's 8 goo immortals could not budge even a bit but had retained the ability to speak. Since the moment Dong Fang Chong Fan's possession had begun, they had been throwing curses and shouting at Dong Fang Chong Fan. Dong Fang Chong Fan's star will turned a deaf ear to this. He saw the situation outside had quietened down. The group of demons would be restrained for a while. He smiled. Finally, the time is ripe. My possession and rebirth will start at this moment. Old Lord Kenyang, I have explained the previous main steps to you. The crucial time has arrived. I will have to trouble you to guard me. Being indecisive when a decision was needed would instead worsen the situation. The star will made the decision and did not hesitate any longer. A change occurred. A large vortex suddenly formed on the surface of the blood veil. Blood energy started fermenting in the vortex. It condensed into form before suddenly bursting out. It turned into a giant blood pillar that directly shot straight down to the center of the phantom formation, covering Dongfang Yu Liang's body. Old Lord Kenyang's eyes opened wide, and he shouted, "Damn it!" Old Lord Kenyang understood after seeing this change. This blood veil was not used just to defend, but was also involved in a purification process. The extracted 8 immortal aperture origin cores were like 8 metals melting together. It then used the demonic path Gu Immortal's attacks to temper the melted origin cores, eliminating the wills and auras of the 8 Gu Immortals before pouring the fused product into the possession target. Dongfang Changfan had arranged the situation exquisitely, calculating the demonic path Gu Immortals within his plan. Even Fang Yuan was in the dark, used by Dongfang Changfan into unknowingly becoming a blacksmith. Now the blood energy flowed backwards, filling Dongfang Yu Liang's body. Naturally, the blood veil would weaken. With the weakening of the blood veil, the defense immediately fell. Old Lord Kenyang had a heavy duty from the sect, and with enormous benefits in front of him, how could he stay still and not share the burden? Seeing the blood veil weakening, the demonic path Gu Immortals indeed were moved. It seems the previous attacks were effective. There is hope in breaking the blood veil. Everyone attacked together. The Gu Immortals attacked one after the other. Countless attacks rained down like a violent storm. The blood veil was sending the blood energy inside, while also having to endure the attacks. Immediately, it was strained and started to sway unstably. Old Lord Kenyang had no choice but to take action. Using an immortal killer move, Final Afterglow, a light barrier emerged outside of the blood veil. It looked to be condensed from the afterglow of the setting sun, and was so thin and faint that it was almost like there was nothing. Countless attacks passed through this light barrier and landed on the blood veil. However, their power was reduced to less than half the original. This was the use of Final Afterglow. It was not a complete defense. Instead, it weakened the power of most attacks. Even immortal killer moves on the level of Flood Glacier would be weakened by 30%. And what the demonic path Gu Immortals were using right now were mostly all mortal killer moves. After being weakened by Final Afterglow, they only appeared strong but had little threat. Dongfang Changfan showed a joyous expression. The situation was extremely beneficial to him in this way. The phantom formation was constantly extracting the 8 immortal aperture origin cores and fusing them to create the blood veil. When the blood veil suffered the attacks, the foreign wills and auras hidden inside the origin cores were gradually being removed. Afterwards, the purified blood energy would then pour into Dongfang Yu Liang's body. Dongfang Yu Liang was a Gu master with a rank 5 peak stage aperture. Right now, his soul was already eliminated by Dongfang Changfan, leaving him in control of his young body. Dongfang Changfan's attention was fully focused on the aperture. The aperture burst with a loud sound as it was filled with blood energy. Dongfang Yu Liang's aura rose higher instead of shrinking. An astonishing transformation was occurring, surpassing mortal, charging to Gu Immortal. Crack! In the clear sky outside, a lightning bolt flashed. Within several breaths later, dark clouds surged and spread over the entire surroundings in the clear sky. Earth tremored and rumbled, and vast amounts of dust surged as if countless bulls were running on the ground. Heaven and earth chi were stirred. A heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were forming. Someone is actually ascending to immortal inside? What is going on? The Gu Immortals quickly stopped their attacks, feeling baffled. Crack, crack, crack. Rays of lightning struck down together from above. The power they contained shocked the demonic path Gu Immortals into hurriedly retreating. Amazing! This is the heavenly star lightning tribulation. How unlucky is the mortal to not receive the favor of heaven and earth. He is just ascending to immortal, and is met with such a powerful heavenly tribulation. What earthly calamity is this? The Gu Immortals retreated to the edges and observed. Countless round craters appeared in the surroundings of the ruined bat's corpse. The craters were pitch black and unfathomably deep. Bang, bang, bang. Balls of pitch black lightning shot out from the craters and impacted on the ruined bat's corpse mountain, creating loud explosions. The lightning strikes flashed, and in just a few breaths of time, the iceberg was struck by countless lightning balls. The iceberg was smashed into pieces and spattered everywhere. Even unfettered scholar was moved at this, inwardly exclaiming, "The heavenly tribulation is heavenly star lightning, tyrannical and sharp. The earthly calamity is the earth ghost lightning, underhanded and explosive." These two great lightning tribulations are called the twin lightnings of heaven and earth. Their power is increased further when they combine. Even I have to worry if I face them. The twin lightning of heaven and earth combined, one fell from above while the other exploded from below. The lightning was dazzling, forming a purgatory filled with the sound of thunder. Countless bolts of lightning, densely packed together, combined into a huge lightning forest. The shattered ice pieces were completely destroyed. Even the remaining traces of frost energy were extinguished. The scene, as if part of the world was ending, caused the observing demonic Pathgu immortals to hold their breaths in and feel stifled. Inside the ruined bat's corpse mountain, Old Lord Kenyang looked serious as he put all his effort in maintaining the immortal killer move, Final Afterglow. This ingenious defensive killer move was being used to its utmost to weaken the strength of the twin lightnings of heaven and earth. However, all of Old Lord Kenyang's effort only weakened the lightning by 15%. His red date immortal essence was being consumed extremely quickly, and soon, his forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. How could there be such a strong lightning tribulation? Dong Fong Chong Fan's star will muttered with a worried expression. This was almost the worst-case scenario in his plan. He had not thought he would be faced with them at this moment. His luck really was extremely bad. The blood veil was being badly destroyed by the lightning strikes and explosions of thunder. The losses caused Dong Fong Chong Fan to feel extreme heartache. These losses would greatly influence the foundation of Dong Fong Yu Liang's immortal aperture. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. Time continued to pass, but the lightning tribulations from heaven and earth did not show any signs of weakening. Instead, they were constantly increasing in strength. The immemorial ruined bat's corpse was wrecked until it was beyond recognition. There were previously countless numbers of densely packed spacepath Dao marks covering the surroundings of the ruined bat, but now they were almost completely cleared up by the lightning tribulations. Old Lord Kenyang was already unable to support the situation, and the severe loss of immortal essence caused him to feel heavy. Right? The power of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity is beyond normal. It is all because of you, Dongfang Changfan. Old Lord Kenyang suddenly spoke. You are already dead, and according to the arrangement of fate, your soul should be returning to the door of life and death. How could you still remain here alive and kicking? Right now, you are not only trying to revive, you are even thinking of ascending to immortal. This is truly an act in defiance of heaven. No wonder heaven and earth are so enraged. When Dong Fong Chongfan's star will heard this, his grave expression changed. He raised his eyebrows and laughed. Ever since Red Lotus Demon Venerable broke fate, the destiny of all living beings in this world has been in their own hands. So what if it is in defiance to heaven? My fate is in my own hands. I have planned for so long. I made so many preparations. I will definitely succeed. He had just spoken when they heard a rumbling sound. The lightning strikes were already as dense as rain, and the thunder was already resounding nonstop. The thunder at this moment was beyond that of the previous ones. Its sound resounded through the skies and caused everyone's ears to buzz. Dongfang Chongfan's star will shook and dispersed at once. A dazzling white light filled the world. Fang Yuan, unfettered scholar, and the remaining demonic path Gu immortals all retreated in alarm, and even old Lord Kenyang had to tightly close his eyes. From the white light, a ray of divine lightning struck down. This divine lightning was incomparably fierce, sweeping past all obstacles. In an instant, it blew up Final Afterglow, broke the blood veil, and directly struck at Dong Fong Yuliang. The divine lightning was extremely fast. In almost the blink of an eye, it had broken through all the barriers like they were rotten wood and appeared in front of Dong Fong Yuliang. Dong Fong Yuliang only had a mortal body and would definitely be shattered to pieces if he really was struck by this lightning. Dong Fong Chongfan's possession plan would come to an end, resulting in complete failure. At the moment between life and death, Dong Fong Yuliang, whose eyes were tightly closed the whole time, suddenly opened his eyes. In the dazzling white light, he barely managed to see that ray of thunder and lightning. Intense startled anger rose up inside him, fluctuating light. Falling star lightning. Tribulations hidden inside my original tribulation. Accursed heaven. You want me to die so badly? Then I refuse to die. Dong Fong Chong Fan roared in his mind. The phantom formation started to give off bright radiance. Boom! A piercing explosion resounded. Endless rays of white light shot out from the ruined bat's corpse. The light rays swept through some unlucky demonic path Gu immortals. Immediately, their minds and souls shook, and some even directly crashed down from the sky. The terrifying explosion created a huge shock wave that lifted all the vegetation in the surroundings. The sky seemed to be collapsing while the earth quaked. The demonic path Gu immortals retreated in panic. They retreated several kilometers before the wild light rays gradually dispersed. Only then did the Gu immortals calm down, returning. There was nothing left of the enormous, lofty ruined bat's corpse mountain. In the air above, a young figure appeared, standing proudly as he looked at Fang Yuan and the others. Dong Fang Yuliang. Dong Fang Yuliang? Am I seeing wrongly? How did he become a Gu immortal? It seems that this heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was caused by him. Becoming an immortal on the spot, was that Dong Fang Chongfan's inheritance? Sigh. A mortal actually snatched it. The demonic path Gu immortals saw Dong Fang Chongfan and were very shocked. They felt some dejection and sadness. Dong Fang Yuliang was expressionless. There was no pupils or whites in his eyes. They were completely shining with many different colored crystalline lights, flickering continuously. He had this gaze while observing the demonic path Gu immortals around him, saying softly, "You are the people who want to snatch my master's inheritance? What gives you the guts to attack a righteous path superforce?" After Dong Fang Chongfan succeeded in his possession, but he did not expose the truth, he still spoke as if he was Dong Fang Yuliang with his voice. The demonic path Gu immortals were in a dejected state, filled with great grievance. Now that they heard Dong Fang Yuliang's arrogant words, their faces turned ugly. Some scoffed while others shouted, "Ymir Jr., you have just become an immortal. After ascending in one step, you are arrogant. Here, take my hammer." As he said so, a figure flew out from among the crowd. This demonic path Gu immortal had broad shoulders and a thick waist. There was a flying heavenly boar underneath him. Its fat legs were running quickly, as it carried its owner towards Dong Fang Yuliang in an imposing manner. It was Zhuozhan. The immortals jolted, reacting to what had happened. This Zhuozhan is so crafty. He is trying to pick up a bargain. We were almost deterred by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, but even if Dong Fang Yuliang became an immortal, he is a newbie. What's there to be afraid of? Capture Dong Fang Yuliang alive and interrogate the wisdom path inheritance from him. The demonic path Gu immortals moved quickly, charging towards Dong Fang Yuliang, fearing that they would be left behind. Unfettered Scholar was among them. Only Fang Yuan and a few other people did not move. They remained in their places. He did not know that Dong Fang Yuliang's body was already possessed by Dong Fang Chongfan, but he was wary of Old Lord Kenyang. Dong Fang Yuliang appeared. But where is Old Lord Kenyang? Old Lord Kenyang was actually standing behind Dong Fang Yuliang, but he used an immortal technique and concealed himself. His method was superb. None of the demonic path immortals sensed him. But he was quite injured. Seeing the immortals charging over, he transmitted to Dong Fang Yuliang, "Do you need my help?" Dong Fang Yuliang quickly rejected him. "You do not need to do anything. Let me deal with them." Once Old Lord Kenyang attacked, if he was exposed, Northern Plains Gu immortals would realize that Dong Fang Yuliang was colluding with Central Continent's forces. By then, not only would Dong Fang Yuliang get ostracized by the righteous path, even the demonic path would not welcome him. In addition, Dong Fang Yuliang wanted to single-handedly showcase a heavy crippling of his enemies. That was the only way he could rise up after the death of 8 Dong Fang tribe Gu immortals, to allow Dong Fang tribe to once again become a force to be reckoned with. Zhuozhan led the way. He was getting closer. Dong Fang Yuliang could see the sinister smile on his face. Behind him, more than 10 demonic path Gu immortals were charging with killing intent. Dong Fang Yuliang was all alone. His cultivation level was only at the bottom of rank 6, but he was neither flustered nor scared. His lips curled up. He showed a mild smile as if he was in complete control of the situation. Old Lord Kenyang, who was behind him, looked on with much curiosity. He wanted to see how he could repel his foes with his current cultivation level. Only to see that Dongfang Yuliang raised his right arm. His white sleeves were pulled back as his right index finger pointed at the sky. He spoke loudly and leisurely, word by word. Myriad. Star. Fireflies. The immortals heard this and their advancement halted, their expressions changed. Myriad star fireflies was well known in the world of Northern Plains Gu immortals. It was Dongfang Changfan's strongest killer move. Dongfang Changfan was known as the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. That was not just because of his deductions alone. There was also his battle strength. Without stunning battle strength, how could he stand firm in the turbulent Northern Plains? Without immense power, how could he lead Dongfang tribe on the road to success? Thus, in terms of battle strength, Dongfang Changfan easily surpassed Pai Shui Han, an unfettered scholar, during his life. After all, he was the first supreme elder of a righteous path superforce. The wisdom path killer move, Myriad Star Fireflies, was the greatest display of Dongfang Changfan's battle strength. This move was extremely famous. It was ingrained into the hearts of Northern Plains Gu immortals. Don't listen to his bluff. Myriad Star Fireflies involves tens of thousands of Gu worms. Can it be activated so easily? Zhuozhan shouted. He is just a newbie Gu immortal. He has just ascended and gone beyond the mortal stage. How can he manipulate so many Gu worms immediately? Lu Qingming snickered. Wishful thinking. Divine Lord Tian Du held his immortal Gu as he prepared to strike. Myriad Star Fireflies, I lost to that move back then. I wonder how much of its power you can use. Unfettered Scholar's expression flashed with rage. Are we really doing nothing? He Lu Lan's heart was pounding in excitement, but Fang Yuan was a great strength amongst them. After He Lu Lan lost self-strength immortal Gu, her battle strength was weaker than before. Wait a while longer. The situation is not right. Fang Yuan wanted to speak of what he had found out earlier, but the sky suddenly changed. Earlier, the clouds had dispersed. The surroundings were entirely clear skies. But now, darkness descended as the world turned dim. Darkness surrounded the surroundings. Countless firefly-like spots of light appeared in the sky, dancing as they moved around. Starlight burst out. It was a brilliant and dazzling sight. Myriad star fireflies. The demonic path Gu immortals' expressions changed. They shouted as they fell into the midst of the star fireflies. Starlight was glowing and reflected on their faces. Unfettered Scholar's expression was pale. This was truly myriad star fireflies. It seemed even stronger than in his memories. But how could this be possible? Dongfang Yuliang had just become an immortal, right? Even if he had Dongfang Changfan's star will, and could use rank 7 red date immortal essence left behind by Dongfang Changfan, this was the first time he was activating myriad star fireflies. How could he be so familiar with it, like he had practiced it 1,000 times? Unfettered Scholar could not understand it. The Gu immortals around him were in a more pathetic state. The surrounding specks of starlight were attacking them from all directions. One starlight speck was not powerful, but with tens of thousands of starlight specks. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions of starlight spots, especially when each of the starlight specks had a star thought in them. Even if the Gu immortals destroyed the starlight specks, the star thoughts would come out and force their way into the Gu immortals' minds. Even if the Gu immortals had defensive methods, the starlight specks were endless and nearly unlimited in numbers. They were bound to fail eventually. Once star thoughts find an opportunity and enter their minds, that would be dangerous. The least they could do was to disrupt one's thoughts. The worst they could do was to destroy the person's thoughts, causing them to become slow-witted, or if all the thoughts in their mind were star thoughts, they would be subdued completely. The star thoughts would replace their cognition, and the Gu immortal would become Dongfang Yuliang's puppet, manipulated at will. What are you doing? Beside Zhuozhan, a demonic path Gu immortal shouted angrily. Zhuozhan's face was turning purplish-red. Sorry. My attack changed directions all of a sudden. With your ability, you want to snatch the wisdom path inheritance. In such a short time, you already got invaded by the star thoughts. You are really more of a trouble than help. The demonic path Gu immortal was nearly hit. He was extremely angry. What did you say? Do you dare to say it again? Zhuozhan was furious too. He shouted at the demonic path Gu Immortal. Enough, are you still fighting amongst yourselves? The important thing now is to escape. This is myriad star fireflies. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it is. A Gu Immortal said anxiously. Another Gu Immortal immediately rebuked. Escape? What are you afraid of? He is only a bottom-tier rank 6 Gu Immortal. We have so many people, and Lord Unfettered Scholar, why are you afraid to this extent? In my opinion, we should just attack. Everyone was hesitant on whether to retreat or advance. They subconsciously looked towards Unfettered Scholar. Pai Shuihan had already escaped. Fang Yuan was far away. Unfettered Scholar was the only rank 7 battle strength here. He was their shepherd. It was not that everyone acknowledged Unfettered Scholar as the leader, but in times of difficulty, the strong would handle the greater dangers. Unfettered Scholar was their strong person. By moving alongside an expert, they would have a greater chance of surviving. Unfettered Scholar himself was hesitant. He and Dongfang Changfan had fought before. Back then, he lost to this move, Myriad Star Fireflies. After losing in battle, he learned from his painful lesson, focusing more attention on information regarding Dongfang Changfan. Thus his understanding of Myriad Star Fireflies was much deeper than that of other people. He knew that Myriad Star Fireflies was a wisdom path killer move. It had immense power, and was created by Dongfang Changfan single-handedly. The weakness of this move was hard to discover. At the moment, Unfettered Scholar only knew this. Once a person enters the range of this move, they would be plotted against. Each of the Gu Immortal's thoughts could produce star thoughts. These star thoughts were formed by myriad star fireflies to turn into starlight specks, attacking the Gu Immortal. During an intense battle, Gu Immortals would have to consider many things. As their minds worked rapidly, they would create more star thoughts. The more star thoughts produced, the stronger the killer move becomes, especially when there are more Gu Immortals in the range. The star thoughts produced would be even greater. When the star thoughts completely took over the Gu Immortals' minds, they would turn into Dongfang Yuliang's puppets, fighting for him. Even if it could not reach that stage, being influenced by the star thoughts, mistakes would occur. Like earlier, when Zhuozhan almost injured an ally. Thus, Myriad Star Fireflies was a move well suited to deal with multiple enemies. It was weaker when fighting one enemy. Against more people, they would be used to restrain each other. The battle might instead be easier to win. The reason Dongfang Changfan created this move was because he had tried to develop Dongfang tribe single-handedly. Without many Gu Immortals in his tribe to help him, he often had to fight many enemies alone. But after Dongfang Changfan created this move, he no longer feared group fights. The current scenario is what Dongfang Yuliang most wants to see. We have many people and are not united. Everyone is wary of each other, and we have barely any elites. I am the only rank 7. In a fight, we will become hindrances to each other. Not only that, from the battle earlier, there also seems to be a fire path Gu Immortal hiding here. Unfettered Scholar thought rapidly in his mind. Starlight specks appeared around him. He had much more of them compared to other people. Given such concerns, Unfettered Scholar did not feel like retreating. Instead, his battle intent was roused. I lost to Dongfang Changfan. That was the greatest humiliation in my life. Now that I am facing his successor, if I retreat, how will I face myself afterwards? Even if they have a hidden Gu Immortal, we also have many people. If I retreat instead of fighting, which Gu Immortal in Northern Plains would look up to me in the future? After making his decision, Unfettered Scholar's vigor rose, and he shouted, "Fight! The enemy is merely one person. Anyone who is afraid can leave." "All right, we will follow, Lord." Truly worthy of Lord Unfettered Scholar, with you here, who would fear Dongfang Yuliang? The group of demons shouted. Unfettered Scholar flicked his sleeve and used his killer move, clearing up the lingering starlight around him as he charged towards Dongfang Yuliang. Come! Dongfang Yuliang was not in the least afraid of Unfettered Scholar's rank 7 power. He did not retreat but advanced, submerged in starlight. For a while, the starlight churned as if it were a sea of stars, surging and rolling unendingly. Dongfang Yuliang was like the master of stars as he maneuvered the endless starlight, raising majestic waves of stars to fight against a group by himself. Stars swayed and light fragments flew everywhere. Dongfang Yuliang was hopelessly outnumbered at first, and the situation was dangerous. But as time passed, The starlight continued to increase rapidly, almost filling the whole space. The starlight obscured vision and made cooperation difficult while the star thoughts invaded minds, causing the demonic Pathgu immortals to make repeated mistakes. As the situation turned more chaotic, Dongfang Liang's advantage was getting bigger. Many Gu immortals were accidentally injured several times. Gradually, they did not dare to team up, choosing to fight alone, which further reduced the pressure on Dongfang Liang. Only Unfettered Scholar was able to maneuver skillfully around the obstacles, and was the strongest opponent of Dongfang Liang. Dongfang Liang had been evading him since the start, not daring to fight head-on with Unfettered Scholar. Unfettered Scholar's fury surged as he got repeatedly obstructed by other demonic Pathgu immortals. This Dongfang Liang is too slippery. He is so young, but he is as cunning as Dongfang Changfan back then. He is showing no flaws, as if he has been manipulating this killer move since birth. Is Dongfang Changfan's inheritance so magical? Not far away, old Lord Kenyang was also inwardly shocked by the might of myriad star fireflies. He remained hidden the whole time, quietly healing himself. Occasionally, he would gaze eerily at Fang Yuan and the group at the edge of the battlefield. He had vague speculations about Fang Yuan's identity and had been waiting for Fang Yuan to jump into the battlefield. He did not excel in pursuing enemies, but with the help of myriad star fireflies, he would have a greatly increased chance of capturing Fang Yuan. However, since the beginning, Fang Yuan only stood by, looking on without lifting a finger, which caused old Lord Kenyang to feel anxious and forced him to endure waiting patiently. Immortal killer move, 1000 disintegrations. Unfettered Scholar could not fight a prolonged battle, finally using his trump card killer move. Dongfang Liang chuckled, already on guard against this move. His body swayed nimbly like a butterfly, dodging the rays coming from the gaze. But right at this moment, Dongfang Liang suddenly stopped. Dongfang Wenxiu's furious roar resounded within him. Old scoundrel, I will take you down with me. Dongfang Liang suddenly changed directions and charged straight towards the killer move 1000 disintegrations. This change was beyond anyone's expectations. The power of 1000 disintegrations was deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. Dongfang Liang charging straight at it was simply suicidal. For a while, everyone was startled and could not react. Even Unfettered Scholar was stupefied as he looked at Dongfang Liang charging at his killer move. The light of 1000 disintegrations shined on Dongfang Liang's head. In an instant, Dongfang Liang's hair was destroyed, then his skull was melting with the rays about to hit his brain. On this boundary between life and death, old Lord Kenyang shouted, and with no time to continue healing, he showed himself to save Dongfang Liang. He attacked while also defending. Flames surged. A blazing inferno rose and charged towards Unfettered Scholar. Confronted with a rank 7 expert, Unfettered Scholar had no choice but to divide his attention. As this happened, old Lord Kenyang was able to pull back Dongfang Liang. Dongfang Liang's skull was penetrated through, and his brain almost suffered extremely severe damage. At this moment, countless star thoughts surged like a fountain towards the outside through the hole in the skull. After being saved by old Lord Kenyang, Dongfang Liang's expression turned calm, representing that Dongfang Changfan's soul had regained control of the body. Lingering fear unavoidably showed up on his face. If there had been just a slight delay, Dongfang Liang's brain would have been entirely disintegrated. Dongfang Changfan could be said to have walked around the gates of hell, barely holding on to life. And without old Lord Kenyang, he might have died again. What happened? Old Lord Kenyang retreated while pulling Dongfang Changfan and shouted at the latter, his heart still palpitating. Dongfang Changfan had explained most of the possession technique to him, but a few crucial final steps were still kept undisclosed by Dongfang Changfan. Thus, old Lord Kenyang was absolutely not willing to see Dongfang Changfan's death. Dongfang Changfan intentionally held these back as a failsafe against old Lord Kenyang. The effects were shown now. However, he might have had his life preserved. But Dongfang Changfan looked pale and had an unsightly expression. This series of events was because he had hurriedly ascended to Immortal and were the side effects of the struggle against the lightning tribulation. Originally, Dongfang Changfan had deceived Dongfang tribe's 8 Gu immortals and used the phantom formation to extract their immortal aperture origin cores. But these cores contained the wills and auras of the 8 Gu Immortals and could not be directly transferred to Dongfang Yu Liang's body. Thus, Dongfang Changfan used Menzi's blood immortal Gu to turn these origin cores into a blood veil. Then he used the attacks from the demonic path Gu Immortals to temper and remove the impurities that were the wills and auras of the 8 Gu Immortals. Dongfang Changfan then would transfer the purified immortal aperture origin cores into Dongfang Yu Liang's body, which should have resulted in no side effects. However, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity had been too terrifying, far surpassing Dongfang Changfan's estimation. It resulted in a dangerous situation, and at the crucial moment between life and death, Dongfang Changfan had no choice but to skip some of the blood veil's tempering steps and directly transfer the extracted origin cores into Dongfang Yu Liang's body. He passed the tribulation and advanced to Gu Immortal. But the new immortal aperture had the 8 Gu Immortals' wills and was filled with their auras. These 8 Gu Immortals' bodies and souls were already turned to nothingness prior to the heaven-shaking tribulation. But they were betrayed, creating hatred towards Dongfang Changfan, which was retained in their wills and auras. Dongfang Changfan had to pay full attention to the battle when fighting Unfettered Scholar. A moment of negligence caused the internal danger to erupt, resulting in a strong backlash. Dongfang Changfan had expected it, but during the backlash, he discovered his previous estimations had been too optimistic. The power of the accumulated wills in his immortal aperture was beyond his expectations. Thus, the backlash had almost sent him to his own death under 1,000 disintegrations. Dongfang Changfan heaved a sigh and was just about to explain matters to Old Lord Kenyang, when suddenly his face twisted into a ferocious expression. Old Lord Kenyang's mind rang with warning sirens, and he quickly released his grip as he retreated. The next moment, Dongfang Yu Liang used a powerful killer move against his benefactor, Old Lord Kenyang. Fortunately, Old Lord Kenyang had been vigilant. Dongfang Yu Liang's attack struck empty air. Old bastard Changfan, you shameless scoundrel, scheming against your own tribe's Gu Immortals for your rebirth. Dongfang Yu Liang furiously shouted, but it was not with his previous voice. Rather, it was the voice of Dongfang Yikong. Such a strange change confused everyone. Unfettered Scholar's eyes shined with a bright light and moved in for the kill again. He reacted promptly and used the killer move 1,000 disintegrations again directed at Dongfang Yu Liang. However, Dongfang Changfan regained control again and narrowly evaded 1,000 disintegrations. The good scenario did not last for long as soon. The will of another of Dongfang tribe's Gu Immortals forcibly took control of the body, shouting and seeking death of their own accord. Old Lord Kenyang had no choice but to save Dongfang Changfan from danger again. The battle situation had changed. The orderly myriad star fireflies which attacked and defended in turn were now flying around chaotically. The pressure on the demonic path Gu Immortals had greatly decreased, and they charged towards Dongfang Yu Liang one after the other. Among them, the threat from Unfettered Scholar was the largest as he moved unhindered around the sea of starlight, his 1,000 disintegrations breaking through all obstacles. Dongfang Changfan, however, had the help of Old Lord Kenyang. Old Lord Kenyang was an expert of Central Continent's ancient sects and had deep foundations. His immortal killer move, life-chasing fire, was also rather troublesome, obstructing Unfettered Scholar. Dongfang Yu Liang would occasionally suffer the backlash from a certain Dongfang tribe Gu Immortal, at times causing him to attack Old Lord Kenyang or even seek death. But at other times Dongfang Changfan was able to regain control and fight the demonic path Gu Immortals, attempting to remedy the situation. However, all things considered, such a battle situation could not avoid being chaotic. The source of the chaos was Dongfang Yu Liang. What is going on? Fairy Li Shan and the others were standing at the edge of the battlefield, not knowing what to think about this chaotic fight. The strange and confusing situation was beyond their expectations. It seems Dongfang Changfan sacrificed his tribe's Gu Immortals and possessed Dongfang Yu Liang, but his plan did not completely succeed. This old bastard really can scheme. He Lulan sneered. No matter who Dongfang Yu Liang is, that fire path Gu Immortal beside him is not of Northern Plains, but an expert of Central Continent's Immortal Crane sect, named Old Lord Kenyang. After the battle earlier, he is probably suspicious of me. Fang Yuan secretly transmitted his voice, exposing the identity of Old Lord Kenyang. What? This is troublesome. He Lulan frowned. She and Fang Yuan were tied to the same boat. Their gains and losses were linked together. If Fang Yuan was exposed, she would also be in jeopardy. What should we do now? Perhaps we could kill him. Fairy Li Shan was ready to attack. No. He only has some doubts. As long as I don't expose myself, he won't be able to guess my identity in Central Continent. The battle is extremely chaotic now. It will be hard for us to withdraw if we meddle in. Moreover, Dongfang Changfan is a deep schemer. Myriad Star Fireflies is also powerful, while we will have to restrain our full power to hide our identities. What's more, Old Lord Kenyang is an expert among rank 7s and won't be easily defeated. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. As he sent this message to the two women, he already had the intention to retreat. The situation might be in disorder now, but their circumstances did not allow them to do as they pleased. Even if they could use their full strengths, the combined strength of the three was not enough to dominate the whole battlefield and control the lives and deaths of everyone present. You mean that we should retreat? He Lulan, however, was reluctant. As far as she was concerned, the chaotic situation in front of them was still an opportunity. She had sworn to get revenge, but He Chung was powerful and her battle strength had decreased after she had also lost self-strength Immortal Gu. If she did not use these opportunities to quickly progress ahead, when would she be able to take her revenge? Fang Yuan smiled. I mean that we should retreat as well as advance. Haven't the two of you discovered that Dongfang Yu Liang has already lost control over a dozen times in just this short period of time, all in all? It should be due to the wills of the 8 Gu immortals causing trouble. You mean? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's gazes shined brightly as they understood the meaning behind these words. Right? How many Gu immortals does Dongfang tribe has? Even if there is some hidden force left behind, Dongfang tribe's headquarters would still be at its weakest state in all time. Just think about it. The accumulations of a region's superforce. Fang Yuan spoke leisurely. However, his words ignited the fires in the hearts of He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Let's rob Dongfang Changfan's base. He Lulan did not hesitate as she flew straight towards Dongfang tribe's headquarters with excitement. Jade Pool Blessed Land. Dongfang tribe's main headquarters. Dongfang Changfan's home. It had a long history of thousands of years. This type of blessed land was different from ordinary blessed lands. Ordinary blessed lands were a Gu immortal's immortal aperture. They belonged to one person. Once their cultivation level reaches rank 8, the immortal aperture would become a grotto heaven. Meanwhile, Jade Pool Blessed Land did not belong to one Gu immortal. It was formed from a group of Gu immortals cutting off a part of their own blessed lands, and was pieced together after that. Blessed lands could swallow each other. Earlier, on Tianti Mountain, Fang Yuan was undergoing the earthly calamity of the desolate beast swamp crab. He had to discard a portion of his blessed land. In the end, this part was taken away by the demonic path Gu immortals on Tianti Mountain, fusing it into their own blessed lands. The swallowing of blessed lands had very strict requirements, but the requirements of piecing blessed lands together were much lower. Most of the superforces in the 5 regions had a main camp that was formed by piecing together the contributions of various Gu immortals. Dongfang tribe's Jade Pool Blessed Land, Murong tribe's Inyang Blessed Land, Guan tribe's Shi Huang Blessed Land, and He tribe's Iron Eagle Blessed Land all were like this. Even Northern Plains number 1 Demonic Path Force, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, was the same. The Demonic Path Gu immortals contributed a portion of their blessed lands, creating Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. They then lived in it. The mountain peaks that they each occupied was the region that they took out from their own immortal apertures. The owner of the first peak, Old Ancestor Shui, who had his own rank 8 grotto heaven. Fairy Li Shan, who was the owner of the third peak, also had her own immortal aperture. The Gu immortal's personal immortal aperture was extremely important. There were countless treasures placed in them. It was a private area. In most situations, outsiders would not be allowed in. If there was any damage done, the losses were severe. Regarding this, there was also a rather peculiar example. It was Zombie Alliance. The members of Zombie Alliance were immortal zombies. Since the immortal zombies' immortal apertures were dead, a portion of the aperture would break apart once in a while, and they furthermore could not be fused together. Therefore, in each of the 5 regions, the headquarters of Zombie Alliance did not form from immortal apertures. For example, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's headquarters was Dark Flow Giant City. Such a headquarters was naturally inferior to a Blessed Land. This was another reason why Zombie Alliance's branches were weaker than superforces. Thus, to Fang Yuan and the others, Jade Pool Blessed Land was not hard to find. Blessed lands that were pieced together like this were usually placed on the ground, taking in earth chi to stabilize the space inside. At the same time, they could slow time flow and postpone the arrival of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. I know the location of this Jade Pool Blessed Land clearly. If it was not moved away, it should be to the northeast. Let's fly over there at this speed. It would only take an hour. Fairy Lishan led the way. It should still be at the original place. The main camp of such a superforce is very important. It is the central point used between superforces when splitting up their respective territories. It would not be moved under normal circumstances. He Lulan was excited. Dong Fong Chong Fan miscalculated this time. He actually removed his own manpower, sacrificing Dong Fong tribe's Gu immortals to revive himself. Fang Yuan followed behind the 2 women without speaking. As they flew rapidly, huge winds were blowing, causing buzzing noises around the ears. Fang Yuan's memories of his previous life began to surface in his mind. In his previous life, he knew very little about Dong Fong Chong Fan. He had no idea whether Dong Fong Chong Fan succeeded in possessing Dong Fong Yuliang's body in his previous life, but he knew at least that Dong Fong Yuliang was only a rank 5 Gu master for a long time. At that time, Imperial Court Blessed Land was not destroyed. After He Lulan won and came out from Imperial Court Blessed Land, she tried to overturn and change the current rules, dying suddenly one day. Eventually, Ma Hongyun stepped up on the stage. After that, he led his army and became the lord of the Imperial Court for many rounds. During the 3rd Imperial Court contest, he was suppressed by 3 Hearts Combination Soul and was captured by Dong Fong tribe alive. In the end, Ma Hongyun's luck was overwhelming. He actually got Dong Fong Yuliang's sister, Dong Fong Qingyu, on his side. Not only did she free him, she also gave him the secret of 3 Hearts Combination Soul, allowing Ma Hongyun to emerge victorious, and Dong Fong tribe lost terribly. Fang Yuan thought about this and he inwardly came to a realization. He had a different view now. If, in my previous life, Dong Fong Chong Fan managed to possess Dong Fong Yuliang, then Dong Fong Qingyu was doing this not because of Ma Hongyun, but because she found out something and wanted to avenge her brother. After all, Dong Fong Yuliang and Dong Fong Qingyu were siblings that had mutually supported and stuck close by each other since they were young. No matter how Dong Fong Chong Fan acted, after a long time, he would definitely mess up in front of such a close relation. Or maybe Dong Fong Chong Fan failed in his possession. Or maybe he succeeded but the effect was not great. Dong Fong Yuliang was still a mortal Gu master. Fang Yuan guessed. Ever since he destroyed 88 True Yang building along with Imperial Court Blessed Land, the events in Northern Plains had changed hugely. Just at minimum, in his previous life, Dong Fong tribe's Gu immortals like Dong Fong Yikong and Dong Fong Wan Xiu were still alive, but now they were sacrificed. Such huge changes had also affected Central Continent's events. They were changing rapidly. Central Continent was the center of the 5 regions. One could predict that in future developments, the other 3 regions would also be affected to an extent. The advantage of my rebirth is becoming smaller. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. As he got stronger, the influence that he was creating also increased. It was called the butterfly effect, but Fang Yuan was already no longer a butterfly, he was an eagle. An hour later, they arrived at Jade Pool Blessed Land. The situation in front of them was slightly out of their expectations. Jade Pool Blessed Land was an independent small world. When its entrance was closed, it could not be seen with the naked eye. But now, there was a huge hole in it. One could see the situation inside the Blessed Land from outside. At the same time, there were loud explosions. Sounds of fighting could be heard. There was someone who got here first? He Lulan's gaze focused. Judging by this, they have just created a hole and entered. I had made an agreement with Dong Fong Chong Fan. I cannot attack Dong Fong tribe. Fairy Lishan said. Fang Yuan would thus be the core battle strength amongst the 3. He walked in front and shouted, "Let's go in and see." The 3 entered the hole and got into Jade Pool Blessed Land. only to see that there was a huge battle in the Blessed Land. Several demonic path Gu immortals were fighting with the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts that were guarding the Blessed Land. It was an intense fight. It seems that our timing is just right. Hei Lu Lan's mood relaxed, but her tone sank immediately after. It is Pai Shui Han. As it turned out, after Pai Shui Han was hit by Old Lord Qin Yang's life-chasing fire, he could not dispel it. Afraid that others would attack him, he had no choice but to escape. As he escaped, he gradually calmed down. He found out in surprise that his clothes were still intact even with the fire burning. Pai Shui Han had an idea. After thinking about it, he realized this life-chasing fire could only burn something with life force. His clothes were not alive, thus they were not harmed. Meanwhile, he had been using healing killer moves. They made his life force even greater, causing the fire to burn more intensely. After finding this out, Pai Shui Han changed his tactics. He restrained most of the life force in his body, finally extinguishing the life-chasing fire. After getting rid of this threat, he turned around and wanted to go back to Taichou battlefield. On the way back, he met a few rank 6 demonic path Gu immortals who had left stealthily and were trying to take advantage of his situation. Pai Shui Han was an astute person. Seeing that these few people were tailing him secretly, he understood their intentions. Anger surged in him as he taught them a lesson. The demonic path Gu immortals worked together, but they were not the rank 7 Pai Shui Han's match. When Pai Shui Han had been venting, the sound of the battle drew in 2 rank 6 peak Gu immortals. They were Chia Min of the Enslavement Path and Half Moon Brew Master of the Moon Path. These two had pretty good relationships with a certain demonic path Gu immortal. They intervened and mediated the situation. They also convinced Pai Shui Han to not go back to Taichou, that he should instead go to Dongfang tribe's main camp. Pai Shui Han was wary of the life-chasing fire already. Next, he heard that Half Moon Brute Master had an immortal Gu that could easily pierce space and could enter Jade Pool Blessed Land. Pai Shui Han thought about Unfettered Scholar and Fang Yuan's group with their mysterious depths. He also thought about the Wisdom Path inheritance. Even if he got it, it would be incomplete and have low value. It would be of little use to him. Thus, he decided to change his plans to attack Jade Pool Blessed Land with the other demonic path Gu immortals. At Jade Pool Blessed Land, Half Moon Brew Master used his method and truly formed a pathway to enter. Everyone charged in, thinking of simply reaping some profits before leaving. But they found out that there were no Gu immortals obstructing them. And just as they were fighting with the desolate beasts protecting the Blessed Land, Fang Yuan and the others appeared. Seeing that the 3 black-robed Gu immortals were also here to loot the place, the nearby enslavement path Gu immortal Chia Min made a move. He willed and 3 huge desolate beast birds flew out from his immortal aperture, encircling them. Who are you? I spent so much effort in creating this hole. Are you here to simply take advantage of this? Half Moon Brute Master shouted. He waved his arm and his killer move was unleashed. Pai Shui Han saw Fang Yuan and his pupils shrunk. He felt a faint headache. It's the 3 of them. Why did they come here too? He knew Fang Yuan's strength, but he still found some time to attack him. These people had made an agreement earlier before entering. If anyone else enters after them, they would attack together and defend their interests. But Pai Shui Han's attacks were slightly slower. Even though his attacks looked powerful, he had reserved most of his strength. If the situation turned bad, he could retreat at any time. As for the other demonic path Gu immortals, the moment they saw Fang Yuan, they sucked in breaths of cold air. Pai Shui Han had confidence from his cultivation level, but why would these people dare to attack and implicate themselves? Thus, they disregarded the earlier agreement. They acted like they were obstructed by the desolate beasts and could not find time or energy to attack. Come. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. 5 strength path giant hands flew out. 3 strength path giant hands suddenly grabbed the desolate beast birds. The birds cried out in pain from their force. As for the other 2, they destroyed Half Moon Brute Master and Pai Shui Han's attacks effortlessly. Chia Min and Half Moon Brute Master did not know about him. They saw this and were extremely shocked. Rank 7 battle strength. Where is this expert from? Fang Yuan forced them back. He laughed even more wildly. 2 more giant hands flew out, along with 2 others formed earlier. A total of 4 hands flew towards Pai Shui Han. At the same time, he shouted, Pai Shui Han, to think that you came here as well. It seems that the lesson earlier was not enough for you. Saying this, he demonstrated an extremely arrogant and proud attitude, like he had already fought with Pai Shui Han and taught him a lesson. Cheshire Min and Half Moon Brutemaster heard this and their hearts shook. Their fighting spirit immediately fell. Pai Shui Han snorted coldly. He was inwardly extremely angered. He was a famous expert. Fang Yuan's loud taunting was something that had not happened to him for a very long time. Pai Shui Han did not want to show a weak demeanor. Just as he was about to attack and fight back against Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan flew out and exposed her rank 7 aura. Meanwhile, at another side, He Lulan did not conceal her activation of multiple immortal goo. This was obviously a situation of the three of them fighting him at once. Pai Shui Han's eyes twitched. He gritted his teeth and stopped his attack. He had no choice but to stop, because right now, there was no one with the strength of unfettered scholar around him. He was alone against many strong foes. Pai Shui Han could not regain the face he lost as he fought with the desolate beast. He snorted, saying to Fang Yuan, "Didn't you guys run here too? Don't be too arrogant. Do you really think I am a pushover? I am thinking about the big picture. I have greater objectives. I do not want to waste time with a brute like you over small matters. With such huge benefits in front of us, if I waste time in being pestered by you, it would be a huge regret to miss this opportunity." Although the desolate beast was fierce, Pai Shui Han was much stronger. He could speak as he fought, interacting with Fang Yuan and the others. In comparison, Cheshire Min and Half Moon Brutemaster appeared much inferior. Hee hee. Fairy Li Shan laughed. She stood in the air as she said in a hoarse voice, "He is right. Now is indeed not the time to fight among ourselves. Why don't we force them back and take Jade Pool blessed land for ourselves?" Fang Yuan growled unhappily on purpose. He Lulan coordinated with him. She immediately rebuked, "There is not enough time. Do you think we haven't considered this? Since we can come here, others are not fools. There will be others coming here soon. Moreover, Dong Fang Chong Fan is a scheming old fox. Why would he not set up defenses around his base camp?" Fairy Li Shan also said, "We'll handle it like that. How many times have I told you, number 7? You need to control your quick temper." Fairy Li Shan purposely spoke like she was scolding Fang Yuan. He snorted and acted as if he was obeying orders from her. These three had already cooperated many times. They had chemistry in coordinating between themselves. With their current performance, there was no flaw. Pai Shui Han felt even more wary now. Cheshire Min and Half Moon Brutemaster looked at each other, thinking that this situation was troublesome. At the same time, they felt some suspicion and uncertainty. Where did this mysterious force come from? Such a person is only number 7, and not the leader? Brother Pai, Jade Pool blessed land is so big. It is not something we can take for ourselves alone. Why don't we work together for now? Time is limited. The longer we drag on, the more unexpected problems could occur. Fairy Li Shan said solemnly. Pai Shui Han did not want to fight them. He saw a way out that could save some face for him. On the outside, he showed a reluctant expression as he spoke. "Fine, you can join in too. But we had an agreement earlier. We cannot fight among ourselves. There are certainly many valuable things, so whoever finds them will get to own them. If there is a dispute, you can undergo transactions privately. If that is insufficient, strength will decide the rest." Fang Yuan and He Lulan looked at each other, seeing the smile in each other's eyes. What rules were these? This was no different from saying there were no rules. Among demonic Pathgu masters, they often lacked trust. Such rules were compatible with the style of the demonic path. There were no restraints at all. Of course, earlier, Pai Shui Han, Cheshire Min, and the others probably had more rules than this. There was probably a part about using cultivation level to decide who gets more resources. Fang Yuan muttered in his thoughts. Pai Shui Han was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had the greatest battle strength. He naturally had to protect his own interests. But the situation was different now. Fang Yuan's side was even stronger. Pai Shui Han was at a disadvantage. He would not blindly list out such a condition. Cheshire Min and Half Moon Brewmaster were extremely regretful. Why did they attack so quickly? They did not observe the situation clearly. The enslavement path Gu Immortal Cheshire Min saw that they were negotiating. He had to take a risk and say, "Would Sir return my 3 desolate birds?" Fang Yuan laughed loudly, saying arrogantly, These birds may look impressive but are worthless. You can have them back. Saying this, he tossed these 3 desolate beast birds without a second thought, like they were worth nothing. Sherman felt anger inwardly. He was extremely stifled. These 3 desolate beast birds were indeed low in battle strength, but they were easy to raise and control. There was only one beast enslavement immortal goo in the world, but there were many ways other than that to control desolate beasts. Wisdom path, water path, fire path, and others, they all could do so. There were other techniques that Sherman did not use. Once he did, he could raise the desolate beast bird's battle strength by 50%. But Fang Yuan and the others were too ruthless. If they had fought, he might have done that. However, they went directly to Pai Shui Han to find trouble. They did not even give him a second glance. These 2 demonic path Gu immortals did not know the background of Fang Yuan and the others, but they knew Pai Shui Han's power. Even Pai Shui Han was suppressed, having the disadvantage. Why would they dare to attack? Thus, Sherman was deterred. He had cowered before even fighting. He did not dare to use his real offensive techniques. He did not reply to Fang Yuan's taunting. He kept quiet as he endured it, not daring to say a word. In truth, Fairy Li Shan was a rank 7 information path Gu immortal with ordinary battle strength. After He Lu Lan lost self-strength, she did not have a true immortal killer move. Her battle strength fell and was around rank 6 middle tier. If Fang Yuan and Pai Shui Han fought, as time passed, he would inevitably fall into a disadvantage. Comparing their collective strengths, Fang Yuan's side was weaker. But in war, destroying the enemy's plan was the best tactic. The second best way was to destroy their connections, then the best after that was attacking their troops and finally attacking their cities. Fang Yuan and the others used the best tactic. They won before even fighting. Although the power levels in different worlds were somewhat different, or they could even be very different, but regarding such philosophy, it could be applied everywhere. Whichever world it was, the logic of ruining the enemy's plans was an astute move. Only an imbecile would want to fight and kill all day. Anyone who had slight knowledge of politics would know that war was only a method. It was an extension of political strife. And the core of politics was the economy. Economy meant profits. In other words, all fighting was done for the sake of profits. To Fang Yuan, coldness, arrogance, humility, conceit, all of these were masks. They were tools for him to obtain profits. The 2 sides came to an agreement and decided to collaborate. The desolate beasts in Jade Pool Blessed Land were originally at a disadvantage, with no commander. Now that there were new members to the group of demonic path Gu immortals, the beasts quickly lost. Some died, some got injured, and some escaped. Ha ha, let's charge in. Fang Yuan purposely laughed wildly, taking the lead as he flew into a deep part of Jade Pool Blessed Land. From a bird's-eye view in the air, the Blessed Land's huge landmass had pools of all sizes that could be seen all over the place. There were deep pools and small lakes connected with each other, in untold numbers. They were like the stars in the night sky, indescribably beautiful. The terrain of the Blessed Land was somewhat chaotically ordered. It was organized in accordance to being centered upon each jade pool, spreading out in a circular fashion. There were some grasslands, some green trees that formed shade for the pools. There were some pools in mountains, and there were some in swamps. This is a good blessed land. Fang Yuan could not help but praise. Soon after, He Lu Lan arrived behind him. She did not speak, but her eyes were shining. Fairy Li Shan also arrived soon afterwards. She smiled as she introduced, "Each of the jade pools here are unique. They have different types of waters and nurture countless species of creatures, or gu worm groups. Some were used to create a specific environment to store all their resources." Dong Feng Chong Fan had his own unique concept of management. When he was around, he brought in resources from Eastern Sea, growing them in Jade Pool Blessed Land until they bore fruit, which he then sold to Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Be it Righteous Path or Demonic Path, they were all popular goods. Even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Dong Feng tribe's fish groups and aquatic plants were famous. Even though they could not match Eastern Sea's super forces in this aspect, it was quite a unique specialty. Hearing this, He Lu Lan understood. She was ready to move. This means that in each of these pools, there is a stockpile of resources. Ha ha ha! There are so many crystal marrow aquatic plants. It is suitable for my blessed land. I can save a huge amount of expenses now. Not far away, a demonic path Gu Immortal had already taken over a pool as he laughed loudly. We have to split up. If we stay together, others might be suspicious. Fang Yuan transmitted. Alright, let's act separately, we can gain more that way. But keep in touch and take care of each other. Not only are we dealing with Pai Shui Han and the others, there might also be Dong Fang Chong fans' traps. I will go first. He Lu Lan changed her direction and flew away from Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan. She flew towards a deep pool below. This child. Fairy Li Shan looked at He Lu Lan's figure as she sighed, saying to Fang Yuan, I had previously agreed to not attack Dong Fang tribe. I cannot touch these resources, but I can skirt around the restrictions. I will investigate this place. If I find a precious resource, I will inform you too. All right, Fang Yuan replied curtly. He suddenly looked towards a deep pool. It was shining brightly, like there was a layer of oil on top. The surface area of the pool's top layer was also larger than the other pools. I am going too. Fang Yuan moved and flew down at lightning speed. Fairy Li Shan flew towards the sky, hiding into the clouds. Far away, Pai Shui Han saw that the three of them had split up. A dark light flashed in his eyes as he snorted coldly, turning towards a jade pool. Fairy Li Shan flew into the clouds so that she could use whole earth goo. She transmitted only to He Lu Lan secretly. Quick! There are two great treasures in Jade Pool Blessed Land. One is Thatched Hut, the other is Minuscule Mountain. The former is a rank 6 immortal goo house. It can both attack and defend, specializing in storage. The latter is a legendary place recorded, the Legends of Renzu, one of the variant humans, the Miniman race lives in it. No matter which one we obtain, it will be of huge help to our cultivation in the future. He Lu Lan immediately responded. I have also heard of these two treasures. But little ant, how did you confirm that these two are in Jade Pool Blessed Land? Fairy Li Shan smiled as she replied, I have cooperated with Dongfang tribe so many times I know some matters about their internal affairs. Thatched Hut stores most of Dongfang tribe's public wealth. Even Dongfang Chong Fan cannot take them for his personal use inappropriately. As for Minuscule Mountain, despite being small, it is a real mountain. It needs to take in earth chi to stabilize its form. It cannot be brought out easily. Furthermore, Dongfang Chang Fan had the agreement with the righteous path forces created using it with Minuscule Mountain guarding this place that would form the greatest restraints on the alliance. Of course, these two treasures could have been moved away secretly. But the possibility of that is small. Regardless, we have to give it a try. There are countless jade pools. Thatched Hut might still be at its former location. Follow my instructions and go there stealthily. He Lu Lan was even more excited, quickly replying, Little ant, rest assured. I am already deep into the pool and am drilling a hole underground. In the air, Fairy Li Shan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the backlash from the alliance agreement, but she could endure this much. She casually wiped away the blood and continued to transmit information to He Lu Lan secretly. All right, I will scout for you from up here. Move stealthily and make sure other Gu Immortals don't discover you. Especially Fang Yuan, he is extremely shrewd and calculating. Even Pai Shui Han is dancing to his tune. We are in the Snowy Mountain Alliance with him, but its time limit is approaching. You need to make sure to be on guard against him. That goes without saying. He Lu Lan quickly replied. Fang Yuan moved rapidly to above a jade pool, causing gusts of wind that raised waves on the surface of the pool. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, and although he did not have investigative immortal goo, his mortal investigative methods were ahead by a generation in comparison to the surrounding goo immortals. He looked around for a while before immediately ascertaining that there was nothing in this pool apart from water. So it is oil water. He frowned slightly as he examined. Oil water was naturally not regular water, but a resource found in the depths of deep seas. It was a goo refinement material and was extremely common in Eastern Sea. In northern plains and western desert, however, it was rather rare. There were almost no transactions of small amounts of oil water in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It was because the profits were too low and the fee of Treasure Yellow Heaven was too high, making the loss more than the gains. When oil water transactions appeared in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they were essentially in very large amounts, but even then it was hard to earn significant profits. Also, because the oil water Eastern Sea produced was basically used by their own cultivators, the frequency of such large transactions was extremely low. Dongfang tribe was not only storing oil water but also had an ingenious use for it. This pool's water was extremely deep, connecting to deep underground and extracting traces of earth qi. Oil water was basically a resource that was produced in deep water and large trenches. Dongfang tribe set up this pool to use oil water to produce more oil water. Once in a while, they will put in clear water, and with the continuous mixing of earth qi and oil water, the oil water in the pool would gradually restore to its original concentration. Fang Yuan was very experienced, and with just a moment of thinking, he was aware of the operation method of Dongfang tribe. Oil water was not easy to extract and required specific goo worms. Fang Yuan's slight frown was because of this. He knew there was a small, specially designated group of goo masters who went to the depths of seas to extract oil water. Goo worm recipes that were handed down from generation to generation were arranged in a set to draw and extract this oil water. These people made a living from this, and their goo worm set were meant to extract oil water. They did not have high battle strength, but their social status were high and they were welcomed by all the forces of Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan had been to Eastern Sea in his previous life and had come across an old oil water extraction specialist. This goo master was rather old, and he only had a granddaughter, to whom he wanted Fang Yuan to wed and also adopt her surname. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan refused in the end. Fang Yuan's eyebrows soon relaxed. He pointed his index finger at the surface of the pool and lightly bent it. Immediately, the pool water rose like a dragon, obediently moving into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. There would have been nothing Fang Yuan could do if this was before the auction, but after the auction, he had the strength path immortal goo pulling water. Its effect was specialized for dealing with water. Wasn't this a trivial matter? It is just that oil water is precious, but it is not immortal material. Using immortal goo pulling water to collect it is simply overkill. But I plan to attend Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention, and oil water is suitable to be used at earlier stages. Otherwise, I would not have gathered it. Using immortal goo meant spending green grape immortal essence. And the value of green grape immortal essence was much higher than oil water. If it were not for the Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan might have simply ignored it and left. Right now, Fang Yuan was standing in the air with his hands clasped behind his back, the oil water constantly moving towards his immortal aperture. He slightly leaned to the side and looked in He Lulan's direction. There was no news from He Lulan's end, as if she had gone to another pool. A dark gaze flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. He had some guesses about Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's secret plans, but was not worried. With the advantage of rebirth, how could he not know of Thatched Hut and Minuscule Mountain? In truth, he probably knew of them even more clearly than Fairy Li Shan. In the 5 regions chaotic war during Fang Yuan's previous life, all sorts of immortal goo houses were brought into fights, creating many large-scale battles. Immortal killer moves could be easily targeted and subdued, but immortal goo houses combined defense and offense. Even if they had different specialties, they fundamentally did not have shortcomings on other aspects. In particular, the more goo immortals an immortal goo house stored, the stronger their might. It was almost like an unstoppable fortress in the battlefield. Thatched Hut would not be Thatched Hut if it could be easily found. Fang Yuan stored all of the oil water before flying towards another pool. After storing several resources like oil water, Fang Yuan finally came across a pool where a beast group, that made his eyes brighten, was dwelling. Sensing Fang Yuan's mighty presence encroaching upon their territory, wolf howls resounded. Several tens of thousands of shark fin wolves rushed out. The wolves formed a large wave, glaring fiercely at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had used shark fin wolves when he had disguised himself as Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. They were extremely useful. They had the size of an elephant and could live in both land and water, and were one of the few wolf species that could fight underwater. They had powerful defense. Their bodies were covered with smooth crocodile-like armor, while there were sharp, deep blue fins on the sides. On their backs, there was a row of shark-like fins, which formed a line extending from the wolf's head to its tail. They were not fast and were often used by Fang Yuan as shields in his wolf formations. Naturally, these mortal beasts were not of much interest to Fang Yuan currently. Fang Yuan's burning gaze was on the leader of the wolf group. This was an enormous shark fin wolf that was over 10 meters tall. With a smooth and graceful build, its physique was a perfect combination of strength and beauty. This shark fin wolf was crouched low, with its dense sharp canines exposed. Its lantern-sized eyes were fixed upon Fang Yuan, as if it was going to pounce at him the very next moment. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, having an intention to subdue it. He did not have beast enslavement immortal goo, but he could somewhat control this level of desolate beast with other methods. There was only one beast enslavement immortal goo, which was in Langya Blessed Land. This goo showed instantaneous effect when enslaving a desolate beast. The desolate beast could be controlled in accordance with one's thoughts. This allowed a supreme showcase of enslavement path. Fang Yuan did not have beast enslavement immortal goo, and naturally other enslavement path goo immortals also did not have it. However, the use of goo depended on the goo immortal's creativity. There were all sorts of methods and killer moves that could substitute for beast enslavement immortal goo. For instance, flying bear phantom goo was a unique method of phantom path in enslaving a desolate beast. Water path, fire path, light path, and other paths also had their own respective methods. Otherwise, how could Dong Fangchong Fan control so many phantom beasts in the battle at Taichou? Every path was independent of each other, but yet interlinked with each other. Taking references, interacting, and competing with other paths created the current goo master structure that had all sorts of styles. Even without the enslavement methods, a desolate beast could be raised from youth to nurture emotional connection and intimacy and could be made to protect oneself or attack enemies. Immortal crane sex He Feng Yang and the Nine Palace Crane, Little Nine, were a classic example of man and beast developing a close relationship. Naturally, these methods absolutely could not compare to the effect of beast enslavement immortal goo. Enslavement path was able to be classified as a path, so its enslavement methods were definitely superior to that of other paths. Fang Yuan and the wolf were locked in a standoff for a while. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was still restraining itself, not daring to recklessly move because it could sense a threat from the aura Fang Yuan gave off. Since that was the case, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack. Two strength path giant hands pressed down upon the shark fin wolf from the left and right. The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled before taking a slight step back. A layer of glass-like watery armor immediately appeared on its body. The next moment, it fiercely jumped above Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could detect a foul odor assailing his nostrils from the wolf's open mouth. Following the odor were countless water bullets that were rapidly being shot out of the shark fin wolf's mouth. Fang Yuan did not dodge or evade, as he sent out another two strength path giant hands at the shark fin wolf. The storm of water bullets smashed at the strength path giant hands, but only served to slightly slow them. These water bullets could not even be considered mortal killer moves. Naturally, they would not be able to compare to an immortal killer move. At the same time, the previous two strength path giant hands rose up and grabbed the two rear legs of the shark fin wolf before dragging it down. The pitiful shark fin wolf had just jumped to the air but was dragged down before it could reach Fang Yuan. Boom! The desolate beast shark fin wolf crashed hard at the ground, and some unlucky ordinary shark fin wolves that could not dodge in time were turned to meat paste by their leader. The desolate beast shark fin wolf roared in anger and struggled to get up, to pounce at Fang Yuan again. But the next moment, it saw a strength path giant hand getting closer. The strength path giant hand was powerful, and before it even reached the shark fin wolf, the latter felt difficulty breathing as its heart trembled. The shark fin wolf wanted to dodge, but its rear legs were firmly grasped by two strength path giant hands. It twisted and turned its body but still could not evade. The strength path giant hand fiercely slammed at its face. The shark fin wolf howled miserably. Its head was slammed to the ground so forcefully that it formed a large crater. Only after a few long moments it was able to barely raise its head from the crater. However, the attack had caused its sight to become blurry, tears and snot flowing down its face. It shook its head, still not giving up on resisting, but the second strength path giant hand slammed it at this moment. The shark fin wolf howled miserably again as another large crater formed on the ground. It felt extreme grief and indignation. The enemy was powerful and also shameless, not giving it any time to react. Fang Yuan sent out another strength path giant hand. A total of 5 flew around, pressing and beating the desolate beast shark fin wolf to the ground. A cloud of dust rose and the ground cracked. The wolf group beside the desolate beast shark fin wolf darted around everywhere, howling miserably and shooting out water bullets, but the quantity was so large that the bullets collided against each other partway and destroyed each other. Fang Yuan's build was not big and the number of water bullets that landed on him were very few. They were like light drizzle that could be neglected. What sound is this? Not far away, Half Moon Brewmaster gazed over at the commotion. His pupils shrunk when he saw how Fang Yuan was mauling the desolate beast shark fin wolf. He already knew Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength. But when he personally saw Fang Yuan leisurely beating up a desolate beast, his heart could not help but tremble intensely. There was simply no suspense, as the desolate beast shark fin wolf did not even have the energy to retaliate. If Fang Yuan only had rank 6 battle strength, maybe it could struggle for some time. But with battle strength of a realm higher, the desolate beast shark fin wolf could only take the beating passively. Especially given that the desolate beasts raised in this blessed land carried no immortal goo. Any immortal goo would be taken away by goo immortals. Immortal goo were so precious. How could they let a desolate beast have it? However, even though the shark fin wolf was beaten until it could not even raise its head, its attitude was still stubborn. Fang Yuan snorted, deciding to increase the force. With a shift of his mind, for strength path giant hands separately grabbed the shark fin wolf's front legs and hind legs, then lifted it into the air. The desolate beast shark fin wolf had been beaten into a horrid sight. Its whole body was spread out in an ungainly way, while its 4 limbs were constantly emitting sounds of fractures from the ruthless grasps of the 4 strength path giant hands. The remaining strength path giant hands started to rain slaps on the shark fin wolf's cheeks. Crack, crack, crack. The wolf's large head swung to the left and right from the repeated slaps of the hand. The wolf group below howled more miserably and loudly. Most of the wolf group had already collapsed, while some at the periphery were already starting to flee. This is truly hanging it up and beating to a pulp. Cold sweat was already seeping out of Half Moon Brutmaster's shiny forehead at this sight. Fang Yuan's viciousness and strength terrified him. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was almost pounded into a slurry. Even the sounds of its wails changed. However, it still opened its eyes with difficulty, and its gaze still carried extreme stubbornness and bone-deep hatred. Wolves were beasts that deeply bore grudges. Still not submitting? Fang Yuan also felt somewhat of a headache. Submitting to the strong was a wild beast's survival instinct. According to conventional reasoning, the desolate beast shark fin wolf should have already submitted in front of such a massive difference in strength. Fang Yuan carefully observed and made a discovery. So this shark fin wolf has gone into heat, and this time period is when its alpha male characteristics are at its strongest. No wonder it is stubborn. He suddenly had an eccentric idea. Under Fang Yuan's control, the strength path giant hand changed again. The middle finger of the giant hand bent and touched the thumb. From afar, Half Moon Brutemaster looked on as the strength path giant hand slowly moved down to between the shark fin wolf's 2 rear legs. Suddenly, the thumb slightly relaxed and the middle finger flicked. It very accurately struck this male wolf's penis. A woo! The desolate beast shark fin wolf shook fiercely, like it had been electrocuted. Its eyes seemed to be opened until almost falling out, as it howled to the sky, its voice filled with boundless pain. Flick, flick, flick. Woo, woo, a woo. The shark fin wolf howled in an increasingly loud voice. Half Moon Brewmaster watched this with his mouth and eyes wide open. This he stammered, unable to say a word. He understood Fang Yuan was trying to force the desolate beast shark fin wolf to submit. But this method was simply unheard of. In that instant, Fang Yuan's image underwent a huge change in Half Moon Brutmaster's mind. Fang Yuan's entire body was clothed in a black robe with his appearance hidden, but outsiders could naturally try to make guesses on his appearance. Half Moon Brewmaster had imagined Fang Yuan to have a fierce and cruel appearance with a burly and thickly built body, his protruding eyes shooting out a fierce gaze that seemed to want to find people to devour. Now, however, this figure underwent a transformation. The image of a robust warrior was no more. The burly build had turned into one with broad shoulders and a thin waist. The gaze was sinister, the teeth were dense and sharp, and there was a trace of perversion. The desolate beast shark fin wolf's mental defenses were finally broken, and it fully submitted. The strength path giant hands loosened their grasp, and it collapsed to the ground, motionless. Its enormous, aesthetically beautiful body was now bent like a large shrimp, Its two front claws were grabbing between its two rear legs as it whimpered weakly, like a weak little flower that could be in dire straits from slight wind and rain. Fong Yuan mumbled while chuckling, "This is a good method." He then turned to look at the distant half-moon brutemaster. He had naturally already discovered the latter's stealthy glances. Half-moon brutemaster could not see Fong Yuan's true appearance, but he felt Fong Yuan's gaze was firm, like a giant snake that was coiling around his body. The dark, cold and slippery snake scales tightly held on to his warm body. Half-moon brutemaster shivered as he felt an ominous chill emerging from the depths of his heart. In particular, the region between his legs seemed to feel a bit more cold. This person is exceedingly savage and absolutely not someone I can deal with. I have to avoid him when I see him in the future. Sigh. The world is difficult. Life is not easy. Half-moon brutemaster swallowed his saliva and rapidly flew away, going as far as to resemble someone fleeing. After Fong Yuan subdued the desolate beast shark fin wolf, he placed it in his immortal aperture. This shark fin wolf's mental defenses had already collapsed and it had fallen unconscious soon afterwards, unable to keep its shark fin wolf subordinates under control anymore. Fong Yuan could do nothing other than to let these ordinary shark fin wolves flee in all directions. He did not feel it was much of a pity. Capturing a desolate beast shark fin wolf alive was already a plentiful harvest. He continued to search pools, but he only found common resources, and although the quantities were huge, there was nothing noteworthy. Dongfang Tribe's base camp was sure to have many good things, but there were innumerable pools while Fong Yuan's scouting range was not very far. Add in the other competing demonic Pathgu immortals, the amount of resources he could plunder would depend on luck. Not long later, good luck arrived once again for him. He was looking at a deep pool. What this very deep pool accumulated was not water, but fire. The fire was raging wildly inside. This was a special fire pool. Fong Yuan used several investigative methods in succession and discovered a group of python beasts living in this pool. Fong Yuan found out their identities and discovered they were eerie fire dragon pythons. A mature eerie fire dragon python was enormous, reaching close to 100 meters long and with a body as thick as a tower. The eerie fire dragon python had scarlet scales, a sharp horn on its head, and a pair of blood-red eyes. Its tongue was a strange purple, and when it flicked its tongue, one could see an eerie blue fire coiling around its tongue. This was a snake nest. Although there was no desolate beast-level eerie fire dragon python inside, the quantity of the normal eerie fire dragon pythons was extremely high. The pythons were piled up on top of each other, squirming and moving around, creating a horrifying spectacle. Fong Yuan, however, felt excitement. All parts of the eerie fire dragon python had value. For instance, its blood was the best food for some blood pathgu worms. Its skin, tendons, and other parts were top-class materials for refining a lot of goo worms. In particular, the eerie fire dragon python's gallbladder was extremely precious, and there was a market for it in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Eerie fire dragon pythons normally live in the form of small families. I wonder what method Dongfang Tribe used to make so many eerie fire dragon pythons live together. This method might not be too complicated, but is quite effective and gives an extreme increase to the reproductive rate of eerie fire dragon pythons. Fong Yuan was able to discern some details of the method. Speaking of which, he had obtained a few eerie fire dragon python eggs back at Imperial Court Blessed Land. Now, the eggs had already successfully hatched. The young eerie fire dragon pythons were living in Immortal Blessed Land, but Fong Yuan had been neglecting them as their quantity was extremely few. If he could obtain this large group of eerie fire dragon pythons and raise them in Immortal Blessed Land, he would have a continuous supply of eerie fire dragon python gallbladders in the future, which could be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven and be a small source of income. Though Fong Yuan was involved in the large business of guts goo, but a quick calculation told him the profits from selling eerie fire dragon python gallbladders was also somewhat lucrative. Taking action was better than thinking. Fong Yuan immediately grabbed with his strength path giant hands. He could not control his strength properly, squeezing many eerie fire dragon pythons to death. After all, changes in this move's form specialized in forceful grabbing, and were rather lacking in the aspect of fine control. He grabbed dozens, but there were still many eerie fire dragon python in the pool. He gradually started to become impatient. He lacked effective methods to gather the pythons, thus could only act rashly. However, he had limited time now. Fang Yuan grabbed a large portion in the end, reaching up to a number of 10,000 before he resolutely stopped and left this fire pool. He continued to plunder resources as he traveled, and occasionally saw many mortal goo masters. Some of these goo masters were fleeing in panic along the areas between the pools, while some concealed themselves, hiding under the ground, under boulders, and so on. As Fang Yuan grandly soared away, these goo masters regained their senses from the horror. Some hiding goo masters were still thinking they were able to hide, but were actually already discovered by Fang Yuan. It was just that he had no intention to attack them. When Pai Shui Han and the others attacked the Blessed Land, they had created a huge commotion which had already startled the Dongfang tribe members in Jade Pool Blessed Land. In the 5 regions, the vast majority of mortals would not have a chance to come across goo immortals in their entire lives. In comparison to this enormous population, the number of goo immortals was extremely few, only a fraction of a fraction. At the same time, goo immortals also were concerned with their own survival pressures, busy handling such matters day in and day out, generally without the time to make themselves carefree and at leisure. In regards to most people, goo immortals were simply vague figures of legend. But the mortals in Jade Pool Blessed Land were Dongfang tribe's core. They knew many inside details. Thus, they were even more aware of the difference between immortal and mortals, the gap that was like a chasm between heaven and earth. They did not think of putting up any meaningless resistance and ran for their lives, while urgently contacting the goo immortals of Dongfang tribe. This was undoubtedly a wise move. Fang Yuan and these demonic path goo immortals were people who heavily prioritized benefits and were disinclined to attack these mortals. Thus, these mortals were actually more fortunate than the desolate beasts. They were able to survive during this disaster. Fang Yuan flew past pools after pools. As time passed, he started to feel increasing urgency and started abandoning some common resources. These resources were not precious and were readily available. At the same time, Fang Yuan maintained his vigilance. In accordance with Dongfang Chongfan's farsighted nature, it was impossible for him to not make some arrangements in Jade Pool Blessed Land. As he gradually flew into the distance, Fang Yuan suddenly saw deep pools without any water. These pools were completely dried up. There were a lot of them, about 50 to 60, closely connected, and covering a range in tens of li. Fang Yuan was inwardly moved as he took a sharp turn, rapidly approaching these pools. I discovered these pools first. The regretful spiders inside are mine. Aren't you a bit too greedy? You have already gathered so many regretful spiders, and the regretful spiders here have bred over such a huge range, and you want to take it all for yourself? As Fang Yuan flew closer, he discovered 2 demonic path goo immortals at the edge of a pool, arguing about who the pools should belong to. The atmosphere was tense and serious. When they saw Fang Yuan fly over, the 2 goo immortals paled and quickly stopped their argument, instead standing side by side. Senior, please excuse us, but the regretful spiders here were discovered by us brothers. According to the rules, One goo immortal started speaking with a nervous and vigilant expression. I've heard some news saying there was a pool to the northwest where many large groups of air bubble fish are living inside. Several goo immortals were fighting to get it. The other goo immortal attempted to redirect this disaster. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. Do you mean that I should leave? The moment he finished speaking, 2 strength path giant hands flew out and hovered on either side of him, a stance that showed he was eager to make some trouble. The 2 demonic path goo immortals paled upon seeing this, while inwardly complaining incessantly at their misfortune. They had personally seen Fang Yuan's might not long ago. Even Pai Shui Han was not able to gain the upper hand. Moreover, these 2 were only at the bottom tier of rank 6. The consequences would be extremely bad if a conflict occurred with a powerful expert like Fang Yuan. But the resources around them were truly at a large scale. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth and birds die for food. One demonic path goo immortal finally summoned up courage. Senior, we discovered these resources first. This is an indisputable fact. When you set the rules with Lord Pai Shui Han, we were also present. Our demonic path has always been about running and rampaging freely. What rules? Talking about rules for everything, why don't you just join the righteous path? What's more, what status do you have? Only Pai Shui Han has the qualifications to speak about some rules with me. Fang Yuan had a fierce demeanor. The two strength path giant hands continued to slowly advance as he openly flaunted his prowess. The two demonic path Gu immortals no longer dared to speak but were still reluctant to leave. The other demonic path Gu immortal seemed to have firmed his resolve as he suddenly spoke. Senior, these regretful spiders have great use to me and I had been searching for them painstakingly. How about I use information of equal value in exchange for them? What information? Fang Yuan stopped moving the strength path giant hands. This information concerns Minuscule Mountain. The demonic path Gu immortal spoke directly. Minuscule Mountain, ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily before speaking in a threatening tone. Good, I will exchange it with you, but I really hope your information is true otherwise. True, it is definitely true. I came from that direction but with my cultivation, I am unable to break through, thus I retreated. But to Senior, it would be like it was simply meant for you. As he said this, the demonic path Gu immortal secretly transmitted information containing the precise details to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes squinted to a crack as he heard the information, and said leisurely, Good. I will keep this information in mind for now, but whether it is true still needs to be checked. Hand over the regretful spiders you've just gathered. Senior, you. The demonic path Gu immortal's eyes widened, his face flushed red with anger. Fang Yuan smiled malevolently, speaking as if this was how things should be. How do I know whether your information is true or false? What if it is false? These regretful spiders are a guarantee. Don't worry, I only want this much, you can take the rest. Senior, you are asking for 20% of the total regretful spiders. The demonic path Gu immortal gritted his teeth in anger but did not dare to fight. The other demonic path Gu immortal was standing at the side, laughing inwardly. He would definitely work together with the extorted demonic path Gu immortal and resist Fang Yuan if Fang Yuan asked for the regretful spiders in the pool. But what Fang Yuan wanted was the portion that had already been gathered, which was a different matter. The group of regretful spiders stored in the immortal aperture were like crops that had been harvested. It was difficult to return them and they belonged to the Gu immortal themselves. The spectating demonic path Gu immortal's benefits were not encroached by Fang Yuan, and was thus feeling pleasure at the other Gu immortal's misfortune. The extorted demonic path Gu immortal felt his heart sinking and turning cold when the Gu immortal beside him showed no signs of moving. How painful was it to hand over the crops that had already been harvested? All right, hand them over quickly. I still need to hurry along, time is pressing. Fang Yuan impatiently urged. Senior, if you renege on your promise, then wouldn't I be? The extorted demonic path Gu immortal squeezed out words from clenched teeth. What? Do you actually think I am such a shameless person? I am your senior. Why would I cheat you juniors? Fang Yuan replied with an extremely displeased tone, and at the same time, sent out another 2 strength path giant hands. A total of 4 strength path giant hands hovered in the air. The 2 demonic path Gu immortals involuntarily stepped back. The mental pressure Fang Yuan gave them was too huge. They were the weaker party, what else could they do? The extorted demonic path Gu immortal's expression kept fluctuating before finally turning into one of subservience. As he handed over the regretful spiders, he gathered to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not linger around after he received them, and quickly left. The 2 demonic path Gu immortals immediately let out breaths of relief. The extorted Gu immortal showed an indignant look as he cursed while gazing at the gradually receding figure of Fang Yuan. Old demon, I hope you die there. Stop shouting. How can you be sure he doesn't have methods to hear us? Be careful of him coming back to find trouble with us. The other demonic path Gu immortal quickly attempted to stop the extorted Gu immortal. The 2 glanced at each other. Both were stupefied for a moment before they suddenly reacted, creating some distance between each other. The next moment, an intense competition started. The 2 used all their strength and silently plundered the regretful spiders in the pool. Minuscule mountain, captivating sea? Fang Yuan rapidly approached the location in the information. He had originally not planned to gather regretful spiders, because he lacked methods to gather them. Regretful spiders were not of great value to him, and he had already planned to let them go. Who would have thought that with some extortion, he could not only save time in obtaining a large batch of regretful spiders immediately, but also obtain important information. Fang Yuan pondered and felt this information was rather reliable. Mini-Man was a type of variant human. Minuscule Mountain was the paradise of mini-men. It was their foundation. This was recorded in The Legends of Renzu. Mini-men usually were the size of a finger and had thin and transparent wings behind them. They survived on nectar from flowers or sap from vegetation. Every variant human had a special ability that was stronger than humans. For instance, hairy men were proficient in goo refinement. Rock men lived underground, skilled in mining, and all sorts of ores grew on their body. Snowmen were cold-resistant. Ink men had rich knowledge. Mini-men were proficient in growing plants and trees. In the areas they lived in, vegetation was extremely lush, and flowers bloomed throughout the year. More importantly, Minuscule Mountain might be small, but it is a genuine mountain and needs large amounts of earth chi to stabilize its mountainous form. It is an extremely huge burden to put such a legendary mountain within one's immortal aperture. Goo immortals cannot casually take them. Moreover, this minuscule mountain is not the private possession of any Goo immortal of Dongfang tribe. A Goo immortal's immortal aperture hidden in their body had limited amounts of heaven and earth chi. If minuscule mountain was placed for a long time in such an immortal aperture, a lot of earth chi would be absorbed to maintain this legendary mountain, causing an imbalance in heaven and earth chi within the immortal aperture. Thus, minuscule mountain was placed in Jade Pool blessed land most of the time. The reason? It was because Jade Pool blessed land was placed on the ground outside in northern plains. It would constantly absorb the endless heaven and earth chi of the outside world, so there was no need to fear the burden of minuscule mountain. Fang Yuan's Danghun Mountain was also in a similar situation. Danghun Mountain needed to absorb earth chi, otherwise it would collapse. Fortunately, Hu Immortal blessed land was placed on Tianti Mountain from where it constantly absorbed heaven and earth chi, thus there was no need to fear the consumption of Danghun Mountain. If it was placed in Fairy Li Shan or He Lu Land's immortal apertures, if they moved around for a long time, they would not be able to bear the consumption even if they were rank 8 Goo immortals, and would need to place their immortal apertures in the outside world to absorb heaven and earth chi, and stabilize their immortal aperture world. Next to a seemingly ordinary deep pool. Fang Yuan. Why is he here? Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan, who were concealed, detected Fang Yuan's presence. Both of them had secretly agreed to look for Thatched Hut. Thatched Hut was no longer at its original position, but the two still had a great harvest. At that location, they found a group of underworld eels. Afterwards, they looked around everywhere and finally found traces of minuscule mountain. However, when they arrived at this place, they were obstructed and thereby in a dilemma. The two were discussing what to do when Fang Yuan appeared in their detection range. Fairy Li Shan still had some hope as she said to He Lu Lan, Fang Yuan does not have strong investigative methods. Our concealment methods are immortal killer moves. As long as we don't show ourselves, he certainly won't be able to detect us. Maybe he is only passing by. He Lu Lan had suffered great losses from Fang Yuan, frowning as she had a bad premonition. Sigh. We absolutely cannot underestimate this guy. Sure enough, the next moment, Fang Yuan slowly landed from the air and quickly neared them. His target was the pool they were in. Fairy Li Shan's expression sank as her wishful thinking did not materialize. Fang Yuan had arrived at the place provided in the information. This deep pool in front of him looked extremely ordinary and unremarkable. But Fang Yuan still had some expectations. According to that demonic Pathgu immortal's words, this was an illusory land. Inside were illusory peach trees which could add up to be of similar strength to desolate beasts and could create illusions to protect themselves. A Gu immortal could only infer some clues when they walked inside. Fang Yuan raised his defenses and was just about to step in when two figures suddenly appeared not far away. Fang Yuan, wait a moment. Fairy Li Shan transmitted her voice. He Lu Lan stood silently at the side. Oh, it's you too. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed as he spoke with a slight smile. His tone carried a touch of ridicule. As an ally, they had not informed him of such a huge clue. Clearly they had thought of hogging the benefits for themselves. In the end, he came across them unintentionally. He Lu Lan was a formidable person and spoke with no awkwardness or embarrassment. Fong Yuan, you came at the right time, we were just worrying over how to break into this place. Fairy Li Shan was a veteran Gu Immortal and was also unabashed, continuing, right. This place is called Cultivation Sea and is a restricted region of Jade Pool Blessed Land. It mainly consists of a forest of illusory peach trees. There are many peach trees, and the illusion is extremely powerful. Under the trees are a sea of grasses and flowers. The large patches of ground mat grass are like endless green carpets. The sea of colorful flowers gives off a deep fragrance and tens of thousands of poisonous purple heart flowers are close to blooming. Fong Yuan's gaze slightly focused. That demonic path Gu Immortal had malicious intentions. He had only said that there were illusory peach trees, but did not mention their numbers. As for ground mat grass and purple poisonous heart flowers, he did not even bring them up. Ground mat grass was ordinary, but with such numbers, there was bound to be ground mat grass Gu. This wood path Gu only had one effect, which was to instantly send living beings into sleep. Poisonous purple heart flowers often created a poison heart Gu. This Gu was formless and colorless and gave a wisp of fragrance that could make one feel drunk but corroded their heart. However, these were only minor inconveniences as far as Fong Yuan was concerned. Fong Yuan did not cultivate poison path and also did not have strength path methods that could defend against poison, but he had an immortal zombie body which was extremely resistant to poison. He also had a poison path immortal Gu, woman's heart. Fairy Li Shan saw Fong Yuan was listening carefully but completely indifferent, and continued, "The things I have mentioned might be in high numbers, but they are only small problems to us Gu Immortals. In fact, a group of peach wolves dwell in the illusory peach tree forest with numbers close to 30. Moreover, this captivating sea is actually a Gu formation and in the depths of it lies Minuscule Mountain. Minuscule Mountain has Gu Immortals guarding it. Their auras are uncertain, and the numbers are also not clear." Fong Yuan's expression changed. Peach wolves were a desolate beast, comparable to rank 6 Gu Immortals. A group of peach wolves was like a group of Gu Immortals in strength. Minuscule Mountain was the home of mini-men. The Gu Immortals in it were probably mini-man Gu Immortals, and regardless of how many there were, even one would be troublesome to deal with. Desolate beasts had low wisdom, but variant human Gu Immortals had wisdom that could reach a similar level to human Gu Immortals. Having wisdom and lacking it were two completely different levels of threats. Fong Yuan suddenly realized why these two were hiding at the periphery. He sized the two up again, and with his experience, he immediately discovered signs of bitter fights on Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan's bodies, although they had tried to treat them as much as possible. Fairy Li Shan is a wood path Gu Immortal. There is no doubt that Minuscule Mountain and Minimen are extremely attractive to her. In an environment like Cultivation Sea, Fairy Li Shan's battle strength should surpass her normal state. They broke through to the depths of the Sea of Flowers but were still forced back. Cultivation Sea's defense greatly surpasses what were my most hopeful estimations. Fong Yuan did not speak, but his shrewd mind was thinking rapidly and inferring many facts from their behaviors. "Fong Yuan, if you move alone, your gains will be extremely low. We took advantage of the other party's carelessness and quietly sneaked in through the gaps in the Peach Wolf group. Now that Minuscule Mountain has been alerted, the defenses are sure to be tight. As long as we cooperate sincerely, we might be able to swallow this juicy meat." He Lu Lan persuaded. Fairy Li Shan also added, "Fong Yuan, I know you have the strength path immortal Gu, pulling mountain. We can cooperate, but I must have Minuscule Mountain. You don't need to worry, though I will be sure to give you a satisfying reward." Fong Yuan did not immediately reply, instead lowering his head to think it over. Several breaths of time later, he slowly shook his head and broke the silence, smiling bitterly. "Under this juicy meat is a very hard bone. Minuscule Mountain is excellent, but time is limited. I don't want to spend it all here. I advise you two to dispel unrealistic thoughts. There are still many resources outside which are much easier to take. Why make an unnecessary risk?" "What? Fong Yuan, you are actually thinking of backing out?" Fairy Li Shan could not believe her ears. He Lu Lan frowned, persuading, "Fong Yuan, we have discovered Minuscule Mountain. It could be said to be a rare chance. If you miss this opportunity, you might regret it later on." Fong Yuan's stance was firm. The defense is tight. The key thing is that there are Gu Immortals guarding it, as well as a group of peach wolves. Even if all the demonic path Gu immortals in this blessed land gather together, it would take time to break through this place. Would Dong Fang Chong Fan give us this time? Even if Dong Fang Chong Fan is hindered, what about the other demonic path Gu immortals? Fairy Li Shan took a step forward. Fang Yuan, I admit that what you say is reasonable, but this is minuscule mountain we are talking of. Its value might even be higher than the rest of Jade Pool blessed land. Ha ha ha, Fairy, you don't need to persuade me. I will take my leave. Fang Yuan laughed loudly before flying away directly. The two fairies still did not dare to believe what they were seeing, and were even hesitating. Fang Yuan should not be messing around and deceiving us in order to wait for an opportune moment to meddle in and get benefits cheaply, right? That's not possible. We have formed the Snowy Mountain Alliance. He has to either remain silent or speak the truth. For a moment, as they gazed at Fang Yuan's figure receding into the horizon, the two women had strange expressions. Plop! The desolate beast dragonfish crashed into the water, creating a huge wave that was several meters tall. Fang Yuan was cloaked in a black robe. He had his face hidden as he stood in the air. There were 6 strength path giant hands circling around his body. The desolate beast dragonfish screamed, entering the water, and did not want to fight Fang Yuan anymore. It swam into the deeper parts of the water. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Do you think that by hiding underwater, I can do nothing to you? Immortal Gu pulling water. Fang Yuan's body shuddered. He stretched out his left and right hands as he slowly grabbed at the deep pool that was as wide as a lake from afar. A formless power held up the lake water. It was as if a thick cloth under the water was being pulled up. Thick columns of flowing water had countless ordinary dragonfish in them, as they poured into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. After Fang Yuan said goodbye to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, he did not spend much time before he found this deep pool. This deep pool was the one with the most water that he had seen so far. It was like a large lake. Dong Fang tribe had specially created it and raised 900,000 dragonfish inside it. Among them was a desolate beast dragonfish. Fang Yuan was in an eager mood. He went ahead and took them for himself. The desolate beast dragonfish went ahead and fought him. In the end, Fang Yuan used several strength path giant hands and easily defeated it. Even though the dragonfish had dragon in its name, it was very mediocre in fighting. Moreover, this dragonfish may have been a desolate beast, but it had no immortal Gu. It was almost at the bottom tier of desolate beasts. But the meat of the dragonfish was a food ingredient with a wide range of applications. Not only could wild beasts and variant humans eat them, they could also be used as supplementary ingredients and fed to Gu worms. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, the business of dragonfish meat had long since been flourishing. Each transaction was a huge sum of profits. So many dragonfish, this pool of dragonfish was probably accumulated over 100 years by Dongfang tribe. But now, this is all mine. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan felt joyful. He continued to activate pulling water immortal Gu without pausing. Thankfully, he had pulling water immortal Gu. Otherwise, he would have no way to collect such a valuable and huge amount of resources. Boom boom boom. Far away, the fighting of Gu immortals could be heard. Fang Yuan collected the dragonfish as he looked around. His gaze was deep as he thought. It seems that over at He Lu landside, they are starting to attack Captivating Sea already. He did not regret the decision to give up on Minuscule Mountain. In this world, things were easier said than done. Theories were easy to understand, but when it came to execution, how many people could succeed? Thus, in front of huge profits, it was hard to decide what to give up and what to pursue, especially when Minuscule Mountain had huge value to Fairy Li Shan personally. Although Fairy Li Shan's vital Gu was Mountain Pledge Gu and she was an Information Path Gu immortal, when she fought, most of her methods were wood path techniques. Since she also cultivated wood path, her immortal aperture probably mostly involved growing flowers and plants as her revenue. Had recorded the details, it made Minuscule Mountain even more attractive. But how could it be so easy to take away Minuscule Mountain? It was simply too difficult. There was little hope. Since that demonic path Gu immortal gave this information to Fang Yuan so easily, he was likely to also tell others. Or perhaps there were already Gu immortals who knew long ago. Attacking the restricted area, Captivating Sea, would create a huge commotion. How could they hide it from people like Pai Shui Han? Even though more people meant a greater force to strike with, the demonic path Gu Immortals handled matters individually. Fang Yuan was well aware of their natures. Earlier, during the battle at Taichou, if not for the demonic path Gu Immortals fighting among themselves, how could Dong Fangchong Fan have succeeded in his possession so easily? Thus, there was essentially very little hope in obtaining Minuscule Mountain. Did Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan not know that the chances were slim? It was because this profit was too huge. The Gu Immortals were extremely moved. Even if there was just a trace of hope, they would desperately latch onto it. A loud dragon roar interrupted Fang Yuan's thoughts. The huge dragonfish jumped out of the water, its eyes were blood-red as it charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had expected this. He slammed down with 4 strength path giant hands. The method in which he was extracting the deep pool water was extremely efficient. He just needed a small amount of time to drain the pool dry. Thus, the dragonfish was already a cornered animal. If it did not attack now, it would be too late. But facing Fang Yuan, who had rank 7 battle strength, the dragonfish's final struggle quickly met with a huge setback. It ended up heavily injured. More than 10 breaths of time later, the heavily injured desolate beast dragonfish was sent into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture using the strength path giant hands. After spending some more effort, this huge and deep pool was nearly dried out. All of the dragonfish inside were collected into his aperture. In order to take these dragonfish, he spent a total of 4 green grape immortal essences beads. But Fang Yuan had great joy in his eyes. Ever since he entered Jade Pool Blessed Land, he obtained the oil water, desolate beast shark finwolf, eerie fire dragon python, some ordinary resources, and a batch of regretful spiders. In terms of value, this newly obtained dragonfish group was at the top. It was more valuable than the desolate beast shark finwolf, which was second place by a small margin. This batch of dragonfish was too large. There was almost 1 million of them. With such a deep foundation, as long as he spent some effort in nurturing them, it would be a source of endless revenue. Over on He Lulan's end, intense battles were still ongoing. Fang Yuan did not turn around. He flew towards an area even further away. Not long after, he stopped in his tracks and was overjoyed to see the dense forest below him. The forest spanned an enormous range. At the center of the forest, there was a pool of water that covered an area of the size of a house. The entire forest was planted for the sake of this pool. Or more accurately speaking, it was because this pool was raising a group of peculiar fish, literature carps. Literature carps and true martial carps are known as the literature and martial twin carps. To think that in Dongfang tribe, they had over 10 literature carps. Fang Yuan quickly went down with great excitement. Literature carps were very hard to catch. They were low in numbers. Even in Eastern Sea, they were very uncommon. Literature carps usually remained still in water, moving along with the flow of water. Once they moved their tails and swam slowly, their entire bodies would turn into text chi. Even Gu Immortals, without specific methods, could not capture them. They could only watch in vain. When Fang Yuan came here, the literature carps were alarmed. They turned into text chi as they moved around, pervading the water. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a confident smile. His pulling water immortal Gu could control the flow of water. As long as the literature carps did not leave the pool, to him they were as good as caught. But when he was about to make his move, a demonic path Gu Immortal appeared, rising into the air. "Senior, please wait. This resource point has already been occupied by me." This demonic path Gu Immortal was thin. He smiled as he said that he was only rank 6, but he had no fear when facing Fang Yuan. "Who are you?" Fang Yuan's expression did not change. "This junior is Zhou Ping." The demonic path Gu Immortal cupped his fists. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, threatening. "Junior Zhou Ping, you have guts, daring to get in my way. With your cultivation level, you are not fit to talk about rules with me." The demonic path Gu Immortal, Zhou Ping, instead smiled. No, I am naturally unable to defeat Senior. But I have some insights in flying. I have 2 immortal killer moves. Even Unfettered Scholar, He Qing, and Fairy Luyao cannot catch me. If Senior wants the literature carps, you can trade with me. Otherwise, even though I cannot defeat Senior, I can destroy this pool in an instant. Fang Yuan was silent. His eyes shined with a ruthless light as he observed Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping was unmoved. He was calm and composed due to his trump card. This was the advantage of a Gu Immortal skilled in movement. They are often in a situation where they cannot lose. They can talk to opponents with higher cultivation level or battle strength with ease. Even though Fang Yuan had the killer move Myriad Self, he was lacking in the aspect of movement. Even with Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Goo, together with true solid bat wings, that was not an immortal killer move, it was inferior to Zhou Ping's methods. Very good, Zhou Ping, I will remember you. I wish you well in constantly guarding this place and to not fall into my hands from now on. Fang Yuan left behind a threat as he left. Zhou Ping heard this and his smile disappeared. He changed his tone. Senior, is this necessary? This junior only wants a transaction. My request is not much either. But Fang Yuan did not listen to Zhou Ping. His body was like lightning as he quickly traveled elsewhere. Zhou Ping frowned. He felt a little distraught, pointlessly offending a strong and mysterious Gu Immortal. He felt very uneasy. Most importantly, Fang Yuan's words were attacking Zhou Ping's weakness. He could not stay here forever to look after the literature carps. Damn it! I do not have a method to collect this group of literature carps. Zhou Ping looked at the deep pool as he stamped his foot, extremely downcast. Fang Yuan left Zhou Ping behind and flew rapidly towards his next destination. After flying a huge distance, he landed. Looking at the deep pool below him, he had a joyous expression. This deep pool was neither large nor small. There was a fish group inside. This type of fish was similar to goldfish. It had a round belly, a small pointed head, and a tail. However, it was not brightly colored like goldfish and was mostly milky white. It also did not have a wavy tail and fins. Its tail was small and exquisite. When the fish moved, they did not go left, right, forwards or backwards. They only floated upwards and downwards. They resembled balloons moving in the water. This type of fish was something Fang Yuan had raised before. It was air bubble fish. But because Fang Yuan ran into difficulties and was lacking in funds, he had to sell the air bubble fish group that he was raising for a while to get the funds he desperately needed. Air bubble fish could eat ordinary worms, insects, grubs, and so on, digesting a portion of them while storing the rest as reserves in their stomach. These life forms in the stomach were nourished and had an increased chance to become a goo. Thus, air bubble fish could increase the production of goo worms. During the 5 regions chaotic war, it was a heavily sought-after good among goo immortals. This air bubble fish group has quite a large size. In terms of the price in Treasure Yellow Heaven, it is half of the desolate beast shark Finwolf. Fang Yuan inspected when he saw that there was no Gu Immortal like Zhou Ping appearing. He immediately made his move and used pulling water immortal Gu to take all of the air bubble fish. This air bubble fish group was the 3rd in value among Fang Yuan's profits. You band of thieves! Brazenly robbing my Dongfang tribe's headquarters. At this time, Dongfang Chongfan's furious screams could be heard over the entirety of Jade Pool Blessed Land. Unfettered Scholar burst out and shouted, immediately screaming, "Old thief Dongfang, get ready to lose your dog life."